Hello guys, welcome everyone to the Nobles Apartment Cat semi-final. This is Mem with me, Tristan T90. Hera versus Mr. Yo, the first semi-final of the day. We have the top four that probably all were expecting, to be here, and we are here with them. The clear favorite, I don't know if it's going to be Hera or not, because Mr. Yo has been playing amazing, but Tristan, the Canadian, is always having an incredible level, man.
Yeah, absolutely. 5-0. There were some sets where maybe it was close to him. Top of that, the past when these two have played, at least the last couple of years,
Yes. Well, yeah. You don't hear the 90 in the stream, it's fine. I wasn't listening to you here, but I hear you because we are close, So fix, please, because I was like, well, T90 is speaking very low today, and he's coming strong. Anyway, before they fix this, and, T90 was telling that Hera is in another level.
Yeah. Testing. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Now I hear you.
was just saying.
Let's go.
Man, our community is just horrible. These viewers are just the worst. They're always making jokes. Wait, can they hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, you guys are great. Thanks for showing up. Yeah, okay, so I guess I'll repeat what I was saying. I was just saying that coming into the tournament, man, it was a good line, too, and they missed it all. Coming into the tournament, Hera was the favorite.
It was good.
And after the group stage as well, Hera remains the favorite after going 5-0. There were some sets where it was close, and maybe he could have lost. Which shows he's vulnerable, perhaps. But, yeah, he's the guy to beat right now. And recently when Hera and Yo played, Hera's looked very comfortable. So I think Hera, big favorite in the semifinal.
I think so, too. But we have seen Hera suffer against Liereyy, suffer against TheViper, didn't play against Mr. Yo. It's the first time.
That's where it's fun. That's where it's fun.
It's nice.
I think, I could be wrong here, but I believe in the past that they played each other in the group stage and then met later on. It was in the finals, I believe. So
yeah,
that's actually a pretty big deal, I think, on both sides of the equation. Yo was someone who's typically a slow starter in a tournament, so it would have maybe helped him to face Hera early, get a feel for that early. But also, I mean, maybe it's the same for Hera. Maybe it would have benefited Hera to have that like free series against Yo where he could make mistakes and not be punished in a group stage, but now it's knockout, so you've just got to win.
I think it's better that they didn't face, at least for Yo. Because if you imagine that you get dominated by Hera in the group stage, it makes you even harder, you're confident,
Yeah.
And then Yo is coming more like in this way, and he's on his peak probably in this semifinal. And
sure.
When you guys see the draft, we might see a very hype series because the first game is going to be amazing. We know already the map, but we are not going to discover. Before see the draft, I want to give a big shout out here to people who is in the watch party, GamerLegion, because there's a lot of people there watching. I will be there later, just to let you know. Tristan might go probably tomorrow. All will be going there, either today, either tomorrow, and we will be happy to see you there, and hopefully you're going to have a wonderful time back into those games. Bypass is going to be the first one.
Yeah, Bypass. We can get to the draft now, talk about it a little bit. I think the players should be making their way to their chairs as well, because we're about to start. But Bypass is going to be game number one. I've been saying all tournament how it's one of my favorite maps in Age of Empires. It's produced some great games. I even had Heart, of all people, saying that Bypass is an incredible map. If a Heart, the Arabia nerd, says that Bypass is an incredible map, it must be good. But we've got some other fun ones on there. You have Arabia on there on Hera's side. You also have High Tides, which has produced some epic games too. Yep. And then African Reed Beds, Dry River, and Citadel there for Yo.
That's absolutely amazing. Civilizations for Bypass. Well, I was telling you before that I think it could be Teutons. I don't know. But you know what was doing Mr. Yo before coming to these cities? You know how he was warming up and practicing?
How was he playing League?
League of Legends.
I was going to say...
I was, how you're practicing this, League of Legends? He said, man, my migraine. Like he's in the way he say, because you see that how he's speaking, like so straight and so clear,
this guy, like, man. I don't think people really understand how much of a video gamer he is. Like, if he's not playing Age of Empires 2 or watching Age of Empires 2, always has League of Legends up, always. And that's the case here as well. So we've had a couple players playing, having a good time, but yeah, Yo, I mean, he plays Age of Empires 2 enough. Everyone has different warm-up techniques, so maybe for him, he doesn't feel like playing out the full Dark Age really benefits him much. But
he's not that kind of a player, also.
Yeah.
It's that kind of let's create the chaos in the maps. But that's the problem why we think that Hera is scared the favorite, right? We were talking off stream, right? Like, even in those mass games, Hera's just so calm. Like he just moves his echo so smoothly. He's not panicking at all.
Yeah.
So it's got to make probably complicated for Mr. Yo.
I mean, yes and no. There's Yo now coming in. I think that, like, there's two ways of thinking. I think, yes, Hera has shown at times to be really good under that pressure, right? I think that's expected to be the case. But I think you still have to put him under pressure. If you don't, he's more than capable to just take the game late and be happy with 100 on Foon spamming Hussars, right? So I think Yo's moments here, it's all going to be about early cast late for me. And with Yo, normally the key is unique units, Memb. Bengalis, will we see Ratha today? Will we see the Custilier with Burgundians? Will we see the Latest from Lithuanians? Will we see Rattan Archers? Will we see Camel Archers? Will we see Arambai? Maybe even Mamelukes.
Yes, like, all civilizations with castle drop or what?
Yeah. I mean, like, maybe the Samurai, sorry, Samurai lovers, maybe the Samurai is less realistic to see that. But all the other units are mounted, mobile, unique units, which is what Yo loves. So I think he's going to win by that, or he's going to lose by that. I'm
starting to like his draft a lot because he has picked probably what he wanted for himself. You know, maybe for all the kind of players might see the draft and say, well, maybe it's not that great. I prefer more Hera draft because he has some civilizations like Malay, Persians with the economy, Mayans that is always super safe. Then I don't know. Teutons also I would say for bypass. Hans can be great in which one here? Hans can be great.
I mean, Hunts could be good for Arabia. They could be a good option for Dry River. They could be a good option for African reed beds or high tides. I kind of like them everywhere, honestly.
Okay.
And Hera civs are good as well. I mean, they're very flexible in the overall approach. What they're not is
probably more flexible than Mr. Yo. Maybe Mr. Yo.
Yes.
Are more like, you have to do this kind of a strategy you are thinking for going to push, while Hera is more like, you know.
Overall flexibility.
Yeah.
Hera is not a player who typically plays through units out of castles at all, you know. No. He's just going for overall civ bonuses, playing through knights, camels, skirmishers, crossbows or something. So I like his draft. I think there could be some kind of tricky matchups on both sides. I think Hera's Hindustanis could match up very nicely against a number of civilizations on Yo's side. So that's one of Hera's most dangerous civs, I think. But then, like, Mayans for Hera could be absolutely horrible against Vietnamese. We've seen that matchup before where the Vietnamese with their Rattan Archers could potentially dominate on something like Copenhagen. So we'll see. But we're getting close, man, to that first semifinal.
We're really getting close and getting more and more ahead. More people will be joining the streams as well, and we are going to have a wonderful time for sure. Remember, guys, that the prize pool, it's already in $56,000. All the donations are going directly to the prize pool, and that's definitely amazing support during all the whole stream. I say Teutons, but we don't know yet what Mr. is going to pick, or it doesn't mean that Teuton is going to be a pick 100%, you know, but what about Mr. Yo here in bypass? He's going to be Burgundians or Bengalis, but if he's going Bengali for going monks, then Teutons, or the castle drop with the Rathas?
Yo's got, like... So I'm actually going to start with Copenhagen because that's the most closed map. It's similar to bypass, but even more closed. So I think they're Burgundians, Bengalis, Berbers, Vietnamese. All four of those are top tier. So then you need to think, okay, well, which civ is worse on a civ like bypass? And I think maybe like Vietnamese isn't as helpful there. Maybe Berbers isn't quite as good. It's really hard for me to say. So you try and eliminate in your mind there. There's a lot of guessing games here, though, man. I don't really know.
Because Burmese, for example, I like it for bypass. But then Burmese, that is a lot also about the monks. You know that you can have the counter with Teutons.
Yeah.
You probably going to remove from that equation.
Yes, that's true. You might not want to be up against Teutons. So maybe that's how you do it. Maybe you say, what matchup am I happy with against Teutons? And if that's the case, I wouldn't mind Burgundians, actually. Now, the problem I see with what I just said is, if Hera encounters a matchup where the opponent's not going to go monks, which is why he would pick Teutons, he might just go crazy tower rush through the middle. So you have to respect that. So I think you have to go for a civ that has a decent eco fast. Maybe that's Bengalis because you get the extra vills, and it's not like Burgundians where you need to wait for the eco upgrades to pay off for you.
You think Hera is going to go crazy towers? I would love to see that because he's not that kind of a player.
He's not.
I don't say that he's not capable to do it, you know, with his KPM.
He's not, but I remember, like, didn't Hart tower rush against ACCM? I think he did.
He did.
And that's not a very Hart thing. And Hera, Hart, Liereyy, they're always discussing talking strats. It wouldn't surprise me if Hera goes towers here today if he's worried about giving Yo a little bit of time. I just feel like that's an approach that's been discussed. But Malay is also, I don't know if he wants to use his number 1 pick right away, but Malay, fast feudal, either into Tower Rush or just the quick mini boom in feudal is top tier against any of the strats.
The problem with Malay is that the Malays that can be good in many of the maps as well.
Yeah.
Also, Citadel with the water also, it can be great, but maybe it's the best for the bypass? Even better than, but then when you pick Teutons?
Well,
yeah,
so
it's the last pick. It's 8.
That's exactly where my brain goes. It's like Malay is amazing on bypass, sure, but then you're using your number 1 pick there, and then Teutons looks kind of weird, which means you're pretty much showing you will play the other 6 civs. And not play Teutons anywhere else.
Yeah. Remember, guys, that all those admin bans are just random, happily random, and then the other bans that you see on top of them, those are the bans from the players, So Mongols, Portuguese, Italians, Georgians, Dravidians, Khmer has been banned for Yo. And then Byzantines, Korea, Cumans, Chinese, Bohemians, Romans has been banned for Hera. They're discussing some stuff before it start, but they will start shortly. Yo in the last NAC 5 was 2-1 leading to Hera. And then we know what happened after.
Yeah.
What I mean is, anything can happen. And then, even if the first game is important, at this level, Tristan, right, these players, they can't come back.
Yeah.
They can't do anything.
Of course, yeah. I'll be curious to see how Yo performs today, especially if Hera comes out firing, because the last 2 sets Yo has won, I've congratulated him afterwards, and he said, I sucked, right?
But he always say, I suck.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's the thing. It's like, it's one thing to, think you could play a little bit better, but it's the other thing to say, like, I sucked, right? That's just what he said. So, like, my thing is, man, like, if he's losing games, what do you think then? Like, if you get to the semifinals thinking you suck.
I'm a noob.
And then you start to lose games. I think that could actually affect your mentals, especially if you look at Hera, you say, okay, he's younger than me. He's faster than me. He's more accomplished recently than me. I just think that could be a negative thing mentally. I don't know. I don't think Hera's going to start losing games thinking he sucks. I think he's going to, get laser focused if he starts to lose some games.
I was talking with him also with Yo, and he was telling me, man, I'm getting old. Then what? How you getting old? Then what I am? And he's thinking, well, you are not that old, right? And then I said, I'm 47. What? Are you 47? Real? Yeah. Then he told me, well, I'm not that old then.
That's great. So apparently we have 2 minutes till the first game starts.
Nice.
I mean, we're all getting older at the same rate. It's just how long we've been around, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yo has been around a really long time at the high level. There he is, pouring himself his pre-match drink of soda. The true gamer he is. And we're about to be started here shortly. Yo on the right, Hera on the left. And Hera the big favorite here. But, as you said earlier, in this tournament, the top 4 have really delivered. All 4 invited players
He said yesterday, my mini goal is complete. He said in the...
Yo said that?
My mini goal was to be in the top 4.
Okay, yeah.
My mini goal.
Yeah.
So he is a competitor. He is thinking, Hera is so hard, but he has something prepared for sure.
Yeah.
And he's going to be 100%. It's not a player that he's going to give up.
I think
not.
This is one of the best drafts Yo could have ever got, truthfully. With all the bans, there's the random bans before and then the player bans. The fact that, 6 out of his 7 civs, or sorry, I guess 7 out of his 8 civs.
Except Kongs?
Are all, except for having Spanish. He's got all his comfort picks.
Yeah.
The Burgundians, the Lithuanians, all the way through to the Berbers, Vietnamese. So if there was a draft where Yo's going to win this best of 7, we have it right here.
Yeah, and this is starting. I mean, we can feel it. You can see the small movements already. We have Mr. Yo and Hera. Hopefully, we're going to get into the game right now. It's going to be bypass. No problem. We're not going to miss too much because that map is a little bit slow in the start. But there we go. Semi-final. Game number 1. Hera as a blue on the right. Or in the north. It's a red Mr. Yo in the south. And he made already a house to block the gate. So you have to delete the pallets. I mean, he's not walling. He just made the house.
Yeah.
I mean, what is this?
So I think Yo actually went forward for a reason that is not immediately clear. So the rhinos will actually spawn near the gate. And so I think Yo sent a villager forward, hoping the rhino was right next to the gate so we could lame it. And then when he got there and he didn't see the rhino because the rhino was just 2 tiles away, I think he built the house. It's kind of funny. He blocks the gate. Hera will have to delete. But now we got to talk about why did Hera pick Teutons? Typically, you pick Teutons as a counter to good monk civilizations. But I don't know if Saracens are necessarily going to go monks here. And we talked about, will Hera, of all people, try a tower rush? Because a tower rush through the middle could be really strong here.
Imagine that he's trying to go fast caster Hera, and then you go with the Saracens full archers. They eat the palisades.
Yeah.
And you go archers, you get in immediately, could be a good option. And you put the pressure there, knowing that in the start you only have 1 stone and 1 gold in your main base. But by the way, I like the Saracens pick here.
I do too.
You were talking about the others, you kind of waste, and Saracens here, so flexible with the market bonus and actually tech 3 in the late game. They're fine. They have a lot of things to counter also, to fight with the Teutons.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different things you can do. Very creative. And like we said, Mem, Teutons was picked for the tower rush. Hera is going to go aggressive here. Fast feudal from Hera. Now, Teutons can fit up to 10 villagers inside of their towers, but you don't exactly want 10 villagers inside of a tower when you only have 17. That's going to hurt your eco. Hera is just attacking the house now, funnily enough. But he's going to have to come through, so he'll have to delete his walls there. He'll send the vills forward. Now, I would say most people typically just send like 5 originally, even though you can fit 8 when you go up this fast.
Yeah.
But technically, if you really want to do damage, you should be sending like 6 or 7.
Yeah, you need to send 7 probably, because if you are not sending that, you are not going to really make damage or take the potential tower that your opponent is going to do. But Mr. Yo, at this level, if Hera is definitely great, the players will be able to defend this kind of attack.
Well, not if you don't have Loom.
Yeah, I hope
not
that
if it's just Palisade Gates.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to see. We need to see the fog of war from Mr. Yo. Yes, the house is going to be down, but he's going around. So he's... Ooh.
Oh, man. Yo is trying to repair the house.
Mr. Yo, Mr.
Yo is trying to repair the house. Is he not expecting a tower rush here? That's crazy.
He need to cancel the up and make the Luma, in my opinion. That is the first villager down.
That's so rough.
Yeah.
That's so rough. I guess Yo just never expected a tower rush. To me, it felt pretty clear. We saw Hart tower rush ACCM recently. It worked pretty well in another matchup.
Yeah.
And here comes Hera now. Tower's on the way. Yo does not have Loom.
This is a bit sloppy, don't you think? Like, when you are against students and, in this kind of approach, you have to also your goal forward. Because you have the goal at the back, and you can make some palisade and some houses like he's doing right now. You're fine. But right now, you don't have the goal.
Well, I think it's Hera's reputation here. I think Yo just never expected Hera to do this. Of all things, he wouldn't have expected Tower Rush. But I do think it's a misread. And I think that sloppy is definitely a good word for it. Remember, Yo is used to... He's a slow starter in any tournament and also in the series. So he normally gets stronger as the day goes on. And it's a good strategy for Hera to immediately put Yo under pressure here at the start of the semifinal.
He lost not only one village, but also the map control here. He's 20 seconds. He's going with the scout to that area. He's going to try to be annoying as much as he can. Remember that he has no Loom, so he can do damage. The scout has the attack and the speed from Feudal. He's going to be up soon, and I think he should palisade there.
He should repair that. Yeah. Should be able to repair that. Yeah, and he instantly dropped some stone walls. Okay.
I like that.
Hera did have a Vill walk around. Yo still has Loom in queue here. And Hera could try and break through again. Losing the scout would be pretty annoying for either player here. And Hera still working to get through. Now his scout is weak. He'll probably try and delay, but Yo defending nicely. And Hera's villager getting a little too close to that TC.
Yeah, this is starting to be really all in for Hera. Remember that he has Tristan 7 villages not working the whole game.
Yeah.
Not working the whole game.
But
no
look,
resources at all.
This is so good for Hera. It's a little bit of good fortune here. You could use the word luck because there's a stone and a gold inside of the walls. Yo's stones and golds just happen to be on the front. Sometimes they're on the back. Like Hera's stone, if you compare at his own base, his stone's on the back. If he got Tower Rush, he'd still have that. Yo, unfortunately, doesn't have access to any of it, so he has to leave his walls on the outside, and Hera should know that. Hera's got to be loving life here.
Yeah, but imagine if he did, instead of the house forward, just a palisade.
Yeah.
Use one palisade on top of the house. All this aggression is stopped by a dawn.
Well,
you don't get
it would be
surprised.
delayed at least.
Yeah, but
It'd
you see
delayed.
it. But you see it. He come and you have to break. Now he came through directly. Anyway, as we know, Saracens market is really nice, and look what he's doing. I will do a tower here if I miss the Yo. You need to protect that market.
Yeah,
one tower here. He want to probably sell to go up, but well.
I think Yo trying to go Castle Age is the correct play because Teutons have cheap farms behind this. Their economy is going to be much better than you, and you've already taken some losses. But man, is this going to be tough. That is a lot of position. And as you mentioned, I think Hera could just take down the market.
He smiled because he lost the scout. Okay, the market is going to be down. It's true that you can make another market. 75 wood is not a lot, but he has no food. He's not going up yet. Still not idle in the TC. This is something that I like a lot because his economy is suffering, yes, but he only lost one villager. And Hera lost a villager as well, and the scout.
The crazy thing is that Hera's got 7 vills forward. So even though Yo's economy has been an absolute disaster,
still ahead.
Yo actually is collecting more resources. Yeah, now I wouldn't expect that to be the case if this game continues like this, because Yo really has a lot of work here, but he's on his way to Castle Age.
In these kind of games, Yo is good.
Agreed.
In these kind of games, Yo is good. You know, he's not that one of a player to go for the micro with the arches, you know, Liereyy style and so on. But in this kind of mess, he feels confident. He feels comfortable.
And also the Saracens.
Yeah.
Because you don't need to have a normal economy with the Saracens. You can lean on and rely on that market. How did Hera get a villager there?
I don't know.
It's like, but I don't.
I think he did the houses after, and then he was here somehow. I don't know.
She's blending in. She's like adding to the house wall of Yo here, trying to blend into the enemy, but Hera's going to drop another tower. I think Yo should definitely rush that one down, but it's tough when the towers are so close together here.
Yeah, it has also another tower behind protecting. You have to be careful. This is a stable for Hera. He's going to go scout probably, but he's walling here. Now I wonder what Mr. is going to do. I believe he's going to go siege, but if he's going siege and then Hera is starting to spam scouts.
Yep. Well, again, it's like it's a pretty unorthodox thing. It's crazy. I can think of arena games in the past where Tower Rush was the meta, where we would see the scouts get added. But this is not something I'd really ever seen Hera do before. I'd be thinking of more like players like John Slow, who we've known forever, adding in the scouts, right? But Hera is not really someone who you'd think would do that. Nice job. Hera tried to block off the vills, so nice job there from Yo just to keep these villagers out. But Yo's going to open Siege Workshop and maybe Monastery. Hera's staying in Feudal Age with enough scouts can completely kill all of that, potentially.
Let's see, because the Siege Workshop is coming. One farmer for Mr. Yo, but he has 13 on gold, which is not a problem. He see the scout already, so he has information about that.
So Hera's had a great game, but that is not okay. Like, to show the scouts, in my opinion, is a bit of a mistake, because Yo won't overextend with his siege now. Now, we don't know if Yo's noticed this. There's a lot happening. But Yo is actually TCing the outside as well, as we just saw. So he will TC out there. There's hunt out there. There's gold out there as well.
Yeah, it's very good here. Let's see if the Mangle is going to be outside in time. The scouts are coming. I think he should do some Scorpion then. But the wood, man, he has no wood. Well, he will go to the other side.
Is Yo even going to have vills in his eco?
Oh, but now.
Is he just abandoning with everything right now?
Oh, wait. The Mangonel, Hera! He didn't lose anything. What a surprise.
Look, he's trying to wall behind the TC because he sees the scouts are coming in.
Okay. Now he needs to make an insane micro here, and Hera is going to move those scouts all the time. He's going to be clicking, you know, the APM is going to be at this moment 200 APM for sure.
It's funny, though, because there's nothing to find. Well, all the vills are gone,
The Mangonel, right? Only the Mangonel. He definitely has to be careful with so many towers, but Hera resources, Tristan. He's not going to go up anytime soon. He has 2 TC, so let's see.
And Hera has to decide on if there's enough vills in that TC. Can he dive for it? Well played from Hera. I think that's super worth it. And now he's going to run on by. And Yo's trying to stop that, and Yo can't get the gate up, and Hera's going to go just passing here.
Yeah, he's taking up earlier. He's taking up earlier. He's going to lose some scout. Not really. He's going to make what? Now, Mr. Yo. He has no resources. He's not doing any. But he doesn't know where it is. Look at the tower he's doing. That's a tower to take nothing, really.
Yeah, it's funny.
Know? And this is really good. That TC is really, really good for Mr. Yo. Obviously, he needs to make villages. He has to do centers, and he's idle completely.
Does Yo run to the other side now with these other vills on gold? I think they're
He's moving to the right. He's moving to the right.
Okay, those vills need to not do whatever they're about to do. Okay, they need to live in the TC forever. Yo is going to be on both sides? This is crazy, man. He is going to the right.
Yeah.
What a funny game, dude. This is incredible.
Clown for sure, that game. Yeah, but he can make villages from only 1 ton. And what he does with these villages on the starting TC, because right now those villages are kind of trap.
Yeah, I mean, they should probably just pray, I guess. Or chop that tree.
One Scorpion will help with that Mangonel? Against the Scout, I mean.
Well, the TC is actually your greatest weapon, so you actually you're hoping the TC fire helps.
And he has no fletching. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those villages are also stuck. I mean, those villages for Hera are
they're
not
stuck.
working at all.
And Hera isn't up to castle because he's made so many scouts. I just thought it was funny how Yo just did an attack round.
But he find this.
Oh.
Come on, Mr. Yo. You need to react. Can we check the right side? He's going to go with the scout if he break it. He's going to try to break, but I think that the scout is still doing damage on the right. He's not killing it. Mr. Yo doesn't see it.
He doesn't.
He doesn't see it. I can't believe it.
But he might be able to kill these Vills from Hera, so that's where he's focused. He does see the scout now. Hera will definitely send more scouts out there, so Yo needs to get a TC up or something. Hera's Vills now need to micro off that lumber cam. Hera's kind of stuck here. Now he's going to run behind to the outside with the Vills
But
as
tone
well.
center. But he's doing the TC. This is the third tone center already. It's still not up Hera. Still the advantage is for Hera. Yes, map control, more villages, but this is already 3 tone centers. He's going with the scout super fast, but the TC is going to be there. And now he has 2 tone centers in both sides. If he's able to keep producing from both tone centers, Mr. Yo is fine.
Yeah, this map is amazing. I'm so happy we're seeing it. And this is just like another great bypass game. Well played from Hera to fight through the middle and make things messy for Yo, but well played from Yo to adapt. Yo's on 3 TCs. The TCs on the outside are most important. And also, it's kind of a big deal that his Mangonel is pushing down some of the towers in his starting base. Like, the fact that he's taken down 2 towers now and may even take down a 3rd is really well played.
Is this the Barak? Is this a Barak? I believe it's a Barak.
Yeah, for a
Gonna
couple
make them
spears
some
maybe.
spears here to defend this. And if he take this TC down, it's quite a big investment by Hera. He's doing a second stable there. He just did all these towers. Those villages are still there, kinda stuck. Now he's probably mining gold. Yes, there you go. Doing more scouts, but I don't know.
You can't get Likev with the Teutons, though. You're just
Correct.
stuck on scouts. So they
Wow.
get good upgrades. You can obviously make knights, but not being able to get Likev here does kind of hurt. I think Hera's going to go castle right down the middle. Or maybe he's going to run around the outside and drop a castle there. But it feels like he's saving for a castle right now.
What if he's doing now, Mr. Yo, a couple of Saracen's camels? You know, because those camels with 20 HP more, he's going to take the siege here. He's going with a lot of scouts, but he has invested a lot. And now Mr. Yo is with more villages than Hera, and he has 3 tone centers. The castle, as you mentioned, is going to be there, probably there in the. No, it's coming on the right side with so many villages. There you go. You don't have army, Mr. Yo, and he's going to go and take the middle area here with a castle. So your TC in the middle is kind of useless because it's surrounded by towers and the scouts are coming. And now on the right will be a castle in your face, but that castle is a. It's a very safe one.
I think as Tato would say, maybe that's a chicken castle, or maybe that's, I forget who says it. It says chicken, but
I say chicken
is
as
that
well.
you as well?
Yeah.
I mean, Hera didn't have his army there yet, so I think he was worried about that being spotted. But it isn't on the TC. Maybe it'll range with Bodcanero. I don't think it's a bad castle, but if it would have been closer to the TC, it could have won the game.
Yeah. Right now, population is exactly the same. After all this madness, 6 villages more for Yo.
Yeah.
6 villages more for Yo. That's
But I
crazy.
mean, the life condition is not going to be very good for a lot of these vills. There's the villagers in the starting TC, which are now surrounded by towers with murder holes, and then that castle does range the town center.
with Botkin.
So Yo needs army here, man, and he's going to make a couple camels, but pretty soon he could lose 15 villagers there.
But that's Hera knows that Mr. Yo is on the left. Can we see Hera point of view, please?
I don't think he does.
He never explored on the
He
left,
never
and there's
explored the
2
left.
tone centers there. So if he focus here and he still have the other 2 tone centers booming, he's still fine.
Hera really wants to take out that TC. He's actually making petards.
Oh, wow.
So he's going to go with petards
Yeah,
there.
but those camels that are coming with extra HP is going to be 3. Those camels will take those as scouts.
I agree.
100%.
And Yo's repairing, so Yo can keep this town center up for the time being. But he's not expecting
tower
petards.
Going to be a tower here. So it's getting locked.
Here come the
completely.
petards, though. Like
petards are
the
coming.
TC could go down. Petards is actually an epic play. Yo needs to react to this. His TC is down, and the scouts are here, and there's nowhere to hide for the Vills. The camels still aren't here, and Hera gets all the value in the world.
Yeah, the camels are joining the party, but not in time. As you can see, the camels now might clean something, but I can't believe that he didn't put the village inside of the town center and try to kill some of the petards.
Yeah.
You got so many villages. That was quite slow here by Mr. Yo and Hera. That has been probably many times telling people he's conservative. Not in this game.
Yeah, not in this
He's
game.
not
No,
in this
he's
game.
Just, he's just
really
cut out the
aggressive
smash here. I love that. I mean, that's not something I've seen from Hera either. The petard play. On the topic, though, it's kind of understandable. Yo's got his eco split up all over the map, right? Like, typically you have your economy in the same spot pretty much, But here, it's all over the map. So I guess he was probably trying to fix his economy on the left side and thought he would have time there and that Hera could not do any damage. Hera's killed 17 vills in this game, lost 2 so far.
And after that, he's 5 vills ahead only.
Yeah, which is nuts.
Crazy.
And this is Yo, right?
Like crazy.
Yo consistently will play on very long, even if he thinks he's dead, so he can get warmed up in the series. So here he's actually not dead. The score might make you think he's dead, but if he's got that area, he's fine, and we're going to have quite a long game here.
There's one problem for Yo. 32 on foot for Hera.
Yeah.
32 on foot. Not a single bullet on goal, but he never went to the left area, and still... Mr. Yo, but Mr. Yo is only producing 1 bullet right now, so he has a lot of idle.
Hera's
Look at idle DC for Yo. 18 minutes already.
If I'm Hera, though, I see that score, I know how much I've killed, and I'm thinking I'm 20 vills ahead. There is no way I would ever expect my opponent has 3 TCs out there. Like, maybe 1. Maybe you're thinking he just got a first out there. But the fact that Yo's got, like, 40 vills on the left side's crazy here. And Hera's going to find out now, okay, it looks like he saw 1 of the TCs. When he sees 3, he's probably not going to believe it.
No, and what I think Mr. Yo should do, he's mining a lot of stone, is to make a castle there. I mean, you need a castle in that area to protect your whole economy here. You don't want to have problems. Let's see if now Mr. Yo is going to react. He has to react. He's not being fast with the reaction here. You see, this has to be quicker.
Yeah, but Mep, he's in the middle. Like, he could get attacked at any point in time. This is great. This is great, especially if you gate that, because you can pressure Hera, and Hera can't pressure you. I'd love to see a gate there.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to make it or not. Those knights are going to be eventually down. Now he might be thinking, this guy's crazy.
Yeah.
I've killed a lot, and he has 3 tons centered on this area, and you cannot really rate too much. Now, that's why I really believe that a caster here or something to defend need to happen, or you will start to lose as well. 5 tons center for Yo.
Yeah.
5 tons center for Yo.
Yeah, and Yo's just reclaiming his base. He's grabbing his relics. He just refuses to quit. And this economy is actually pretty good. Like, a while back, he didn't have any farms there.
Scouts are going down.
The scouts won't do anything. I think Hera will try and castle drop this, but like you said, at this point, because it happened once already, I'm with you. I think you got to know that Hera's going to come target you and castle drop
Castle
you.
your area.
So getting your own castle, that would be so good.
But in front, not even at the back, just in front.
Yeah.
And you have 14 on his... He's going for that. He has 14 villas, now 11 on his stone. He can buy the castle easily with the Sarces market.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It is really crazy how much damage Hera has done, and still Mr. Yo in the game. Population obviously has a difference. 13 villas is different. Military numbers are similar. Ram Mangrel is coming. He's coming with a castle. The castle is happening already, but he should buy a castle himself. He should do the castle. Come on, Mr. Yo, react already, and he's doing the castle here. How many villas he has? Not enough yet, because this is Scout and a Teutonic Knight is sending more villas, and with those villas he should be able to make it. He's going to be a rough spot if he's not doing it, and he's not doing it.
Yeah, I think
it was a slow Yo here. Sorry.
I think Hera did a really smart thing, and he just bought the stone. I was waiting for Yo to do it, but Yo just not quite quick enough. And now he should place his own castle, but I think you have to recognize that 1 TC is going to be shot down. It's still fine as long as you place the castle here soon.
Yeah, but imagine in this same situation, Tristan, and he did the castle first. That castle he's doing now, just have it in front. You are completely fine. Because now this is another TC that you are going to lose. And you don't want to lose another TC when you are 20 villas behind already. Because now the difference is starting to be big.
So I think Hera's going to try Imp now. It seems like he knows right away trying to go fast Imp would do it. Wow, that's so good. So he clicks up to Imp. That castle is murder holes because of the Teuton bonus. Also, he researched Bodkin. So that castle is kind of strong enough to hold against any Castle Age push. And that castle can make Trebs now. So Yo either has to recognize this and stop Vil production and sell his soul to try and click up as well, or he has to go full Castle Age. Or maybe he needs to pressure Hera somewhere else. It's really tough to know what Yo can do.
Many if, right?
Yeah.
Many if.
Yeah.
In many conditions now, and that's the bad thing right now for him. He's walling a lot here, but why you're walling a lot here when you have a castle in your face? You have to deal with the other area much more than what he's doing right now. Okay, he's going to lose the Tone Center. When he reaches Imperial, he's going to be in a very rough position. Knowing Yo, he might stay in the game, but I think this game is over now.
It's going to be tough. I mean,
well, market is using all the market. It's going to go up to Imperial.
The issue for Yo here is he's lost so many vills and so many town centers.
Yeah.
He's had to spend so much time trying to recover. And while he has recovered pretty nicely, Hera's collected 5,000 more resources. So Hera's economy's been great, and that's what we love about the Teutons. The cheap farms, the free murder holes. You don't normally see this many castle drops from them at a high level, but it's been a perfect start for Hera, and it's going to be double castle drop from Hera. We might even see the rare Crenellations play. Crenellations would be a great tech here for even more castle range. Yeah.
He'll reach everything.
I think Yo's going to lose all of this area, man. And yeah, if he loses that area, he probably is dead here.
But yeah, all the 3 tones hit. He has lost 1. He has only now 3 TCs alive, and we need to see what's going to happen next. He's doing fletching and Bloodlines. He's going to go what? He's going to do. I mean, I
think Cav Archers
for the castle. Cav Archers here.
Yeah.
Okay. I will say that this is quite a special transition. Maybe, ooh, what are you doing? Yo.
Don't you, like, he took berries in another area, and the villagers decided to go take the berries under the Teuton castle.
Okay. Chemistry already. We'll have trebuchet. We have bomber cannons. Probably will do, I don't know, hand cannoneers even. But only with the siege probably is a node. We will see, because Mr. Yo is not going to give up. But he's 30 villages behind. He's doing another tone center at the back. I think Mr. Yo was doing the right moves all the time, but a bit slow, 1 step behind.
Yeah.
You know, it was all correct, but should be 30 seconds faster.
Well, I mean, it's when you're the one getting smashed in the face at all times and having to react, it gets really tricky. And credit to Hera for piling on that pressure. Love this. I mean, again, it's just Hera has a great understanding of what should happen on this map, and now he'll stonewall, so Yo can never damage him there. I think if this was a Black Forest player, we would see Halb Onager Bombard Cannon from Hera. I don't know if Hera will do it, but it actually feels like better than trying to go for Knights, certainly better than trying to go for Teutonic Knights, and I also think Crenellations for the castle range should be a priority here as well.
Yeah, for now he's not doing any of those upgrades. He's waiting to have chemistry. He's in castle already, in Imperial already, sorry, but he has a castle on the right side. Okay, he's moving. He feels that with 100 villages maybe is a node. He's doing chemistry himself. And I don't know what is really going to be the approach. I mean, Cav Archers feels fine, but he's doing the helps.
Yeah.
So it's the right call. Honors as well will dominate, but he has nothing here. And transitioning to Cav Archers, how many you need? You need a lot.
I think this is just going to be the case where even if Hera were to make some wrong choices here, make the incorrect unit choice, he is just simply so far ahead. He has bought himself space and time to find the right comp later on. Because Cav Archers for Saracens can have some really good upgrades. They're close to fully upgraded. Cav Archers are great against Teutons.
They're fine, and you don't have good skirmishes with Teutons. Like, you don't have the +3s doing the skirmishes right now, but you don't have the strong upgrades. Still, that military numbers is not a big difference, but 50 villages ahead is a lot.
Yeah.
Really, really a lot. He's trying to move now, but all those TCs are down. He's going to make another castle, but now it's back to only 2 tone center, when at some point, Mr. Yo was having 5 TCs, so what now?
Yo can't move to the right side. He's now has to leave the left. He's going to end up right back in his base where he started.
Yeah.
And Hera's almost fully popped here. Again, like, if we're talking optimal play, I'm not sure if hand cannon and like skirmishers, I'm not even sure if Hera knows what he wants to do right now. I'm not sure if that's actually how you want to play. I'd like to see Onager with Halb, more castle drops and Crenellations, but I don't think it's going to matter here, man. He can make Teuton skirms, and Teuton skirms can be good enough. The Halb's in the mix. It's all going to be fine for him.
Okay, let's see. For now, he's going now with those Cav Archers. No ballistic yet. We're going to make the Thumbring. He knows that these units are good enough to do the job. Cannons are helping, and now with those Cav Archers, you need to micro. It's not microing at all. Army numbers 11, 23, doing all the upgrades, Hera. Even for the late game, crop rotations, you know, siege engineer, everything. He's doing absolutely everything. Population difference is big, but in the meanwhile, with the market and everything, he's still doing upgrades for those Cav Archers.
You have had the Teuton dream thus far. We've seen castle drops, we've seen farms, we've seen towers, we even saw Teutonic Knight. If you do not research Crenellations, I will judge you forever. Not that that matters to you, not that you're hearing me right now, but Memp, he's castle pushing. It's the only civilization that can get 13 range on the castles. You got to go Crenellation.
He's doing.
There we go.
There's Crenellation on the way. I mean, he can do anything he wants. 40 on goal. He has, well, the only thing that he has more in this game, Mr. Yo, is the relics. He has 3 relics, surprisingly. But look at the resources in the bank. He has 13,000 resources collected more. That's crazy. But Mr. Yo keep fighting like a warrior. If we were thinking that he's not going to try his best, we couldn't be more wrong, right? He's going to try everything to try to take this serious, and he's gonna make Hera to fight everything, you know, all he can, and he's still doing more TCs because he feels that Saracens is fine in Imperial.
Sure, yeah,
you know, because they are.
He also has 3 relics. He'll know there's 5 on the map, so he'll be like, I have 1 more there. That should be fine. Crenellations now means that the bombard cannons from Yo cannot push those castles. They outrange the bombard cannons. That's an issue. And Hera has 4 Trebs now ready to take down one of 2 castles remaining here for Yo. Again, I think Hera could just toss away these bodies, these halbs, these skirms. They might die, but he could just always make more with his economy. And he's even getting hoardings now for his castles.
Okay.
But Yo is keeping the bombard cannon alive. No, sorry, spoke too soon.
Not anymore. Not anymore. I mean, he can defend more or less here. He need to take those traps, but you know what he should... Problem is that he's at the limit. He didn't wall at all at home, Hera. 1 petar is a palisade. And then send Cavarche, try to create some chaos here.
Yeah.
You know, if you go inside, he doesn't have any protection. I mean, 2 TCs, but you can, if you don't create any chaos, Hera is going to be like, okay, I'm pushing 1 spot. Nothing is attacking me. I'm fine completely. Still going with more economy. 3,000 gold, 1,000 food. You can go see Chonagers. Why he's not doing Siege Honors, for example? Then you destroy.
I don't know. I mean, Ironclad is another upgrade. I mean, again, Hera could go Militia right now, make 100 of them, lose them all, and still probably win this one. He's just focused on his Trebs right now, making sure he can produce enough skirms and enough halbs. And Hera knows he's got this one in the bag. Yo cannot keep this castle up much longer, Memb. He's got so much pressure coming in. He'll lose the castle now. Only has 8 Cav archers, and I think Yo taps out finally. What a first game from Hera. Really strong performance. And what I loved about that is the creativity.
What was that though? What's the sound?
Unexpected.
Unexpected, you see?
This is one of your moves against you. Why not Bengalis though? Because I knew you were going to pick Teuton, and I think Thurston could be a good pick. I think I thought by my start. Okay. I lost a wheel there, didn't get the time to wall. Yeah, probably need Loom.
Well, we get to hear their thoughts on that. Yo said unexpected. Props to Hera for the unexpected play, but I think you got to expect the tower rush. He's going to be kicking himself. You got to expect the tower rush.
Semifinal of a tournament, you know, and you see that these students, even if he's not doing, what is if you make the loom?
Exactly.
You make the loom and you only are behind 25 seconds. You make the loom, you are safe, you know, and seriously, why to send the village forward, make the house and come back? Make the house, okay, but wall completely.
Palisades. Yep, agreed.
Wall completely, yeah, palisade.
He just didn't expect, he clearly expected Hera to go for more of the monks and the boom approach, didn't expect the tower rush. I want to credit Hera though, not necessarily for the creativity of the tower rush, but the addition of the scouts and how he played the rest of the game. That was really cool to see.
Well, if he's not doing, it will lose probably the push.
Yeah. The scouts were smart. Right? Yeah. The castle drop though, like that castle on the right side and the 3 petards. If he didn't have the petards, the TC would have stayed up,
and the camels
would have come over. So that was really good play.
Yeah.
And,
you could see that Hera was paying attention to every single detail.
Yep.
To all details, you know, and he was microing all the time. While Mr. Yo, you saw how he was being a little bit slow because he could have killed those petards with the villagers. The petards are very weak. If you kill one of them, the TC is not going down. Then you repair. Camels are in time, and you don't lose. At that point, they were the same village, basically.
Is it Yo being slow, or is it Hera just being fast?
A combination?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think...
Hera is fast. Hera is fast, for sure.
Yeah. Well, you remember, like, I think a lot of people, when they look at Bypass, they think, oh, it's such a reactive map. It's a guessing map. One way to make sure you can take initiative and you're not really guessing about what your opponent's doing is to open exactly like Hera did. And then Yo is in the position where he doesn't know what's being thrown at him. The castle drop, the petards, these are all, the tower rush, all these things were unexpected. So I think a lot of it comes back to the approach. Hera is the faster player of the 2 of them, certainly executed on that. And now we should probably look at the draft to think, what's Yo going to do? What civilizations will he opt for game number 2? Because you don't want this to unravel on you quick here.
No.
Where you're down 0-2 in a best of 7 against Hera.
Definitely not. I mean, I'm checking the maps. African Reed Beats, Dry River, and Citadel. I don't know what you feel more comfortable, right? For that one, after what we saw in the last one. Maybe Dry River and go with Burganis again. I want to see
I was going to say Dry River would make a lot of sense to me. I think they may be in the game, actually, so we might actually just hop right into game number 2 here in a moment, folks. Thank you, everyone, for being here. This is the semifinal day of Noble Apartment Cup. We have this series here, Yo versus Hera, obviously, and then second series of the day is TheViper versus Liereyy. Winners move on to the big final tomorrow, and special thanks for watching. Also to those watching live in Berlin right now at our live viewing party. Thank you all. You'll get the chance to meet many of the people here in this apartment at some point over the weekend. So let's go. I want to see a big bounce back from Yo. He typically he's slow. He starts slow, right?
Yeah.
And he just got punched in the mouth there. He wasn't ready. So we'll be there soon.
Yeah, you can see they are reading the game. But look at that keyboard, man. It's amazing. It's amazing. Super.
That
super
keyboard
heavy,
is
man.
apparently like really expensive. Like it's all custom. It's like
Well, it's custom, yeah.
yeah. There's like a I've talked to Hart about keyboards for like 30 minutes. I didn't know there was that much we could really look at with keyboards. This is not it. That is it. Here we are, game number 2. And I don't know if the stream can, but production, I'm hearing a slight echo of my own
I
voice.
hear you twice too. Yes. And now myself.
I really don't like to hear my own voice, so we could handle that.
Please.
We're all echoing. Echo.
Hola, Tristan.
Echo. Hello.
Bye bye.
Anybody there?
We are. Anyway, look at this battle. What is happening with the dog here? So close. Okay, it will be fixed in a moment. In the meanwhile, that dog forward for Mr. Yo.
Yep. Well, so sorry.
You don't like your voice?
This is a little
it's
weird.
It's not that bad.
They're gonna fix this as quickly as they can. So bear with us and enjoy the echoes. But listen, the forward dock is fantastic here if you want to stop the galley play. And Hera really likes to play galleys on a map like this. So I think this puts him under immediate pressure. That's the thinking.
There's a way to fix it.
Yeah, true. We could take our headphones off.
For now, yes. Well, you can see how he's gonna make the quick wall here. He's not letting him to take the fish. And now he's gonna go around there. Okay. Hera and Mr. Yo.
No loom for Yo, actually. Which is very risky.
Yeah, but that scout is almost bye-bye. But he lost the scout, Mr. Yo, already.
Yeah, so
Yes. Now both doing the loom exactly the same time. I think he's not gonna lose it. He's not gonna take. He doesn't have to move. You know, he has to be. Oh, but don't lose the scout.
I think he got greedy here. I think Hera got greedy because he really wanted this Vil kill. I don't think he's going to get it now. They both have loom, and the scouts are now dead. So, Mem, now that the scouts are dead, who do you think this benefits? I think this benefits Yo, because we know Yo's probably going to go for some messy stuff already because he went for the forward dock.
Yeah.
So I think Hera not being able to track that villager or any forwards of any kind could be a big issue.
Yeah, and why it also benefit. Japanese fishing ships are much stronger. If you have the dock that close, you're going to have the advantage. There is 14 seconds LTC for Hera, while Yo only 2 seconds. So basically, he's 2 villages ahead in total, 1 village and 1 fishing ship, and the difference is 15 seconds. So definitely, Mr. Yo has the advantage here.
Now, Hera at one point also snuck a villager, so it's not as if he doesn't have that in his locker. Hera may choose to do the same, and what you do know is the positions are fixed. So it's not like other maps where the TC positions can be in different spots. Hera should know the direction he needs to go. Now, I'm seeing that Vil continue along the shoreline.
Dock?
And he's going to drop a second dock. So I actually think Hera will go fires himself, and he's going to try and surround Yo's 1 dock with 2 dock
it's 2
fires.
docks. Look at Mr. Yo. 2 docks together in the same spot. I prefer this because you are close, while the other is split completely, and then you might be able to take this.
So, small detail, and I'm surprised Yo isn't doing this. If you build that dock 2 tiles to the right in Yo's position, you create this little narrow choke point,
and you
can sit your fires in there because the opponent can't do damage over top of your docks, and you can do damage over top of your own docks. I know it's weird. You somehow can't burn your own docks, they burn yours, whatever. But I think that would have been really good there, because that way it makes it so much more difficult for Hera to take engagement.
But he can see point of view from Hera. He can see the second dock.
Yeah,
he can. So yeah. That small gap that you're mentioning will be a good idea here.
It's possible that Yo built his dock there because he didn't want Hera to see it. That could be the logic. But there's a barracks in the back from Hera, so he's going to have that and probably an archery range behind Yo's base. And Yo does not know about that 1 dock from Hera.
Hera did this against Winchester, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he did.
Right?
Yeah. And Vinch did it to him as well, I believe.
Yeah.
I think they both were sneaky with Vil. So this could get really crazy. We said that maybe Yo's going to prefer the chaos, but both players are going to be dishing it out here, and already you can see Yo with the defender's advantage because
Fine.
his fire galleys are producing next to each other.
Yeah, but here it's a okay position for Mr. Yo because when it was Winchester game, he got the archery range forward.
Yeah.
Now Mr. Yo will do his army at home, so he should be fine. Even if he gets surprised, he should have the army defend there really in time. This is a... Ooh. But look how tanky they are.
Yeah, I'm not in love with that.
Didn't kill anything, you
I'm
know?
not in love with that. Using a demo on Japanese fishing ships, not the wisest move if you ask me. Now, also, Hera fled with his fish, so Yo should know that the second dock is there. He also saw the fire galley. Hera walls out the spearman there.
Disgusting.
Now, I want to know, does Yo see the villager next to the dock? If he doesn't see the vill next to the dock, you know something. Oh, he didn't even see the dock.
He's missing it.
Okay, but he knows it's there. So eventually he has to come to the conclusion that there might be a forward building as well if that villager's not on that shoreline.
Yeah, but that's the... Oh! Didn't finish the barrack.
What?
He probably misclicked.
What?
He misclicked and sent the belly away from some reason, so the barrack is not built. So then he has nothing on the land, while Mr. Yo has already the barrack. I don't think he did an archery range. He did an archery range? Not yet.
No, he didn't.
So there's no army at all from Hera, and right now Mr. Yo has 35 population, Hera 30. What's happening here?
Yeah.
Now he saw the dog, by the way, Tristan. He found it, so...
And there's no vill there.
Yeah.
Hera was actually sending the vill there. That's funny. Like, I think he...
To repair.
And now Yo is looking. Like, a lot of players would just be completely frozen in their train of thought. They wouldn't really know to look for it. But Yo does this stuff all the time. People, please applaud this, because this is high-level stuff. To recognize, because of all the factors we've mentioned, that there must be a sneak is just sick, man. Just sick.
Amazing move by Mr. Yo. He found it completely. And now, if you have an archery range yourself, I will just go with some army and wall it. You know, you send a couple of kills and you wall, like he's doing now, Hera, you know? You know, wall like this, you know, but wall the buildings, man. I hate this, man.
The thing is, I am going to say this, though. Like, obviously, well played from Yo to notice that. Well played from Yo to maybe have a bit of an edge on water as well. It still doesn't make life comfortable for you, because any army you make is just in defense right now. Hera is fully walled. So with Hera being fully walled, Yo can't get to Hera's eco at all. So that archer range is still completely fine for Hera, in my opinion. I am curious to see how much he commits, because he knows he's been spotted now.
Yeah.
So sometimes you'll see players stop the production. I think he still should try, but yeah.
But now
Hera knows about the range.
And he has fletching also, so he should be completely fine. This is open, by the way. Okay. He still have the galleys there, but behind the dock. It's a lot multitasking. It's a lot multitasking, and he doesn't notice. He needs to really pay attention to these things. You can see how now Hera has lost 2 villagers, or fishing ship, because he's coming now. And this is so tricky. Let's see if he's going to take the galleys. That's the important part now. And 4 galleys already for Hera.
I really like this approach from Hera. Because you can go full feudal into your opponent's base. Their walls in the front do nothing now. Yeah. So your opponent's going to go skirms? Great. You just add in some scouts. It's a really interesting approach. And this is all about the multitasking, which maybe benefits Hera. Hera gets all the kills there on water. And there may be a demo at some point from either player. But yeah, scouts and archers coming from the backside. Very difficult life for Yo at the moment.
Yeah, very complicated situation here. He has a lot more army. Hera 3 army, Hera 6. How much economy he has that he's doing all this? He farming already a lot, because he has no fish. So can we check the farming from Hera?
And it's been, the farm's coming up. He's had the berries there.
Berries. Yeah.
And just 2 scouts can help against skirms as well. It's a guessing game now for Yo, but Yo's resources are looking better to get to Castle Age. So it looks like he just landed a big demo there. But I would say at this point, man,
you cannot go greedy to Tristan here. If you want to try to go castle now and Hera is just spamming army, he's going to kill everything.
Yeah, agreed. But I think like water has to be a low priority for both from here. It takes such a long time to get your fishing ships to pay off now. I would just say invest 1 or 2 more ships and then focus land.
Yeah,
if someone overinvests on water, they could have big problems.
This is a problem. This is a problem. To scout, Artisan Skirmishes, he's coming with all the feudal army. Tone Watch, okay, you're going to see, but you don't need to see more, because he's here in your face. What you need to do is army, more and more army. In this situation, probably a civil or a second archery range himself. Otherwise, it's going to be impossible that he's countering this army.
Yeah, it's tough. As spearmen from Japanese need to get their hits, didn't exactly get the hits, and Hera is just directly on top of Yo. Yo has no possibility of counterattacking. Yo can't build farms around this mill. Yo can't expand his eco. Hera it should just keep coming with this pressure.
Yeah, maybe he should do a tower. If you see that amount of army, you need to make some tower to protect the wood and also the farming area, because, I mean, he's still coming aggressive. He's 12 army versus 6. Hera is in a domination mode activated, Tristan.
Yeah, clearly the approach here from Hera is just, I can't let Yo cook. I can't let Yo have any time. In game number 1, it was that approach with the tower rush and the scouts. Now game number 2, it's the same. And we said before the series, Hera's good at competing in the late game and waiting to get there, but against Yo, that could be tricky, because that's exactly what Yo wants. And Yo's struggling, man. I mean, you could maybe tower, but you're really just hoping that you don't have to, because if you tower, then in Castle Age, Hera could drop town center.
And he's going super aggressive. He's doing even forging. He has now so many scouts. This is 5 scouts. How many skirmishes he got as well? 8. So the combination he has is going to take the skirms, but he's going to take the spear. He's going to take absolutely everything. So many scouts, and this can be the game.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, there's still just those 2 spears. I like the patience from Hera, because he knows if this continues like this for 2 minutes, he wins this game. So he's not diving in and, okay, well, now he could. Now he can, because those spears are so weak. And the villagers, they're going to be up against forging scouts, and you just can't rely on villagers to fight back forging scouts. I know there's some weak scouts in there, but Hera's just massacring these villagers, and Yo's eco is a wreck right now.
What economy? He doesn't have any economy anymore. Look at the KDs, double the KD, 41 population, 55. We were talking that Hera is the clear favorite, and he's showing it.
Yeah.
He's definitely playing amazing in the first game. The second game, in my opinion, is playing even better, because he got the dogs in front, and he went with the sneak, he got this cover, and even like that, even if he got this cover, look what he's doing, the amount of army he has to destroy Mr. Yo, because Mr. Yo is unable to mass more than 4 or 5 units.
Now, if Yo had those scouts out a little bit earlier and he didn't lose those vills, we'd be feeling a lot better about his situation. But unfortunately, he did lose those vills. And again, it's like the fights are happening in Yo's economy, so he can't expand. Hera's economy is completely walled. So the sneak villager approach is just beautiful from him.
Second stable?
And the second stable's coming up. More scouts are going to be on the way. Yo, in the back of his mind, is constantly thinking, I'm behind, I need to get to castle. If he goes to castle before me, I'm dead.
Yeah.
But he also has to respect the potential of Hera's army.
Yeah, well, he's doing a tower now on the goal, because he's coming with more and more units here. He has finally some scout, and maybe he's going to be able to counter with help of some villages. But that's the problem. He's using villages all the time as well. So not only that he's killing villages, already 9. He's using 5, 6 villages, another villager down. It's a population difference can destabilize now, but you feel that Hera's economy is going to explode from here.
Yeah. I mean, it already is a little bit. 700 more resources collected. The farming eco with wheelbarrows should take him up to Castle Age pretty quickly. Yo did win water, so he could add fishing ships there. That'd be a way to equalize a little bit. And Yo's produced more scouts than Hera has in the field right now, at least.
Okay.
So there's potential, but I mean, Yo he can't take this wood line now. If you wanted to take that gold, he can't. The farmer now, it's just...
Yeah.
It's so rough right now.
Check the resources now. He's about to click up. He has a dock in the north. Mr. Yo, I don't even know for what, because Hera is not even going for water, Maybe he want to make some fish there, but yeah. It's a very, very rough situation. Resources for Hera are amazing. He's on the way to Castle Age. He has a lot of wood that he's even selling. He has not too many villages on gold. You can see his economy, his macro is so great. Just 6 on gold only, while Mr. Yo, 17.
I think the Sneak Vil, who probably deserves a name, there needs to be a Sir in front of whatever his name is for Hera's people, because he's so important.
Still alive.
That Vil might go down. I think Yo is looking for it right now. I saw the archers just pass. He must be looking for it, but he doesn't see the villas like right there front and center.
Well, after all this battle, it's crazy that Mr. Yo is going to be able to go up, not quite late. He's trying to kill it. That villager, it's down.
Okay, well.
1 minute silent.
I mean, yeah, seriously, 1 minute of silence.
Anyway, look at those scouts. I mean, he deserved it, He's a hero, He's a hero. When a hero goes down, Tristan, you know what it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, scouts going down. Another villager now down for Mr. Yo. Ooh, he's going to take it. But population difference is crazy close for the KD that we see there,
Agreed.
Mr. Yo is a survivor, and he's fishing.
Yeah.
Is just to recover that economy. Well,
the problem is his tower does nothing for him, because the base is so awkward now. He could still be pushed on the front of his base by his walls, by the way. There's nothing to stop Hera coming forward with villagers for that. And Yo built a tower, so Hera can be on TC number 2, TC number 3. and just still raid with knights. So it's tough. But I want to say something real quick. So, like, a lot of times we say this map is the perfect type of map for the start of a series because you get to ease your way in and get warmed up, right? Yo is known for not being his best the first game or two, right? I love the approach so far from Hera, who probably still could win if he just took his time. But he's just like, you know what? First 2 games, I'm just coming out swinging, right?
And he's doing.
It's been so good. Tower rush in the first game, followed by scouts. Now he's going for the all-in aggression here.
Well, all in, but now he has 3 TCs.
Yeah, it's not even all in.
Now he's starting to have 3 TCs. Chambered in armor. Look at all the economy average. Gold, stone, wood. Then the least skirmishes, chambered in armor. I mean, he has an untouched economy. He has over 2,000 resources more in the bank.
Yep.
And he's using them. He's using them completely. So he can do whatever he wants. He's
and Armenians,
warrior priest.
Their wood and golds, or their wood, gold, and stone upgrades bring in resources even faster than other civs as well. So you have the mule cart, you have the efficiency bonus, and you have the 3 TCs. Yo needs to kill this now. He needs to stop this now, or this will not even be a contest in 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, we will see how he's going to kill it. The tower is there. He should have walled that area between the goal and the tower, but he didn't. So the skirmishes are ended the tower exactly. This is so many units. And Mr. Yo need a miracle to stop this. The knights are +2. He has the skirmishes. The tower is definitely not an oath, and he's taking absolutely everything. The Canadian is going away. He's trying to kill that knight that is very low HP. He didn't. But we all know how Hera micro all the time, every single unit. And that's what he's doing right now.
And he just makes so much more. He makes so much more. He's got +2 armor. His units are just better. So it's more units, it's stronger units, it's better economy, it's more economy. There's really no other way to slice it. I'd love to sit here and come up with this creative way to try and act like there's a chance here. There's 0 chance.
Yeah, it's 0 chance.
This is a Hera 2-0.
Yes, it's 2-0. It's 2-0, as you mentioned. It's an amazing game by him. He's destroying him right now. He's spamming because he has the economy to spam, and he's constantly sending knights, skirmishes. Yo has 7 army, 4 knights. 1 monk he's doing, but village number 37, 59, Echo KD, 25-3. He's not resigning because he forgot what is the button to resign.
He's not resigning because he's not warmed up yet. He's like, come on, man. Like, give me a chance.
Yeah,
give me a chance to warm up. And again, like, Yo has said the previous 2 rounds he's won. He's like, I just haven't been playing good. I haven't been playing good. But he's been winning. Now, you feel you're not playing your best and you're just getting smashed like this. I mean, it's hard to find any reasons to be confident right now for Mr. Yo, unless game number 3 comes up and he has a good start. But
yeah,
this is brutal.
Now he has more army because, well, he was keep doing army, and Hera at some point stopped it, doing the 4-tone center, and Hera can do whatever he wants.
I mean, if Yo did take down a piece of wall, so he could maybe counterattack, but he has to respect these buildings constantly. So, it's 69 vills for Hera, 38 eco for Yo. Yeah, there Yo comes because he just took out the house, but Hera just adds a couple more. I mean, only way Hera loses this game right now is if he doesn't have his next option of military. I'm kind of expecting him to buy a castle, drop a castle defensively.
1,000 gold.
Go for some for some composite bowmen. But it could be Pike, it could be Halb, or it could just be Boom.
Yeah, keep few monks. If you see that he's a bit weak, some area he can do even another charge that he can work as a defensive building.
Yeah,
it's okay. He's here on this area just to don't let him go that way. When it's this kind of situation, it's kind of hard to keep the casting going because we're trying to give to the viewers a possibility for the player who is behind to see how they can come back, and I don't see it. Well, the transport. The transport. It's the only probably option he has now to transport and try to raid.
Hera, for as far ahead he is, he's had a greedy moment here.
Yeah,
right?
Like I'm not doing any military.
Yeah, he didn't make any military, and Yo's had knights. I think he's thought he's fine, but Yo could have even run around through the middle.
Yeah.
So, yeah, here come the knights now. Hera will see this. I'm sure he'll have a couple more monks come over, and I'm sure he'll make some composite bowmen soon. So he shouldn't do much, but he loses a warrior priest there. There's the castle, though. That castle will complete. Yeah,
it's completely fine. Still, you can see how he doesn't panic. I mean, he still see the knights here, and look at his production. Nothing. He's still doing villages. He's doing more monks. He's going to maybe make some walls here, maybe some houses, or some gate. Yeah, house, palisade now. So the nice.
I think he knows he's ahead. He wants to trap him. He wants to trap him.
Oh,
he wants to end the game in even more style.
And then he smile and he call it.
And Yo laughs. And let's hear. I want to hear what they have to say if we can.
Yes, let's see. Click.
Yeah, they might not say much.
The smile was
the only one
right?
that'll speak here is Yo.
Yeah. Well, but I was almost sure, you know, then he trapped, you know, confident. Let's be honest, Tristan. As we expected, Hera is dominating.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
even more than I expected, honestly.
Probably.
Because I thought, because Hera can have a tendency and has had a tendency in this tournament to be way too defensive, and he's opened himself up to some potential losses, mainly against Liereyy. Maybe that's a style thing, but yeah, I feel as though as we come off the players now, clearly they're not looking to chat. Yeah, I just feel as though Hera's just come out swinging, like, and there's other maps where that can happen as well here. So that's not going to stop anytime soon. I think it's going to continue. Yo needs to win. He needs some confidence. And I guess maybe do you go for a boomier map now?
Let's see.
So you can't die in Feudal Age? Could be the play.
Anyway, the game 3 will be in a moment. Hopefully, Mr. You're going to get some energy, and we have a small break to give him some energy.
And now, a word from our partners. The rise of modern technology takes its toll on all of us. Hours and hours at your desk leads to stiff necks, aching shoulders, sore lower backs. But there is a solution. Back Force. The Back Force 1 Plus doesn't just stand like a rock on the digital battlefield, it transforms the way you sit. With Gamer Pulse LED lighting lasting up to 20 hours, this chair is more than just a seat. It's a throne. Personalize it with patches for your nickname, clan tag, or any custom text. Because your chair should be as unique as you are. Every Backforce chair comes in a wide variation in colors, including this noble white and gold or black and gold colorway, and the GamerLegion Special Edition. Sit like a king with Backforce.
We will be soon with the game 3. We were talking about the performance of the players. We have seen during the group stage that Liereyy, Hera, and TheViper has been into that another level. The fact is that Hera has won 5-0 in the group, very dominant 3 series, and then he got problem juice against the players in the other semifinals. We can see Mr. Yo, it was the question mark. He could be able to contest versus Hera, not in the first 2 games.
Not in the first 2 games. And I really thought that Hera was just going to play his more defensive style today, and it has not been that. It's been a really fun 2-0.
But I expected this for Mr. Yo. To try maybe him to do the crazy aggressive bypass, to do something else, but then Hera was, if I'm waiting Yo, he's going to come. I think first.
I think Yo was really happy with the way the start was, because he was like, my form of aggression is the forward docks, right? But then he had to react to the villains. And it's a hard position to get yourself into, but it's pretty wild. If you sneak on that map and just full wall, their army is just defending the entire time. And also, like, Armenians are absolutely insane. Like, people need to realize they are really good, and Hera used that eco just perfectly. So here we are. It has not been the start Yo would have wanted. We've got Yo in the red. We've got Hera in the blue, and we have Yo going for one of his old, trusty, reliable picks, Memb. If he wants some hope and momentum, he goes to his Burgundians. Classic Yo.
Classic Mr. Yo. But, and I say clearly, but Hindustanis love it like a good counter here. Like, they have great civilization. The camels can counter probably those unique units. Then the gunpowder units they have. I mean, if Burgundians are good, Hindustanis are better, you know. And the economy is true that is really good for both. So maybe Mr. Yo, hopefully he has a wallable map and a fish boom with Burgundians, Gilnet earlier. It can be sick economy.
It can be sick. So I want to talk about how a player kind of approaches this, right? I think the first 2 picks, civilization-wise, more on the standard side. And if you were to just look at the civs, you would say at most it was 55-45. Meaning pretty close in terms of the win rates, right? Usually 50-50. So it all comes down to gameplay. Well, the gameplay hasn't worked for Yo. The gameplay hasn't worked. Hera's had the edge. So now what happens is, now you're down 2 games and you say, okay, now I need to go high risk, high reward. And that's what this is. So in my opinion, this is more like a 65% Hindustanis, 35% Burgundians. But Yo's like, I need to take chances to get some wins on the board. So we'll see if that'll pay off. But my concern is, like a lot of times on this map, there's a question of, can you even make Feud Ledge Army? Because maybe the opponent's going to be walled or something. Well, the Hindustanis can. Like you can make 4 scouts or 5 scouts, and you're still going to threaten the walls because of the building destruction bonus. So I think this is perfect for Hera. He doesn't have to like be worried about walls because he has a Civ to break them down, and he can make scouts for map control and adapt from there. So it should be really good.
And if it doesn't work, his economy is going to be still good.
Yeah.
I mean, cheaper village, he will have also the fish. He doesn't have to overcommit if he feels that it's impossible to break through.
Yep.
And Mr. Yo is already walling. Because if you are with a slow civilization, because let's be honest, Burgundians is a slow civ. It will have great economy, but you need to be safe. He's trying to wall. He's going to be wall completely on the left, and he will try to go up maybe now, or will try to go directly fast castle. When he's doing the dog that way, is because he's going to make more dogs and going to go for the fish boom, I believe. Not in the center, just on one side, just to have more and make more fish traps.
It might just be because the fish generated oddly as well. That's
True.
really weird.
Oh,
I didn't realize all 3 of them.
Oh, my.
Yeah, so I think that's just because the fish generated oddly.
Yeah.
Like there.
That's my normal. That's more normal, what happened here.
Also, how in the world are dolphins swimming in that like weird swamp?
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Are you a dolphin expert?
No.
Look at me. There's a. I did the choice of fish there is interesting, but
yeah.
I want to back to what I said before. I think like you can't just full wall fast castle right now if you're Yo. So make your own Feud Ledge Army and adapt. I think it would be far too risky to just try and boom. I'd like to see him wall, but make some spears and some scouts as well.
Yeah, I think he will do it. The scout is inside. Hera is not going to be surprised that he's trying to lame the ships, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He's trying to do what he can.
1,
and Yo didn't garrison.
2.
What's happening? Yo, garrison! That's crazy. He was so late in the garrison, and TCs don't really hit too much here, and Hera knows it. And Hera killed 300 food with that scout.
What's happening? This is not normal, Tristan. You understand? It's happening the same thing in the first 2 games. This is a slow reaction by him.
Well, so the thing is the TCs don't hit crap. So Yo doesn't want to... Okay, Hera got too greedy there. Hera got way too greedy there.
Look at Yo.
That's funny.
Yeah, but like Hera's smile is, and Mr. Yo is like... it's a smile like...
Hera's a smile of someone who's up 2-0 and can have the confidence to do that. Yo's is kind of like, oh, God. You feel a little flexed on, honestly. You feel bad in Yo's position.
Well, but
he's gotten away with what he did.
Don't get the Chinese player angry. Be careful with him. He's not done. He's definitely not done.
Yo can build up. We just haven't seen a moment in the entire series.
He needs a good game.
Where he's had a good moment. Exactly.
I mean, he needs to take this game.
Yeah.
3-0 against Hera. Oof.
Yeah.
Tristan. So let's see. He's walling right now. He's walled completely. He has Bozo. I don't know if he's doing more fish. He's doing a lot more fish. Both plays, actually. 5 already for Yo. And this is walled completely, I believe, for Hera. Wow, that map on that area, Tristan.
It's actually, I think there's a hole on the very right.
On the right?
The very right of that wood line for Hera.
Let's see if we can check now when he sees if there is all wall here.
He's checking as well. He will find that with his own unit. Yeah, there is a hole there.
Small one. Okay. He's going to wall it. And fish 6, 5. Same village for both. But this foot he killed is 300 foot from ships.
Yeah.
300 foot.
Let's see if Yo expected the spear to come from that side, because that's kind of a weird angle for the spear to come from. You would think it would come from home. Now Yo really wants an opportunity to get through, and Hera drops the gate and blocks off that potential. Hera's just firing on all cylinders right now.
Hera is on beast mode activated.
Yeah.
Till now, it's semi-final. It's, playing 100%. But this is what we were talking. This is an amazing upgrade, but he should do more fish, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if he's doing this upgrade gill nets, need to make more fish for sure. You can see resources in the bag right now. Hera is floating already 500 food. Mr. Yo doesn't have the food, but he will be there. He's now having a scout, and he's bringing more and more spears. Army numbers, Yo with more. I mean, when you are with this civilization, at least what you want to have is map control. And this is what he's trying right now.
Yeah. And this is good from Yo. He might not have killed anything, and I understand Hera's maybe had the better of the highlight because of the quick wall and the sheep. But look at resources collected.
Yeah.
Burgundians, they at Bosal, Gilnets is in. This is not something that's possible for Hera. And Hera has done no damage. And all Hera's really done with his scouts is he's been chasing units. He hasn't been breaking in. He hasn't been applying pressure. So this could be good for Yo. Now, I want to see, where are Yo's stones?
It's inside. It's inside. At the back,
Okay, so
and another goal at the back.
Yeah,
It's very
okay.
safe. It's good map.
That's really good then.
It's really good map here for Yo. Yeah, it's gonna be up quicker, Hera, but that's normal. It's what we expect with Hindustanis. Burgundian's gonna have a sick fish boom. He's doing the second dock. He's not doing more fish for now, but he can. Still, he need to save some wood, probably also for the second building, but that will be a little bit later. And resources, 400 food in the back. It's already 500 resources more collected. That's really good.
Is Yo gonna try and go for the castle, Mem? Because camels, cav archers, all these things that you could see the Hindustanis make should be pretty decent against the elite, or just like regular Coutelier. But Yo's obsessed with the Coutelier. That's his unit. That's what he came back with in that game against Tato. We casted together.
What about? I'm just thinking something different because the castle seems that the Coutelier is going to have answers. But what about if you are going with the Burgundian's economy, some good fish boom, and go for a fast imp with a castle drop?
Maybe like Pike, light cav,
You know, with
Siege
gunpowder,
too.
with bomber cannons and so on. Because it's feel that Coutelier against this Hera and Hindustani's camels is not going to work. It's going to work. I mean, the Couteliers are good, but camels
if you
bonus.
use the charge, it can work. But then you're charged with like some monks.
Cav archers.
Maybe it could work. Yeah.
Cabarches for Hera.
That's the other issue I have with this map, by the way, is I think it is really hard to justify cavalry because you just run into walls. And as Hera is going to move around to try and hit these scouts, cav archers feels like it counters a lot of the civs we're seeing. It feels more natural as you're playing to just produce villagers with the food and get upgrades with the food and then go for the CA. So
it's a crazy. I mean, he can do Imperial with this fish boom with 3 dogs. You know, it's like having 3 TCs already extra because the fish is, and with Gilnets done, he has 7 on goal, which is quite some.
If you're going to do this though, Mem, I think you need to be double layer walled.
Yeah, no,
before units come up.
That's for sure.
And you can't take your berries and not build a house. Okay, so he does that, but yeah, like Yo is usually pretty good at that. House walls behind everything, but he's usually not adding fishing ships nonstop.
Yeah.
And investing into fish traps, which is pretty costly too.
Well, he's not doing, right? I mean, I'm telling something that is out of the box. Obviously, he's not going to make it. He doesn't have the resources in the bank. So I get he's not mining even a stone. So maybe he's just going a regular boom with some siege.
Yeah. But he wasn't expecting cav archers. I think he expected camels, which is why he's now going for these spears. But the cav archer play, again, it's been fairly common on this map, even from Hindustanis throughout the qualifier and the main event. And I think Yo now might be regretting not going to stone. He's under some pressure. He's still a minute away from the next stage right now, Mem.
Okay, second stable. He's going to go, then he's going to go light gas or Cavaliers even.
Yeah.
If you see cav archers, Cavaliers are good.
Big army, yeah.
Okay, let's see. Definitely need to do it.
Isn't this crazy, though? There's no upgrades on these scouts, and look how fast that stable's going down. No other civ would sit here like this on a stable, but you're actually going to force all this reaction with just a couple leftover scouts. It's all Hindustanis.
That's a market to defend. I don't know if he's another stable too. Okay. He needs definitely to defend that area. He's in problems, but now he's up. He's going to do what? Light caps, but how many scouts? Well, 7 light caps can probably do a good job there. He has the armor, he's doing the attack as well. The light that upgrade is also 50%. The price should be able to defend and make probably that market, but here he's playing very aggressive and having now map control still. Same population for both.
Losing the third stable kind of hurts the Cavalier option because typically the Cavalier research takes some time and then you still want 2 stables to produce. So I think for now, Yo's just hoping he doesn't have to go that route after losing the third stable. He'll drop his TCs, resources collected still way ahead for him and climbing. But we'll see if he can find an answer to this army. This is what we're worried about, is just the Hindustani military.
Yeah, well, the good thing is that he's already doing some siege. He's going to be a Scorpion. Probably he will need more than 1. Obviously, he has quite some. He's doing a monastery as well. And this is... Ooh, it's 9 fishing ships. Well, his opponent has 13. Yeah. Well, with 3 dogs, he will have more right now.
Is Yo a player who you'd normally think would go for a fish boom.
Oh, he said all the day he loves now Rage Forest because of this.
Okay.
That was his state.
So he said that?
I hated always Black Forest. I love it now. Why? The fish boom.
Okay.
You know, he said like this, you know,
Okay.
without a single smile.
Yeah, of course. You don't know if Yo's being serious when he says
You
something
know?
like that.
Exactly. You are like, well, is he trolling? Is telling the truth? Okay.
Yeah, because a lot of Arabia style players not really a fan of that, but many have had to get better at it. But most people are going to play it like Hera does. There are some exceptions here, of course. You'd expect Viper to maybe add more fish traps, Tato to add more fish traps. But that's like, Hera's just like, okay, we do one dock, and the rest is TCs and Vills. So I was asking you because I'm a little surprised that Yo is doing this. Typically, Yo is not the one going above 20 fishing ships.
Well, and now he's doing a lot. He has 17, and his full food is 19.
Yeah.
You know, so his food is just a fish right now. So he cannot go in. If he's going in and go to the fish, it's over.
Yeah.
It is over. He has to avoid this. Those are also with gill nets. So just think about how much wood he has invested there. 17 fish traps, 1,700 wood, and the fishing ships, plus the 3 docks, is 2 out of 3K wood.
Hera knows that it's tons of fishing ships because he's been in Castle Age faster, and Hera was on TCs faster, and Hera doesn't see much army either. So
He's still behind in the score.
Exactly. He's behind in the score. The score kind of tells you everything here. But like, man, what army can Yo make against Cav Archer Camel? I mean, you need a
Ballistic Scorpions,
big
man,
army
right now.
Yeah, a really big army.
Yeah. Well, he need definitely to avoid that he's going in. For now, that's only a house, but he's still there. The Scorpions are good, but the Mangonel is coming. That this is good? Yes. It is a note? Definitely not. We have to be careful. The Scorpion is down. Now he's going to wall more. There's a couple of bonks. I like it. He's going to wall that one or not. You need probably redemption, but he has 4 villages on goal only. This is a problem.
Hera's like, who cares if you convert a Cav Archer? That doesn't bother me at all. Kills the monks. Mangonels are here. Yo's under pressure. Yo's got no army mem, and Hera is going to bust right through this wall.
Yeah, he has no military. He's 23. Ooh, the army he has is inside. And Hera is really fast, walling and trapping the light gaps. He has trapped the light gaps completely under the TC. He cannot do now any damage with them. He's going to go around, but he can take anything.
Well, and he traps him in because the camel could just kill them. This is insane from Hera. This might be some of the best Age of Empires I've ever seen Hera play today. Honestly, like this is it's crazy to say that.
And now he's in the Tristan. He has a barrack here, but he's going to go directly into the fish. Hera's score now exploding, taking all the villages. The camels are in, the caballos are in, and when he go and kill the fish, he's going to be game number 3 for the Canadian. He doesn't even need probably to go to the fish because the Lambrias are lonely. Total domination.
Yeah, he could just kill anything he wants at this point. I mean, Yo's population's still great. He does have some scorpions here. Pretty sure the camels are on the fish now. So Hera's just split up. Yep, killing off the fishing ships. They'll probably die eventually, but there's just no flow or momentum. And this is what I talked about in Dark Age. This is a high-risk, high-reward situation where it looks worse than maybe other civs would have given him opportunities for, but he feels he has to take risks now against Hera because of how good Hera's been playing.
Yeah, the Scorpions are there. It's still going to take some. It's taking more villages. Those Scorpions will need ballistic probably to take those down. He's not taking. And now he's going to kill more and more. It's already Echo KD 19-1. KD in total 40, 18. And all this without ballistic.
Uh-oh.
Oh! He noticed immediately. He's absolutely sick.
Well,
he's going to notice now. Of course.
No one is going to demo Hera twice in a row. They'll get him the first time with the camels, but not the second time.
What is crazy is that after all this madness gameplay by Hera, you check the population and Mr. Yo is still ahead.
Yeah, that's true. And that's the benefit of his situation.
Fishing ships, man.
Yeah, I mean, 19-1 KD. The fish boom is genuinely good. And hey, maybe there's a chance for Yo. If he can get a castle down in the middle with all that stone,
check his resources
could
collected.
be really good.
Still over 2K more, 22 villages on a stone. Take the castle here, and now he has pikes. He's gonna come with scorpions.
Yeah.
He has monks as well. He might that he's still winning this game.
Yeah. It would be insane. He's still making fishing ships, by the way. So this strategy from Yo, maybe it is risky, but clearly it's
can
giving
work.
him a chance. Yeah,
It can work.
We see him with Siege now. Listen, for the last 2.5 games, we have just seen Hera dominating. So we see Hera get those kills, and we think it's going to be inevitable. But with the res collected, this could be good for Yo, but the Siege Workshop needs to go up.
But why he's not quick walling
It
there?
needs to go up.
Oh man, he's not up. He's gonna lose it.
It
Oh,
doesn't matter.
He lost it.
He's bringing
It's
more
coming
vills. He's
Yeah.
bringing more vills.
Because the castle is gonna happen there. He has 63 villas, 14 villas behind.
Yo,
Yes.
just drop a castle in the middle, bro. Just
Gonna
drop
make-
it.
He want to
Don't-
make it there. He want to make it in the hill. He want to go greedy.
His vills are going to be in the hell if he doesn't just drop
Look
the
at the castle he want to make. He want to make a castle on his face. Crazy, Mr. Yo. It's all in, all or nothing. If I go, I go. If not, I go home. But no, doing the castle in front, pikes, light caps, scorpions, he will do the castle.
I think if I go up, I mean, you have to respect it for all the reasons we've stated. He's making it messy against Hera. He's putting Hera under pressure. He's taking risks, and this castle is going to complete. He could then build a second castle. Hera's now on the way to Imp, but Hera will have a lot of problems here, Mem.
I'm not sure. The Canadian, after all this madness, is on the way to Imperial. How he can be up to Imperial with all the army he did? Well, because his macro is used on another level, as you can see.
Where do you put the next castle here?
On the left, where the TC and the Monastery both forward, bam. It's true that you want to have one castle probably on the goal, if
Sure.
the game go for the longer game, but imagine there, exactly,
Yeah.
there you go. You take both town centers, and which one is the TC with the Imperial?
Hopefully for Hera, the one in the back.
Man,
Hera's too
make a
experienced.
mistake, man. Make a mistake.
Hera's
At
too
least one
experienced.
mistake,
Hera has been castle dropped by Yo
Yeah.
way too many times to count. I'm sure he knows by now. So Hera,
Look at the farming here.
to push that back, is going to need lots of gold, Mem. That TC on gold will be denied. He's making a run for that left side, I think. It'll be tough for Hera. He only has 10 cav archers. It's not like it's 30, which is what he would want.
Doesn't have a castle.
And he
also,
doesn't have
yeah,
a castle.
Yeah.
For the Trebs, yeah, this could be a problem.
Yeah, well, let's see. Can you explain me how he has 30 on foot, but he has 32 fishing ships?
Well, there's probably a couple idle fishing ships.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just chilling over there.
Okay, didn't
At
make
the-
them.
at the
It's
port.
crazy. No,
Yeah.
don't have a single farm, basically.
Yeah.
Or one or two only. Two only.
Three
two
farms, two
Oh,
farmers,
man.
yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. 3 farmers. Castle now on the left, and now gold, stone upgrades, zero gold. That's a problem, you know, to push all this, and he's going all in.
Yo needs to. If Yo dives, I actually think he could take a really good fight right now.
No, he's not.
That's the
thinking-
MTC.
Yeah. Oh, that's the Imperial Toll Center. 20 seconds. That's the game, guys. That's the game. He need to go with the army. He need to go with the army. Take the Toll Center. Take the TC, Mr. Yo. If you would take the TC, we might have a series to one.
He's
Oh
dropping
my
another
God,
castle. I think
another
Hera will make it
castle
to
on his
Imp.
face.
I think Hera will make it to Imp. It's really close. He'll
Oh,
make
man.
it, but he'll lose the vills. I think he's losing some of his army as well because Yo has moved forward with the elite. Sorry, just the castle age.
It's elite game. Elite game,
Yeah.
you know? Anyway, Custeliers are going to raid now more and more. How is Mr. Yo winning this game?
Because fish
Zero goal.
booming is busted. That is why.
Especially with this civilization.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
had the upgrade from feudal age.
Yeah.
Remember, Gilnet from feudal age is what, 15% faster,
Yep.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And now, Mr. Yo is still in Castle with more army, 20 villages more. Crazy this player, man.
Yeah, and
Crazy
like
this player.
Hera's, how can he treb the castles? He can't because his castle is safely on the side of the map. How can he make camels? He doesn't really have the best food eco. And
Herbal medicine again.
Yo's unit, the initial attack it does against camels, they beat camel because of that charge attack. Yo's going to have 20 of them here. Even getting herbal medicine now to heal up some of the weak ones. This is a position that I've seen Yo in so many times, Mem. And in a game we thought that he was just going to lose, I don't see how
And
Hera
he
wins
win.
now.
And he can win. Let's see. I mean, it's still Hera, but he's housed now. This is a problem. He's going to try to build castle. He's doing the castle in a very good area. I like it. I don't know if at some point he should try to go in. Nah, Mr. Yo, just keep going.
Yeah, just keep going. No
It's
end here.
spamming. 9 Custeliers on the queue. 3 rams, one more in the queue. He's just going all in, not letting him build, and he's killing all the military buildings, Tristan.
Yep.
Everything.
Also the fishing ships all going to be down for Hera. Hera's food eco is pretty much idle now. Hera will have the gold,
Look at the score.
but Yo has the eco now. Yo's collected 6,000 more resources. Maybe now you go in. I don't know. The resources are looking good. He's
No, now
has
he
a
can.
castle.
Now he can go.
Yeah, now
look at the
it
pop.
makes
He's
sense.
200 pop, basically, you know.
yeah.
So now you don't need to spam anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Yo is on the way to Imperial in a game that when he was going inside, we were telling, it's the best game we have seen played, best Age of Empires from Hera. Then Mr. Yo, listen us,
Yeah.
said, you will see now who is playing the best Age of Empires, you know.
Yeah, this is why he did
Yeah.
it. Like, we clearly saw the risk, too. Like, in the early, there were moments in this game which were not pretty. but
It was
eventually
looking 3-0.
he got it. Yeah,
Yeah.
eventually he got it.
Okay.
Now, Yo, I think, is having an oh crap moment because he realizes Hera's on that gold. So instantly he's going to try and run to the gold in the left, but the gold in the left is castled by Hera. So Yo shouldn't be able to take Hera off the gold. What he can do is he can just keep pressuring the main eco from Hera because Hera's Treb even is not really well protected. So
I mean, he has the game, man. He's 200 population now, 118. He has crazy resources. He's gonna get the goal on the right. He's gonna make the castle there. He's only one. He can dive with the Custolis and take that threat.
I agree.
Like, directly.
I think he's concerned because Bracer's in for the CA. There's some camels there, and you still have to respect that.
Yeah, I think he's up to him. He said, I don't want to lose the army.
Yeah.
+4, I do myself, +4, still 7 on gold. They didn't even take the relics. Heavy counters right now for Hera. Let's see, it's 40 villages more.
Yeah, I mean, and also Hindustani villagers are really cheap, so Hindustanis can come back. It's not like Hera doesn't have access to gold anymore.
But he's not rebooming, huh? He's not producing villages.
That's true. He doesn't have many TCs, actually.
Yeah, he has 1. No, 2.
2. Yeah,
Two
that's
center.
a huge deal. The fact that Hera doesn't have the space to boom, but also that he doesn't have the TCs to reboom.
Yeah. Can we check the fish boom from your 1 moment, Fat? My goodness.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Yep, he's got 32 fish
Perfect.
traps there.
Yeah.
All set up perfectly.
The
Castle
castle's
for Yo
up.
needs to go up. It needs to go up. It needs to go up. It needs to go up, and it's going to be denied
How do
at
love you, man.
97.1%. I can't believe my eyes.
He did it, but he's still easy. The Imperial, the score difference is still massive. He has also the goal in front. He's doing the +4. He's going to go send now more villages, probably. There is going with more villages. Still, the advantage is really big. Hera is definitely not giving up. But
If-
timing and the momentum is now for the Chinese player.
Yeah, if Yo can get elite, I'm pretty sure he just dominates this.
He's doing now.
Like that, if he just fights with everything,
Yeah, he's
okay,
gonna
he's
take
going
it.
to fight before elite. Oh, that was well played from Hera.
Yeah, you don't want to take... Was a great move by Hera.
That was
for
really
sure.
good.
Yeah, he's coming with a lot more army, but he has to wait. Just wait for the upgrade. Elite on +4. Elite on +4 might do a big difference. He's going to make the castle now on the right side. And well, at some point, if he cannot feel happy and confident, make the Halberdier upgrade. Halves and Custelier, it should be an oath, right?
Okay. Cav Archers are in a decent number, though. The Cav Archers could snipe a lot here, too. These are Hindustani camels we're talking about. Is Yo just going to go kill the castle on the left right now?
I think so.
Okay.
He's going to take all the gold miners.
Watch
now.
this. Ready?
Oh,
Prediction. Hera's going to panic buy stone to get murder holes.
And he's still going to lose the castle. You know?
I mean,
Probably.
Hera's got no army over there.
I like the
so
castle
he's going to
as well.
become a Lowy legend here.
Let's
and
see.
he's going to try and get murder holes.
But man, you are T90 Tamus, man. Okay, he's gonna take now the castle or not? It will, right?
Yeah.
Because he has still 2 castles for. Well, let's take the castle. He's gonna take it with the Custeliers or not?
I think it should go down. It should go down very.
Yes. Well, it's not Tarkan.
Well, it's maybe
that
not fast
great.
enough. Murder holes is really strong.
Okay.
If research is faster now, I don't know. And Hera's now pushing back. Does Hera have a
my
chance
God.
in this game?
Mr. Yo, man, make the helps. And come there with the army. He's wasting those Custeliers. He's taking some. It's true that Hera has 0 villages on gold, literally 0. But
Now
he's taking back everything.
Now he
man.
can go back on gold because the murder hole saved him. And now he's back on gold. That was his gold income. Yo, I think, didn't have faith in his ability to dive this army. Now has waited too long, so now probably he can't dive the army. And Hera, as you would say, is coming back from the damn hell.
You're improving. Look at those Custeliers, and now it's going to be the house. It's going to be the +4. Halberdier, Arbiter, all the castles going down.
It doesn't sound as good when
But you are improving.
Well, thank you.
It's what I said. I didn't say perfect. Improving. Going with the Custelier, it's gonna go and gonna go in and gonna raid. You have to be careful. It's 3 trebuchets. 170 population, 166. What's happening here?
Well, what's happening is this is the exact comp that Hindustani should win this matchup with. Camel and Cav Archer. This is what we thought about in Castle Age. Then things got messy for Hera. But Yo just, ever since he clicked up to Imp, hasn't been able to do a lot of damage. And these camels and Cav Archers are absolutely insane. So Yo is now going to have castle problems. He only has 3 castles to produce. He's lost all his forward castles. And I think Haub could be kind of a tricky ask from him if there's Cav Archers on the field. So crazy game. I think I prefer Hera's position, man. I think like the fish boom is gone now. No one, that doesn't matter. It's just about straight army count and army type,
but
and it's
Mr.
way
Yo,
better for Hera.
But Mr. Yo has very good resources. Well, you are sending all this, make light caps or hazards even, they are cheaper, remember, and keep raiding the economy, because Hera still doesn't have yet recovered for his echo. He has only 34 on foot, and he's still in the game because he's controlling the army like a god.
I would have loved to see Yo, instead of going to that castle on the left, just dive. Just send everything.
Yeah. This is so important, by the way.
Yeah, and now this is good. This is good. Because Hera can't be here and back at home at the same time. The Treb will take the castle down. The Halberd, this is all of Hera's golden cup.
Yes, will kill so many villages. The castle is going to be down. He's going to try to take the Trebs, but doesn't matter. So many villages will go down. It's still Hera. He's on 185 population, but now he's going with all the army on the right to try to take the castle down here.
So they're both. Are they both going to be Trebbed out of the gold position?
They switch the goal.
They're going to switch sides, yeah. That's crazy. I mean, both might even be able to build a castle on that side. So
Held will help. Not many helps. You need to wall. I don't let him go in. Don't let him go in. It's take the tone centers. If he's going in, and if he's doing it at some point Imperial Camels, then oh boy, wall that area. You don't want to let him go in, and he's not going. Okay, he's a little bit afraid. Let's say
the difference here is Hera is actively mining gold this second. And still his army population. Well, actually, Yo's army population is pretty
similar.
Good as well.
And he's only 108 villages. Hera is holding because he's controlling those army incredible. Like, he's not losing those army.
Yeah.
He's still having those camels for 15 minutes ago.
Yo, desperate
he's
to
not
snipe
producing.
the Trebs.
You look, he's not producing. Now he's rebooming.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, it's just like really difficult to take engagements if you're Yo. Against the main force, if both of those armies are together. If it's just one of them, if it's just camels, the Halbs could take care of that. If it's just cav archers, the Custilier could take care of that. Man, what a game. It's
relics.
Such a good series. I know it's 2-0, even if Hera wins this one, but like the games have just been super fun to watch. It's been amazing strategically.
No, but
this one's been the best game, though. Yo has to win this game.
Yeah, he has to win this game. And for the good of the series, we hope that he does, because a 2-1 is make the series a lot more interesting. Obviously, for Hera and Hera's fans, they want to go 3-0 right now, which is obvious and is normal. That castle will be down. This is 2 traps. Custiliers and Halberdiers taking this is very important because now his economy is really unprotected.
That's a lot of Halbs.
Yeah,
oh, man. And Hera's cav archer count isn't really that great.
Only 17.
Yeah.
And 0 armor. He doesn't have any armor in those cav archers. He's not heavy cav archers as well. I think if he's going now in and commit, this can be maybe the game. Well, not against Hera. There's so many units. Camels and cav archers. Is going to lose all the units or not? I think Hera will take this battle.
Well, Hera doesn't have armor on his camels either, so they're not as tanky. That is a great engagement for Yo. You just chew up. You lose the engagement, but you chew up the gold units from Hera. That's kind of what you're asking for. Ooh. And most importantly, he also trepped down the castle from Hera throughout that time. Now, this Memb cannot happen. At this stage of the game, you have to try and wall your main base if you can, if you're Yo.
Just wall, like this, wall. He's doing a castle there to protect, okay. He's doing more fish at the same time, it's okay. But population now, both are going back to Dark Age. You know, sooner, or later, because now they are 150 population. He lost so many fish traps.
Yeah, it's also super messy when you re-add fish. It's all inefficient and awkward and takes time and takes resources. I mean, we have this back and forth. The eco count's now similar. In a game that swung back and forth, I got to say again, I prefer Hindustanis. If Hera could get to 40 CA, heavy CA that is, with some camels, it gets so really difficult for you.
Very tricky. Very, very tricky. Let's see. It would be better maybe now instead of Custilier, Halbs and Paladins maybe. I mean,
he does have 3 castles or 4 castles.
He can produce it still. Okay.
So it's not bad.
He's doing another. He's doing another on a good area as well. He's trying to keep going. He's gonna take some gold here. This is good. This is very good also. I mean, Hera is struggling with the echo. I mean, he's around 100 villages all the time. He's losing a lot more.
Look at these raids from Yo as well. Like, Yo's sending random units into areas where Hera doesn't have castles. So when you're thinking late game, you're obviously thinking about comp, but you're thinking about castle setup. Hera has 1 single castle on the map with no stone. Yo is soon going to have 5 castles on the map, and he still has all the stone income in the middle. He's been mining this whole time.
All the time. Yeah. That's why he keeps rebuilding all the time. Yep. It shouldn't be good to make some gunpowder units, some bomber cannons as well by Yo. I mean, you have to micro like a god, of course, but you need something else than these melee units, you need some range here to hold these.
Yeah, I think it could be good, but it's also a really messy game and really hard to keep track of bomber cannons when it's a messy game.
Fortified wall?
Fortified wall from Yo, so he's going to stonewall his base. And I think... No!
I mean, seriously, man, you got the outbreak, but then it's a hole. I mean, seriously. I mean, yeah, and now surprise, I'm coming. Yeah, and
He
the comments,
also-
and he might be thinking, how?
Yeah, he'll notice that hole. I'm sure he'll check. But
Yeah,
as he
there
finds,
you go.
as he finds the hole, he doesn't have
moly.
fletching, so the castle might
fletching.
not kill everything.
Yeah.
But
It's
then
still raining.
back to what you said, I really think in this messy a game, it's just a raid fest for Yo. Like, it's not even, what are you going to take down with Siege? You take down castles.
Amazing
There's
fist
just
bump.
one castle from Hera.
Do you like his fist boom now?
No, I don't. That hole was so brutal. That hole was so brutal. That could be game-changing. It takes so long to get that set up again. Hera's coming to the middle. If Hera can get stone again, this would be massive. And Yo is not, he doesn't really have the army to engage against Hera's army just
but
yet.
he's doing finally bomber cannons. He's doing finally. He has one bomber cannon. He needs a couple of bomber cannons. Nice demos. They're going to defend a lot now. Okay, Halberd Diaz and those Custodians is going to go in. This is what he needs. I think this is what he
good.
needs. The economy, you know?
And
Go
in
for
theory,
Diaz.
if you raid there, then you can use a bombard cannon to try and snipe the trebs. That's essentially what I think he's going for here. Now, it'll be hard to tell because there's a million things happening, but I think that Siege Workshop is preparing the bombard cannons to take that.
Well, there's a bomber cannon already outside. I think he's probably on the left, trying to take more units. I don't know where even the bomber cannon is. You have to be careful not to commit there. No. This is really tricky. You might lose everything, Mr. Yo. The Kusti is trying to take the TC. The Halberdis are now in front in a good position, but those Cav archers and the camels together with Hera's micro is just absolutely insane.
It's just better army. It's just better army, right? And gold can fund it. We might actually run out of gold. I'd love for Vodka to toggle on how much gold is left on the map.
Not many.
Just to see, because like they're mining gold pretty heavily. 14,000 feels like a lot, but on this map, that's not very little at this stage. So maybe that becomes a factor at some point.
Yeah, and look, if Hera was here holding with heavy camels +2, and now he has +4, Cav archers that now is going to be heavy Cav archers, it's going to be depressive. Oh.
That's not good.
Okay.
That's a capture age bug. And just as capture age said there, oh dear.
Oh man,
Oh dear.
I got stress and panic in a moment.
Yeah.
We will be back soon, guys. Hopefully, because the moment is crucial in the game. I guess that they will pause the game, so we can keep watching.
Well, we should have them pause.
Don't worry, guys.
Are we back?
Let's go.
Oh, okay.
Let's
Thank
go.
God. Okay.
No more panic. But what happened? Mr. Joville is 94, 60. No, it's Hera. Okay, it was switching the score for a second. I was like, whoa, this cannot be. Population is still a lot better for Yo, and the economy much better for Yo. But Hera can lose army.
Yo still is the castle set up, and Hera still only has one castle. I think this should be Yo's game, Mem. He's got 40 more vills. Earlier, he sniped the trebs that Hera had as well. So Hera has no way to actually push these castles, and Yo's fixing the fish. Yo is seeing all this open farm territory. Hera's got like 20% of the map. What a game, man. What a game.
Hera is holding for his ability, his mechanics controlling the army.
Yeah.
But the raid he did in Castle Age, it was massive.
Yeah.
I mean, any other player will be called it the GG, and he's holding because he is not being creating so many units. He just don't lose them.
Yeah, that's exactly
He's
right.
not losing them. You know?
And Hera's probably like, well, I'm not going to resign if my army's better.
And the score is ahead.
Understandable,
Also.
and my score's ahead. Yeah, but Yo has said many times to me, the score wasn't true. The score was lying, right? He should know that he's at least got the position. But I mean, this is you can't engage against this, which is actually why it's really important Hera gets siege. Like, he needs bombard cannons. I think he shouldn't rely on trebs because he just has one castle.
He has siege already. If he upgrade Imperial Camels. He still don't have Imperial Camels, Tristan, you know?
True.
I mean, if he's able to do those upgrades, then I don't know if he has the game, because those are siege with mobility.
Yeah.
Like, look how it's dealing with those units.
Hera might even run out of wood at some point. Like, he
has no map.
He's got very little map. There, the Halbs are going down. Cav Archer's just dominating, as we've seen. I think Yo needs to raid with Hussars now. I think using all of your gold on the Custilier is a mistake. I think Hussar, that way you can be okay with losing 20 units and still get some value, whereas right now he might be throwing all of his gold away, and he might run out.
how Hera, with this map control he has, which is not map control at all, is still doing Imperial Camels right now, at this stage of the game.
Well, he picked Hindustanis for this purpose.
Yeah.
This civilization was drafted to be the best late game civ possible. But Hera's still not making siege.
Yeah, how many castles has Mr. Yo? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
He could still lose too.
7 castles. I mean, how he's got 7 castles? I mean, how much trebuchets he need Hera here? Well, he's doing now too. You know, and he's gonna be Imperial Camels in a moment. Halberdiers and Kusti. Do you think some skirmishes could help here? Because the amount of cavalry is now is scary.
Yeah. By the way, some of the stats guys reset after the restart with capture rate. So just to point that out in case you can pick up on that. Big raid again from Yo.
Yeah.
But Hera is making those trebs, and he'll have Imp Camel Memb, and I really like to see how much gold Yo has available on his side in a moment. Obviously, this is a slaughter. Oh my goodness, he's just slaughtered. Hera's down to 85 vills. So he definitely needs to push. And he also loses the treb.
This is so good. This is so good because he's at the limit with the wood, at the limit with the gold. There's no more gold for Yo. You will have no gold. But here's no gold either.
Yeah, true.
There's no gold either. And Yo has 3 relics and Burgundian's vinegar bonus. If
it's no gold,
the market. We might see the neutral market.
We might see
you can trade, man.
True.
Yeah, Black Forest vibes. Let's go.
But if it's a no gold game, I think Cav Archers are insane. Like, because it just becomes Cav Archers versus Halb and Hussar then, right?
Mr. Yo, why is he on gold? He's doing mining camps, I think.
Yeah,
because he was not having mining camps. But now, seriously, with Mr. Yo having map control, he should trade right now.
No.
Why? He has to trade. He will have no gold soon.
Yeah, but it's not. Population efficiency is brutal, I think.
Yep.
Like, maybe from the south, maybe.
From that area to the other corner?
Yeah, but,
to that corner?
But then, like, imagine you queue up 10 trade cards. It takes so long to get the pop back, and then your military's already bad compared to your opponent, and then you're missing 10 pop space. I think.
Yeah, but what you do with Burgundians, you don't have no gold.
You gotta raid with Hussars. Stop spending your gold. You save your gold for trebuchets and bomber cannons, and you go Hussars, you go Skirms, you go Halbs. You do not keep making this unit, I think, is the play.
How is possible that Hera has 200 population, 104 military, 3 trebuchets, 50 cav archers, 51 Imperial Camels. Now there's a trebuchet forward taking one of those castles. Mr. Yo, if I'm not mistaken, is doing the castle number 8. No, it's not TC. He's not taking the castle, but he's doing another castle there to defend. But the castles don't even have +3. That's a Bresser, so... okay.
This is just such a good army here. Such a good army for Hera. Now, that's not a bad engagement for Yo because he'll take the treb, and a lot of the Halbs are not getting hit by cav archers here. So Yo's going to actually take that because he's still not spending near as much gold, but Hera will dominate the fight. Hindustanis just cannot be killed by the Burgundians.
He cannot kill it. He cannot kill it. I don't know if he has to do something else. He has 46 Halberdiers in the queue, 16 more Custeliers, and that army is not working. We don't see bomber cannons. We don't see anything to reach those cav archers. Maybe Ornagers or something. Well, they don't have siege engineer. 0 gold here for Hera. Where is Hera mining coal?
Hera's got a little bit left.
Oh, he's here. He's there.
He's got a little bit left. Yo also does have 4 relics. I mean,
oh man.
So he's got the relics. He has collected 30,000 more resources. It's just he cannot win a freaking fight against this army. And this is a horrible fight for Yo. Just horrible. Like, remember, I think he's dead. I don't know how you kill this. Hera's going to treb through. Yo isn't raiding
Flemish
anymore.
Revolution. You know,
maybe.
I mean, why not? Make few traps, Flemish Revolution, and try to go and kill everything, you know? You have to make the upgrade, no?
It's expensive. I don't know how much that would cost right now based on 143 villagers. I'm sure some chatters will do the math. But
don't have to me.
Maybe, like, changing all of your villagers to military here is the only way to kill this. But then, can you last without the economy?
Caravan, he's gonna trade!
He's gonna trade! We've never seen trade on this map!
Trade! Bomber cannons, you need to kill those 3 markets! I told you, man, never fail! Trasim Menstradamus, Tristan.
Well,
okay.
The concern here is he gonna be able to keep his trade alive?
Yeah, well, that's why he has 8 castles, you know? He has 8 castles for now, but one of those castles is going down. They still have 700 stone in the bank. The Imperial Camels are beast camels. They never die.
Hera
they don't die, man.
Hera can't replenish his gold units either now.
Yes.
So, and especially Hera, because he doesn't have the relics.
Ooh,
so the camels are super weak, and the cav archer mass is consistent. I think it's going to mainly be light cav with the cav archers now. Nice shot from Yo to repair here. He's got the trade carts on the way, and he can hopefully afford to just send more units, and he's just going to engage.
Yeah. Yeah, because now there is not a lot of camels. If camels are going down, There's no more resources for Hera, no food, no gold, no nothing. It's still gonna take this, yes, but more halves are coming. More 72 halberdiers in the queue. This is really good. It's taking the trebuchet. I think this is a note for Yo to dominate. Look at the population, 170, 140. Tristan, he can do it.
I think so, and he's just gonna free up the population for the trade. Hera has 0 on gold. And so if the comp is unkillable, Mem, you just simply have to have the better economy, right? We've seen it so many times.
40k resources more. Almost.
Also,
35 or
this
something.
castle setup from Yo is ridiculous, man. So well played. And he doesn't have to respect that army until a Treb shows up. There's a Treb from Hera, unprotected. That Treb will get sniped. Now there's another Treb here. And Yo has a bomber cannon.
Yo, the trap down is great. He's great to snipe. He's great to snipe. He called the GG, man. What an amazing, incredible game.
Wow.
I couldn't see the trade there, but well, I was happy. He was doing the trade cut.
Maybe I should have. Yeah.
Look.
Maybe I should have traded.
Mister, you feel good, huh?
You were trading too? Nice. Just starting.
Just started the trade.
Can I have a smoke break? Of course. After this game, you're back, I'm with you.
Okay, well, Hera finally loses a game in this series. What a fight from Yo. What a fight from Hera to stay alive. That would have been completely series-breaking for Yo. If he would have lost that game, he would have had no chance. Now, he's going to have his little smoke break. He's going to walk by us here. He played like an absolute beast.
Good job, Mr. Yo.
And he's out there to think about the next couple games.
He's smiling. He's going smiling, Have you seen?
He'll smile when he wins.
But what you need to kill this guy in the game? I mean, it's incredible how he hold it.
I agree.
He hold it like a brutal beast. It's I don't know. I have no words, man.
Yeah, I
how
agree.
he was controlling those camels, those cabarches. For a long time, the cabarches were not even close to be fully upgraded.
Yep.
And he was
did a really
holding
good job.
great.
I mean, there are in-game reasons, obviously. The cheaper villagers with the Hindustanis, the faster golden come with the Hindustanis, the cav archers and the camels, which we saw dominate. But still, the fact that he made the game out of that was unbelievable. But also, let's not forget that at one point in that game, we thought Yo was down 3-0-3. Like, we thought he was just dead. Remember, Hera broke in, killed the fishing ships, and with the momentum of the series. So, that was kind of a comeback in my mind from Yo as well when he pushed up the middle there. Very well played. Again, it seems like the fish boom is absolutely insane, and he took advantage of that.
Was epic. Those are the games that we like to cast, Tristan. It was amazing. Anyway, guys, we're going to have a quick break, really, really quick, and we will keep going with the game number 4.
And now, a word from our partners.
A mouse! A mouse!
What is it, dear? Why you rage? Oh, honey. That's no ordinary mouse. It's the Reaper 250. With this mouse in your household, you never have to be scared again.
Yes, the U-Rage Reaper 250, featuring DPI control, advanced ergonomics, RGB lighting, and customizable buttons, is the perfect addition to every competitive household. Why U-Rage? It's all good. Get yours on Mueller.de.
It's all about you, guys. Remember, it's all about you. What a nice ads, that we don't get tired to see them for sure or not. Whew. Let's take some breath, Tristan, because we need to analyze a little bit. They still need a bit on a break. What is going to pick now here after this exhausting game? I see an Arabia game coming.
Maybe even High Tides, honestly, because the first two games, he was able to be really aggressive, and I think that High Tides is maybe his best option to do that. As we get to the draft here in a second, normally I think production would want a little bit more time with us, with our suits and whatnot.
I mean, look at the contrast we have today.
Not bad. But I think we got to look at the draft here, because I want to point something out that's very important that we touched on initially with the draft, and it was the fact that we thought Yo would win through unique unit civilizations, okay? Think of the civilizations he's played with so far. He's played with Saracens. You don't usually see Mamelukes. Japanese, you don't normally see Samurai. But then that one game where he gets the boom, cavalry, unique unit civilization, he wins. And look what he has. He's got Lithuanians, Vietnamese, Berbers, Burmese, all good options for unique units.
Even
and
Bengalis.
Even Bengalis, yeah.
Bengalis can do it, you know.
So,
but, in what map? You think after this crazy game, Hera should pick Copenhagen? I don't think he should, because in Copenhagen we might see something similar for Yo.
well, here's another thing, right? If Hindustanis was still available, it would actually make Yo question heavily what to go for in Copenhagen, because Hindustanis are insane on Copenhagen. They can beat all of those civs badly. So now that Hera's lost with that, he has to fear the Vietnamese way more, because
100%.
the Hindustanis can't go for Gulam.
100%.
He has to fear the Berbers way more. So I think that was a very good moment there for Yo, draft-wise, game-wise, of course. That's perfect. I think if Hera would have played some other civilization and lost, he'd even be feeling better about his civilization
Where do you
right
think
now.
he's going to use the Lithuanians? I feel Lithuanians are going to be in high tides,
I think it's a good guess. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You go early for the dock, you know, if you want. You can put a dock earlier, or use a super fast app.
Yep.
With Lithuanians, you know, and try to get the initiative from there. And if the game go longer, also the unique units there are a valid option.
He might want to go, Lithuanians on Dry River as well. But
Oh yeah, no, I see more Berber there, Berbers.
can you go Burmese there? Because you see all the relics, and it... I don't know.
But the late game is more limited, no? Like Berbers there, you know.
Yeah.
You can go Hussars, Cavalier Cheaper, Camel Archers. That you love it. I see Vietnam in Copenhagen, you know. Then the
I think
Berbers. Well, but there were then Bengalis, because
I think
what is he gonna use
Bengalis
in Arabia.
I would have, if Hindustanis were still available, we would not see Bengalis played. But now that Hindustanis are played, I think we might see Bengalis on Copenhagen.
Yeah,
You get the
great
extra
boom.
vills,
Yeah, great
you have
boom.
amazing boom, Ratha for the mid game. I mean, Berbers as well is very strong there, but
The
yeah,
problem
I like
is
the
that-
draft for Yo.
That Malay might go in Copenhagen now, or Mayans still. Mayans for Arabia, I think. Knowing Hera.
Hera would love Mayans for Arabia. That's true. And I think
Nice.
Yo might go Vietnamese
Ooh, they're
there
there, huh?
even to try
Nice.
and lame or something. We'll see.
They are there, huh? They are there, huh? Ooh, live prize pool, guys, 56,327. Remember, all support that you are giving to the tournament is going directly to the players, guys. Directly to the players. And that's grateful what you have been supporting, because we're starting in 50K or something. So, poof, you can say, man.
Amazing support. And it's been an amazing event so far, man. Only a day and a half left, right? Obviously, this is the first
That's
semifinal.
why I fall a bit sad. It's finishing, man. It's finishing.
Let's not get sad yet. You know, we're halfway through the semifinal. Keep the spirits up.
Okay, no. You know, I mean, they only need good plays, and spirit is there.
It is sad, though. We finish Age of Empires and have to go hang out with our families around Christmas. Oh, sounds horrible.
Okay, you convince me. We can
We're
go
kidding.
now,
We're
guys.
kidding.
You need guys another cast. Let's go.
We're kidding, obviously.
Okay. What is gonna be the map? Do we know the maps already or not?
Okay, so it's going to be Dry River next, which would be Hera's choice.
Hera pick the whole map.
So Hera is going to Yo's maps, and win or lose, there will be no more Yo home maps remaining. But
which is fine.
Could potentially be a little risky to go to a comfort pick from Yo, if you ask me.
Yeah.
I think the way Yo plays Dry River, though, is not the way Hera will want to play Dry River. Yo likes to wall and play defensive. In Game 1 and Game 2, Hera punished defensive plays and was very aggressive. So I would say Hera's going to be just going all in here. Maybe Magyars, maybe Huns.
I mean, he tried to do in the previous game. Remember when he dived in and we thought it was a 3-0?
Yeah.
You know, he has been trying in all 3 games to be the aggressive player here, you know? Because Mr. Yo, when he's going to the late game...
I think Yo should go Berbers here, right?
I told you.
Because Huns and Magyars seems like the natural plays for Hera.
Berbers counter.
And Berbers can be really good there, yeah.
I think Berbers has to be, because Persians is going to be in high tide for Hera, I think. Persians. And Mayans can be on Arabia. Could be Malay, but Malay I see very good one in Copenhagen.
Yep.
And that's it. I think we more or less clear what it can be the seeds for Hera, no?
I think
a bit more question mark with Yo because he has versatility with the unique units.
Yeah.
But in Dry River, as you mentioned, Hans Magyars, Berbers counter both.
Agreed. I really like Yo's draft. I really like Yo's draft.
It is good.
I think Persians are insane on high tides and Mayans are insane on Arabia. But if Hera doesn't win both of those, I mean, I'm seeing a potential loss on Copenhagen and a potential loss on Dry River if everyone plays to the Civ's potential.
It's starting, guys. Game number 4. We have Berbers and Magyars. We were right, and it's kinda what we expected. Mr. Yo in the south, Hera in the north. Remember, guys, so much surface in the middle. We were talking already, so we don't need to go more into this. Mr. Yo need to go for the walls.
Yeah.
Because the late game, sick, you know, very sick. But Magyars, we have seen. If we have a late game here with the unique units, Magyars, Hussars, and the crazy cabarets they have, even Camel Archers can be in some trouble with Hera's micro.
Yeah, it's so funny. Earlier on in the week, players are training in the practice room, and we have the ability to look beyond them over their shoulders to see what's happening. And anytime I'd see a Dry River game with most players, it's like full feudal, man-at-arms, skirmishers, towers, crazy games. And then I'd go over to Yo or Dogal, and they're just fully walled and taking no risks. And it was like Dry River games with some players were 15 minutes. Dry River games with Yo
2
are
hours.
like over an hour. Yeah. So I think Hera's going to know that. Everyone knows that at this point, especially viewers that watch some of their games. And Hera's going to try and punish that. And he's got a big reason to try and punish that because Berber Camel Archers are huge, will give huge problems to the Magyars later on in the game.
I mean, okay. Seems that the map seems to be back, and maybe it's a restart.
Yeah, that's at least what we've heard, that there might be a bug.
We don't know what. They're asking the players, maybe.
They're being really critical and double-checking here. And we are going to come back to us. So I'm not actually sure what it was. Was it a boar or something, maybe?
I don't know.
Maybe there's additional gold or stone, but obviously...
Probably Goldstone or the generation in the surface, maybe as well.
Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot, but...
But, I mean, we don't need the explanation. We're
It's fine.
going to be restarting here, and obviously we don't want to find those things like 30 minutes into the game and then have that decide a game, so understandable.
Yeah, I mean, they notice it, right? It's game 4. So if there's some small issue with restart, it just started, no problem. It might, I mean, what happened in the previous game, he was like, I'm going with my unique units. I felt that the units for Hera were better, but the economy was stronger for him. If Mr. Yo go here, for the late game, he might feel this can be the 2-2.
Yeah, now, I fully agree. I think something Yo needs to be really careful with. Now, this is
Not
Yo.
be greedy.
Yes, yeah. There's
Not
a
be
fine
greedy.
balance. You can't just
Balance.
You can't just skip steps and go right to Camel Archers. You're going to die to Magyars. So you need to have some army to compete. He kind of did the same thing in game number 3, where we thought he would boom and get into Coustilier, but he made scouts, he made
needs some.
spears,
He
he
needs some
made
army.
more army. The difference here, obviously, is that his eco should be worse if Hera's got the shorefish and he doesn't, but Berber villagers still move faster, and Hera's still taking the risks to be out there. So one mistake from Hera, being on the better eco area, could mean he loses 5 villagers.
Yeah, and those are civilizations that don't have, except that you get the shorefish outside, they don't have really big bonus.
Yeah.
You know, economically talking, so no.
Yep.
And Berbers being faster. Okay. And this is the place. I think the restart is confirmed, so we're gonna start again. And well, a 2-2 will be epic. After
2-2 would be
being
sick.
how Hera has been playing, being
Yeah.
in the series 2-2, it's like he's gonna be thinking, what I'm doing wrong? And then he's not doing anything wrong, and Mr. might be, he dominated me 2-0. I can get the game 3. If I get the game 4, the confidence for Yo could be higher and higher. And this is important in this kind of long series.
Draft-wise, sorry, I'm just laughing at someone in chat. Draft-wise, I think this could go to 7, right? Mayans on Arabia, probably good for Hera. Persians on High Tides. But then I love the options that Yo has here and also on Copenhagen. So that's, of course, if everything goes
Like
perfect for both players
For
the
both,
whole
yeah.
way through, which is very far from the case, especially on this map. So I guess we'll just quickly repeat. Very good matchup for the Berbers long term here. Yo has historically walled up a lot. He's got very safe stones there, actually. So he'll like that. And Hera has a civ that's all about aggression. So the longer the game goes, probably better for the Berbers. Hera will look to stop that.
I prefer Hera map. Look at the goal for
Yo.
Mr. Yo to wall that goal.
Yeah,
is
Yo
gonna be
doesn't have a
tricky.
wood line.
On the
Which,
left, no.
yeah, correct. So, like, actually, Hera has way more wood on his side. Am I crazy?
I think it's similar, just a little bit farther for Yo if we go. He has a lot of wood. That's farther, but that's okay. But we say close to their base. You
I
know?
mean,
he has a lot of wood, but in this area, it's a little bit more complicated to protect for Yo if you want to go for the heavy walls, you know?
yeah, I mean, I don't know what the restart was for in the previous game. It probably was more of a core resource, like one of the starting stones.
Or
But-
maybe missing one or two ships.
Yeah,
missing
maybe.
one ship, something.
But Yo isn't going to have as easy a time walling up with this generation here. So we're not going to count trees or anything. I'm pretty clear Hera's just got way more wood lines. And the most important thing is to have that wood is you can wall the early game. So
Yeah, let's see what it's going to be. I also like that the gold is at the back, wood is at the back in the same spot. You can see the Lumbercan when he has to make the mining camp is in the same area. Well, Mr. Yo is going to go up now? Or it's just to be safe with the loom?
yeah.
It's going up now. It's going to surprise me.
I'm obviously
it's up.
not in charge here, but we may have some conversations right now on what they think about this.
Okay.
Because remember, if the game goes late, it went to a wood game before, right? So it's unfortunate, but we'll see. Scout opening is what I expect from both. Hera on the Shorefish planning to stay. And Yo is not going to take the risk on the Shorefish for very long, in my opinion. But he is there for now. Barracks will probably come up, followed by a stable. And Hera, very nice back gold, like we said. But
Yeah, he's
Hera,
pushing the deer now. All normal right now.
it's just,
But yeah, in total wood is obviously clear. I mean, you can see in the minimap that he has here more. That's for sure. Anyway, let's see what's going to happen because the normal thing is that this is an aggressive map, you know?
Yeah.
We're thinking that he's going to wall, but Mr. Yo is not walling at all.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of important. Obviously, the walls help you, but like we said, you can't just go all in on walls with no army here against Hera and against Magyars. You need to also make some army yourself. Now, the scouts will be a bit more expensive. Things are going to be slightly more stressful for you. But yeah, in my opinion, we are going to see scout opening from both here, and Yo will just hope to manage things perfectly.
Yeah, well, he's doing the barrack and...
Yeah, guys,
Yeah.
we've got to re here.
Yeah.
I just saw Timon run into the back.
Yeah, it's what we were talking. It's about the
Listen,
wood. It's
I'm
about
really
the wood
happy
generation.
they're doing this because this will go late with Yo. And unfortunately, we have to do this again. Yo is laughing, but that's a good re.
Yeah, it's a good read because you could see in the minimap clearly that in the north, I was counting and I think it was like 17 or 16 forests for
I think
Yo
there was a
and
40K difference in wood.
30K.
30K, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
But it was like, obviously each forest doesn't have the same amount of wood, but I think I counted 16, 17, well, where was 11 or 12 to Yo?
And it's okay. Like, we're not going to count every single tree, right?
No, but that was clear.
But it was
I mean,
clear.
if he's
and it-
5K, different wood is still quite some, but not the same that 30K.
Yeah,
You know?
they're laughing about it right now. They should have a perfect Dark Age. If
Both
they screw
probably.
up their Dark Age now, I don't know what to tell them because they obviously had the two practice runs. But yeah, Yo didn't have
You need
like
to keep calm.
his
this
whole
moment.
strategy and a whole opening was affected by the lack of trees. So
Yeah, it was quite obvious there, but let's see what is going to happen now, because definitely you know, guys, that the civilization is going to keep obviously the same, Magyars and Berbers.
you know what's
Might
funny?
now change.
You know what's funny? We've had, let's say, 60% of our viewers have not really paid attention to the maps at all the whole day, right? They're like, okay, we're having fun with Age of Empires. Now we've got people leaning in, counting every little gold, every little tree. People are going to be extra particular now. I just know how
now,
it is.
now the next game, without even see, they will type all in the
They'll say
in the
re.
stream, re.
Yeah, re. Exactly,
14,
yeah.
now 14, and then re.
Yeah,
You know?
people are going to really look now. And also, as a
really
tournament
do it.
host, like we both hosted tournaments, there's nothing more stressful than these moments when you know that everything's going to be hypercritical focus.
That's why we are very, very fine to don't be in camera right now.
Yeah.
We can
But
bring us if you want, guys.
We'll be back in here. So how is this put on YouTube later? Do we act like we didn't introduce the Civ matchup twice already? Or
now
do we just
now we do it again.
we do it
yeah.
again? We do it like
I
it's the
will
first
introduce.
time.
I will introduce like it was the
Okay,
first time.
but will our chat needs to help us act as though this is the first time? They need to act impressed, right?
well,
Because we can't have them making jokes.
yeah. Some people might be bothering why you don't make the maps mirror symmetric or whatever. You cannot do that because you also remove the beauty of RTS game. And if you do, for example, symmetrics, you don't need to explore your opponent at all.
Yeah.
The goal is going to be in the same area. at the same position. It's going to be goal at the back for both in the same position. Just one on the left, one on the right. It's going to be completely boring, you know.
Yeah.
And if sometimes you have to restart, it's okay.
Yeah.
No problem at all, you know. It can happen. It's random generation, and you want to have some part of randomness, because if not, it's boring. Ladies and gentlemen, we keep going. We're going to have now lag, and this is game number 4. Mr. Joe is in the south as a red. Hera is in the north as a blue, and remember, this map has a lot of shortfish in the middle. We have Berber Civilization that is basically counter units against Magyars, but Magyars with those cheaper scout, forging as well, this can be very deadly in feudal. For that reason, we have been saying, and we say it again, that Mr. Yo should be probably walling early in the game. And now I'm checking the map, and it looks, I think, fine to me.
Yeah, everything looks good. And long term, Berber should be the go-to civilization here. Camel Archer, Hussar, I would say arguably better, because I think Camel Archer Hussar could potentially have problems with the Magyar Hussar and the recurve bow Cav Archers, but takes some time to get there. Yo is obsessed with the Camel Archers, but his stone is more forward.
I was telling that he was fine, but check the stone for Mr. Yo if you want to go.
Yeah.
Is that forward?
It's forward. It's not a bug.
Wow,
that just happens.
Bug,
because like what you get in return is you get a very safe gold.
Gold and wood is safe for
exactly,
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you with Camel Archers you need a stone. I mean,
Yeah.
with Berbers you need a stone for sure. Wow,
Yeah.
it's so forward, that one. Okay, and both in the same area. Does he has more stone? Well, it's extra stone, but really far from those areas. One on the left, one on the right. How he's gonna protect that stone? Anyway, Mr. Joe is going up quicker than Hera with 1 billion less.
Yep. And I think it's a little surprising that he would go up this fast. You'd expect the Magyar player to try and really force the uptime here, but what you want if you're Yo is you want enough army to just keep your walling villagers protected. Hello, Doubt. Doubtler enters the building looking like a boss. But I think Hera is going to be really comfortable in this situation. I think he'll also recognize how bad this matchup is for him in Castle Age. So I'd expect a lot of army here in Feudal Age.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what is going to happen. The Barrack is in front of that goal, pushing now the last ostrich. Or maybe it's not the last, but pushing another ostrich with Triple on the shortfish. And he's going to try to be aggressive and probably would be walling, but with army. I like more this approach, actually, because why not? You can be walling, but do army. It's kind of tricky to be defensive here. And Berbers is not like Burgundians that being defensive, you will have a great economy bonus.
Yeah.
Here it's not happening that.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
faster villagers, but that doesn't really help you as much until lots of farms come out for later. So Hera will see the mill. That's no surprise from him. I think Yo is going to discover Hera's as well pretty soon. But Yo, like every game he's played on this map has gone over an hour in this tournament.
Yeah.
And I think he would love for that
No
to be
loom,
the same
I think.
here.
No loom for Hera. I think he has no loom. That's why he was trying to do the job. He didn't. He can take that village.
That could be a dead vill. Hera could...
Take it. There's no loom, man. Okay.
That's what we call respect of someone's quick walls right there.
Yeah. Also, you don't want to lose HP if you are not 100% if you're going to take that value.
Yeah.
You know, even more against Scout with Forging. So you want to keep the Scout full HP. The stable is going to be up a little bit quicker for Yo. He's already doing the Scouts. Well, Hera just do it now, and he's still walling. He's definitely happy about this.
Yeah.
Even if he's not walling the stone, he might be thinking, I will be wall at home. I will do a TC on a stone.
Yeah. So on that note, though, I think that what that eliminates... or what this means Yo's long-term is going to need to be is more of a 3 TC boom into Camel Archers, which is fine. You could still play Knights and Camels, but you actually might have some issues against the Magyar Cav Archer switch later on. So
That's
just
true.
something to think about.
That's true. Anyway, his berries is really nice, you know. So cheap, the knights and camels. If you make some good amount of them, might be able to deal if you make husbandry. Let's see. The scouts are going back. Still the shortfish there. Need to be protected. Don't lose it, man. That happened yesterday as well. No.
I get why players do that, Mem, because they think, you know, they're so good they could just hit the palisades later on and save a little bit of wood, but that always stresses me out.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, it's okay that he's going back because that shortfish was almost gone.
Yeah.
If you can see, there is only one that is far and is unprotected, so the villagers are going home and the spears will be in time. Might take a villager. No. The spears is there, and Berber village being faster help. Okay. Good micro by both. Need to hold a little bit there because he can dive into that area if he's going really aggressive. Hera, more army than Mr. Yo, already spamming more and walling the map as well.
Yeah, I mean, but Yo's completely walled.
Yeah.
Like, Yo's completely walled up, and Hera's going to do the same. So, long-term, Mem, if you're up against a Camel Civ here, do you actually want to play crossbow instead of Cav Archers? So they can't do bonus damage against you?
Oh, maybe.
Like maybe
be.
Knight crossbow combo?
Could be.
Yeah.
It could be, because it's what we have seen many times, that with some specific civilizations, it's kind of predictable.
Oh, no.
You're surprised, this is open.
Yo could go right through there.
But he's not going.
No.
No. And he's wall completely on the other side. Yeah, he missed that hole, but you don't want to go in. You wall it, and then you lose your army.
Yeah.
So it's better to keep away. You know, and you are outside, and now he's fully walled. This is going for Castle Age, but resources for Hera in the bank, not bad.
Yeah, not bad. And Hera actually brought a lot more vills to the middle as well. I think he's working with like 10 now. But Res Collected similar. So I personally think the way Yo's played this is perfectly fine. It's exactly what he would have wanted. Hera will probably be a little disappointed. If people keep walling using the yurt in this tournament, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, so those yurts.
Are weak.
Vodka, can we show the difference between a yurt and a house, please? Okay, that's a yurt. No armor. That's a house with some armor. So the yurt
And
is
250
armorless
HP more.
and also has less HP. So that yurt needs to be house walled, not relied on, especially in Castle Age.
Okay, one thing that has advantage also here, Mr. Yo, he did already horse collar. Well, it's not a big advantage because obviously Hera is not doing farms. He's just relying all in the surface. Or maybe he has some farms, but without horse collar.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has some farms for sure. And a lot more for Mr. Yo because his food is this. All is
This,
the farmers.
I wonder if this could be a Pike siege push from Hera. Because economically...
After the first game, I can't believe in anything like this, you know? Can happen. I didn't expect he going Torres, well, so why not?
Because it kind of makes sense. You know Yo with those stone positions can't go Camel Archer, so it's going to be stable units or Genitors or your zone Cav Archers. But if you're up faster, you already have this amount of Spearmen, you could go forward, build the Siege Workshop, and really try and pressure. Now, that's not typical Hera style. Yo could usually be pretty good against that, but it almost feels like it makes more sense to me than Cav Archers against a good Camel Civ.
Yeah. The problem is he doesn't know how fast he's going to be Yo in Castle Age. And if you go forward and he's spamming Knights cheaper,
Yeah.
it's tricky.
Yeah.
You lose the forward, you are behind, clearly, you know? Look at what he's doing, really.
Yo's
He's
like,
protecting the stone already with the market, with the house, because this is what he really wants. He wants that stone. He's going to be slower up for sure. It's not going to be too slow because he has so many farms. He's walling here. He should wall even faster. There you go. He's mining the stone already. And he's playing the transition as fast as he
he's going to
can.
even try it with that stone? That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Like, one archer shows up, and you're just going to lose access to the stone. But this is Yo. And this is what I said after Game 3. It's like Yo with his unique units has a chance. That is how he has to try and beat Hera today. If he tries to play standard, I don't think it will work.
Yep.
But every civ he has remaining has good unique units.
Can Hera see both stone there? Can we put his point of view, please? He see the stone, both are there.
But he saw the walls. So in Hera's mind, he thinks
not
that
taking-
Yo is not on stone.
He's not on
Exactly.
stone.
This is kind of some big brain stuff here from Yo. It's very simple to just add more walls, but a lot of players don't do what Yo's doing right now.
Yeah, he's on the way to Castle Age. A little bit slower, yes, but he has 5 villages more. He has the horse collar. He has 9 villages on his stone. He will have the stone to make the castle and probably will do it there. Well, when he has the castle, he doesn't need to do it there. Maybe he can do it at home to
It could
protect
be
the goal.
defensive, yeah.
You know, can be defensive. Doesn't need to go forward anymore.
So Hera is just going to boom here. I think the first upgrade he should actually click should be Husbandry. Like have just makes your units 0.05 slower, actually. So I'd like to see him go Husbandry.
There you go.
He may end up killing all those scouts because of that, but Yo probably is going to accept this. Every time that he plays this type of situation, he's always taking a risk economically to get to his unit. But when he gets to his unit, he can figure it out.
Yeah, 2 TCs, what we expected. 2 TCs, now doing horse collar. Bozo, he's not going to have a lot more on the surface because he might smell the camel archer, so you don't want to be exposed, and then he will start to make farms at home. But that's the problem. Now you need to make all the farms.
Yeah.
You don't have food economy anymore to keep 3 TCs going. And right now, he doesn't have food in the bank. Of course, he's doing the list, but he will need to spam farms really quick.
Also, has Hera even looked at Yo's walls to see what Yo's doing?
Not anymore. Now he's going.
Yeah, like not that he can really change his decisions now because he's booming, but he could go check that, and he's going to be mind blown. He's going to be like, wait, what? I thought he was never going to get to that stone. Like, Twitch chat told me that stone was a Rhea, it was a GG, but somehow, if you play the game, you could actually get to that stone, and Yo's going to be in a good spot on Camel Archer.
Definitely he will be. The castle is probably going to be on the left area, or maybe just there between that house and the blast pit. Exactly that spot. I like it. You know, it will going to be protected. He knows that the castle will happen, so it's no problem. Doing a TC on the wood, perfect. The gold is also safe on the left. Pozo, and he will try to be aggressive with 2 TCs.
Yeah.
We'll keep going. We'll be a little bit behind with the boom. Yes, we expected that, but the Camel Archers can raid. And right now,
so
Hera cannot raid.
Yeah, Hera can't raid. Hera can get as many relics as possible. Yo needs to be careful. If that house were to go down, that would be horrible. And it is slowly going down.
Not that slowly.
Yo, just repair with more vills.
Please.
Yo.
No, 2 camels is fine.
It's still, my heart rate goes up.
Your tie looks worse now, you know.
My heart rate goes up. Think about me, yo. Think about me.
Anyway, that 4-tone center, I love it. It's not exactly in the spot that he was on the left, and then you can take the short freeze there. I like it a lot. But Hera is going a little bit greedy with the boom, no?
Yeah.
Like, now Camelot is the 3rd DC as well. Yo has been in these situations many times, and he doesn't care too much that his opponent is going to be on that many TCs. How the Camel Archers are going to be without, well, he has fletching.
Have you ever seen Elite Camel Archer against a heavy Cav Archer with recurve bow before?
Yeah.
Do you know who wins? Is it close?
Camel Archers in the same number destroy them.
Okay. So it's not close.
No,
I was thinking
in same numbers. It's the bonus. It's like having a halb versus a scout or something like this.
Okay, yeah.
It's big bonus, you know. It's the bonus they have, but has to be a lot of camel archers.
Yeah.
You know, it cannot be weak numbers. You know.
Well,
but
then I guess maybe in similar, the previous game, Yo had worse units, but he eventually won because he had the better eco.
Now it's the opposite.
Yeah. So now it's the opposite. Hera's going to try to do the same thing. Looks like Hera lost a monk there to the scout from Yo. But this boom from Hera is unbelievable.
Yeah, but Mr. Yo will do a second castle soon. I mean, soon. He will try to make a second castle, I believe, because if not, it's going to be a big problem. This is village going down. 1 village down. No! Didn't kill it. Okay. But wall here, man.
Yeah, Hera really wants the Vill picks, but I don't know if that was necessarily worth it. Bod Canero on the way. Hera needs army soon. He's just trying to use the mobility and snag those relics before this gets painful, but what unit can he make? Will he try skirmishers? That could be a good option. Or will he try his own cav archers against the camel?
Well, we have the double archery range there, and we will find out the decisions very soon. He's not doing yet even fletching. Those camel archers also need, because they are also a bit slower, they need husbandry. He take 1 camel, he's gonna take another. Yeah, he's Botkin. Botkin is really cool, smooth in these situations. The spears will go down if he's going. They might a castle in this area. You take the TC, all has to be away.
That's also
the swordfish is kinda risky here.
Yeah, that was what I was about to say. It's like that TC is a liability. That you're ahead by 20 vills, but 15 of them are right there. If Yo could castle drop you there, that could be good. Now here's the flip side of it. I don't know if you want a castle in the middle of this map.
It's university, right?
Yeah, university.
That's university. Ballistic here is lovely.
Wow,
it's starting to be a good amount of camel archers, you know?
Yeah.
And he's going to skirms. Not yet the least skirmishes, but he's going to get map control. He's going to Stone Mine and upgrade Hera, yes, but he has 1,000 on gold. He has 20 villages more. That's expected, but it doesn't matter because the units he's doing now doesn't need food. So you can still go up to, and with 3 TCs, even if you are 15, 20 villages behind, since you have the better units here, maybe you don't need that economy difference.
I think Hera's going to have a lot of relics, though. Like, I think there's supposed to be
already
8 on the map, and I'm pretty certain there's 2 or 3 monks walking around with relics.
Yeah,
there's one. Thank you, Vodka. I'm sure we'll find them eventually.
It's fine. We'll have 4 already, but the monastery is in an area that he can be killed. Yeah.
Yep.
Look at the stone. 500 stone. This is already 1 villager down. Ballistic already. Those camel archers are now so tanky. And you have the stone there. Yeah, resources are looking smooth for her. He's going to make a TC number 5. But the rate from Mr. Yo is going to be insane. And we see that this is the kind of games Mr. Yo loves to play.
Yeah, he loves this.
He feels comfortable like this. He's going to be so active all over, you know. And look at the monk going down. And now, 1 villager more down. And
the monk moonwalked there for a second.
Another one down.
And
Keep killing.
skirms are really slow, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, skirms
And he's
are...
doing few camels as well,
Yeah.
you know, to probably tank it there if he's needed.
Yeah. I see the potential here, man. I still am unsure. Yo likes his forward castles, but I think long-term, if this matchup is this good for you, I think a second defensive castle is more than fine.
Defensive or forward? Because I
like-
go forward. It's doing knights. He's going to
I'm
go
a-
army, double stable.
I'm a defensive castle guy, right? I'm more of the Viper castle guy, I guess. But Yo is the Yo castle guy. He likes to apply pressure with his castles. I'd just be concerned that if that castle gets trapped down in the middle later, you might regret it. Like, this is going to go for an hour, potentially, so you need your castles.
He's going to go knights. He's doing knights right now. Those are with the +1 and bloodlines. He's doing few knights there cheap. He's coming forward, man. He's going to do a castle on his face. At least on that TC. Well, one TC will be down for Hera. I still have another 4. Well, it's fine. I have 5, you know. Castle is going to be there. We'll take map control in that one, and then you can take the short fish.
Oh, God, but
And-
the villagers...
Okay.
Villagers are exposed.
it's
The
fine.
camel archers will defend.
Camel archers and knights, he will take it. He's going to lose 1, okay.
I don't know if it's on this TC, man.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is there. But he's on the way to Imperial Hera.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And now
but-
your castle's exposed, right? Now Hera has a castle he could trap down in the middle of the map. Hera also is running away. The fact that Yo isn't
But he's
stopping those vills
He doesn't spend the knights.
is pretty crazy. True, but the knights are here, yeah.
He doesn't spend the knights, and then you're going to be up to Imperial with most likely 0 army if he's going to take those monks, because he needs to take the monks, need to go back, don't get converted the knights, don't get converted the knights. He's converting the knights, he's going to take the monk, but those knights and camel archers are going to probably take absolutely everything. Tristan, this is another interesting game, and since the map is really big, yes, you are going up to Imperial, but check resources for Yo. It's not too far from clicking there, and he's going to keep constantly now being active and raiding.
Yeah, I think Hera will stabilize here a little bit, but he's lost economy. He's lost some flow to the game. He'll lose a couple skirmishers. I still think Hera's position has to be superior, though.
Obviously.
He's got a 30 villager lead. He's got those 5 relics, and there is that castle that's just a target now for him. So I think that has made Hera's decisions very easy in early imp. You make your own castle, you get rid of that castle,
Yeah,
and there's his castle.
But Hera has been a bit undecider, and you know, where to make the castle, because he see how he's keep being active, and then
Yeah.
he mind that he's doing a doubt castle there.
Yeah.
Mr. Yo is on the way to Imperial. He will have the better unit because he's gonna be in Imperial, but he has skirms for now.
Yep.
Yeah, he has good amount of food. Okay, but to make the transition now, it's gonna be what?
I'm thinking about it myself. Like, what gold unit can Magyars make besides Siege? That's actually good.
Yeah.
I don't know if there is one, right? Like, I guess Paladin is bad, but you have the eco lead, so maybe you have a timing there. Cav Archer is probably worse than Paladin.
But check the score. He doesn't know that he's that ahead, and he's thinking Paladin, he's gonna make camels, and then he's spamming his camel cheaper. It's so tricky situation. He has a really good resources in the bank, okay, but still gonna make another TC, and Mr. Joe's gonna keep booming. At the bottom right, he's walling and securing probably those golds there. He's in Imperial, and he's going cavalry, seems. Skill bar and armor, chemistry, and Mr. Joe will go Hussars, probably.
Hera's
Hussars
trying
and
to
camel
quick wall
archers.
in this villager here that was been building outposts.
Not anymore.
Villager goes down. Ram from Yo took out the TC and some houses, no big deal. And
Ooh.
now a raid from Hera. So Hera's definitely, you could tell he's got the big momentum lead right now. Nice job from him to get vision with the outposts and to stop Yo from getting the full walls. This is an interesting game, Mem. This is just one of those matchups, like, I think it should be better for Yo, but Yo has had to risk his economy, and I don't want to be right here because I want the most competitive semifinal we can get. But that castle was just a waste for me. He didn't kill any vills, running away from
took
the
a
TC.
took one town center, and that's
Yeah.
it, you know? I mean, Yo has killed 8 villages in total, which is not a lot. Still, he will need, I mean, he has a good amount of camel archers right now. He needs something else now, because he has a lot of skirmishes. He's still one castle, and he's going to be mining a stone. He has another TC now securing this gold and this stone. He will walk completely here. So what now Mr. Yo needs is more cavalry than the camel archers for now, because he has already 24.
I think Hera will raid the sides. Like, after taking this castle down, Yo needs time to stabilize. Hera will try and raid wherever he can on the sides. And then he will commit his gold to something. I think it's going to be the heavy CA with recurve bow, because he's probably thinking at least the extra range is helpful. But it could be Paladin, maybe. I don't know.
No, he's doing cav archers for now. He's doing also all the upgrades. But these Camel Arches, if he's doing all the upgrade as well, it's gonna be so tricky. You will see. I'm more afraid from Yo with those skirmishes right now.
Yeah.
You know, but it's still light gas +4 already.
Yeah.
And they're cheaper, you know. He has still 41 farmers, which is fine. Of course, Hera has 57 farmers and 5 relics. Mr. Yo 2 relics, doing castles at home because he's trying to prevent raiding from Mr. Yo. Recurve Orb already there. And Hera will have everything from Magyars.
Yeah.
Mr. Yo still doesn't have everything from Berbers, but he will get there, I believe.
But I mean, it's recurve bow on 7 CA, so that will take time for Hera to max out. For now, Hera, I think, is trying to hide that. And now Yo has been trying to hide the light cav. So here comes Yo. And Hera's probably like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
You know, I need my cav archers here. And the camel archers are going to be there.
He's there as well. He has good army. 49 army, more army for Mr. Yo. As you can see, the score you see, and it's just scary, you know, big advantage in the score. Everything because of the resources collected. He's going to be able to take those traps or not. Is this a good engagement here? This is not Mango Dice. Are they killing the traps as the Mango Dice does? Not really. And those Askasars need to go back. This is a problem. And on the left, he's also getting raided. I believe Mr. Yo saw it. Yes, he did. But is he wall completely at home? I think it is.
Yeah.
Mr. Yo is at the limit.
Yo's micro was just not quite the best there, Mem. I think he could have just taken the better engagement. He wasn't able to. Hera up to 60 on food now, trying to raid where he can. Nice quick walls. I think these Hussars will be killed, but there's a theme here. Yo is exposed to raids. Yo does not have the map control. Yo does not have the relics. Hera is ready to push.
Elite Camel Archers. +4 attack. Is light caps, but not many of them. This is a great castle to protect. He's ready to push, as you mentioned. It's 3 traps, but those are elite Camel Archers. He needs to stop this push. If he stops this push, he can probably stabilize and keep going. It's still 116 villages, but I'm going to tell you something, Tristan. If there's one player from the pros that with less villages can do more, that's Mr. Yo.
I agree with you, but he needs castles. He just got back up to a second castle, which is a big issue for him right now. And Hera clearly knows that long-term this is a problem, because even with the relics, he's going for a middle castle to support this push. Heavy cav archers on the way. We'll see how recurve bow pays off. Yo built a house wall, which is great for castle age, but the right side, he needs his stone walls as well.
It's great. It's perfect. He's doing a stone wall now. It's fine. Still, Hera has crazy amount of army. Those are heavy cav archers. The cav archers are fully abraded. Fully abraded, while those elite camel archers are missing armor. And that's really important right now.
He's missing castle numbers. He's got big issues.
The text is the Casbah and the Macrabri Camel. I don't even remember the full name of the upgrade that recovered the HP faster. That castle is going to be down. He needs Hussars. He has light caps only. Problem is that the economy has been really behind all the time, and he doesn't have the numbers to counter this.
Yeah, I don't think so. This is what Hera's counting on. Hera is just simply has so much more economy and so much more production. And Yo does not have enough time to stabilize because of this pressure. He'll be down to one castle when he's had this much time. And if he drops a second, that could get trapped as well.
He has to delete those houses probably if he wants to take those traps. He's trying to micro now against the Camel Archers. The lighters are not a node. He's trying to micro every single one, but the skirmishes are a real problem here. The skirmishes are taking the Camel Archers, and that's probably the game.
Yeah,
he's doing another
that's the
castle.
only, if it's not Camel Archers, it's not it. Hera wins the game. Hera up 3-1 and just simply out-boomed Yo. I think Yo is going to be regretting that middle castle, man. He struggled so much with production.
Yeah, or what then? Maybe you need to boom as well.
Yeah.
Going few nights and not doing the castle at all.
Yeah.
And then you do it later because this map sim is so big and the distance is huge.
Yeah.
What he achieved with the Camel Arches while he was doing 4 town centers.
No chatter from them here.
For that we talk.
Yeah, we could just hear their clicks. Obviously, big win there for Hera. Now, he could have some misplays, and he could still be completely fine to make it to the final. Yo, I think, has played a better last 2 games. It's clear that he's warming up, as he typically does, but has to be perfection from here.
Yeah, I mean, against Hera, you need to play perfect.
Yeah.
Really need to be play perfect. But if we going to see if he's going to play perfect game 5, it will be in a moment. Quick break, guys.
And now, a word from our partners.
Have you heard of the 21st century?
Why settle for clacks, clunks and jams? Say goodbye to sticking keys. And welcome to the ultra-responsive quiet precision of the Liereyy Exodus 760 mechanical keyboard. With our Temu red switches for ultra-silent key presses, anti-ghosting with N-key rollover, and 1 millisecond response time, this keyboard will keep up with your fastest moves. Whether you're gaming or working, you'll enjoy precise control at the speed of light. Get yours on mueller.de. In case you rage, we do not cover costs for damaged screens or unfinished castles.
Tristan, I feel that Mr. Yo needed that game. 3-1 against Hera, and how he's playing, we feel a little bit off. He's not feeling off because you hear the all the clicking.
Yeah, I can hear the clicking,
you know,
yes.
but that 3-1, it's very tricky. Can we go for the draft to see, because now Hera has the 3 home maps.
Yeah.
So he can pick whatever he feels more comfortable.
Yeah, some of the maps are still very good, in my opinion, for Yo. But yeah, as we head to the draft here are our options, Memb. We got Malay, Persians, Mayans, Huns as far as civs available for Hera. For Copenhagen, High Tides, or Arabia. Those are the maps. All very different, so hard to speculate. I said before, I think Yo's got a good matchup potential for Copenhagen. I think Vietnamese versus Mayans is probably what he'll opt for. Earlier, I thought Bengalis, but now I kind of worry what Bengalis would do against the Eagles. High Tides, I love the Lithuanians. I think Hera will go Persians. And then on Arabia, I think we might see Huns or actually Mayans from Hera as well.
I would love to see all those matchups. That means we are in game number 7.
Yeah, agree with you there.
That will be the joy here. The problem is not even about the matchup, because I think Berbers is an amazing matchup there. The problem is that you have to go with the right decision in the strategy.
Yeah.
Because if he's going just full boom in the previous game, he's fine.
Yeah.
Full boom. Because how much resources, how many villages you have to put on a stone to make that castle?
Mm-hmm.
It's those villages that Hera had on wood and foot to have a smooth boom.
Yeah.
And that was the game.
It was good. But also, I love the recognition from Hera. I thought he could still justify grinding down the opponent on the sides with the raids and placing more defensive castles. That was the first game I'd seen anyone ever really place castles in the middle. Yo's first castles, but then Hera's 2 castles. And Hera just knew. He's like, this could be a problem. I have to grind down this game fast. So, good approach there.
Okay.
But it will still be Yo's choice, by the way, between Copenhagen, High Tides, and Arabia.
I know the maps.
Okay.
I'm being cheated while you were giving that information. Copenhagen, Malay versus Bengalis.
Ooh, Malay Bengalis.
Those are the saves. It's going to start in a moment.
So I think Yo correctly predicted that Hera's going to save Mayans for Arabia.
Do you like Malay versus Bengalis? Or better said, Bengalis versus Malay? You know what I mean, right?
I do like it. I think it's a fun one to talk about. Here we are, game number 5. And Hera up 3-1. 1 win away now from making it to the final. Yo's played a good series, but previous game probably still in his mind. So he needs to win 3 games in a row. The Bengalis get the additional vills when they make it to the next stage. But the Malay player advances faster to the next stage. So both civilizations very strong economically. And then we have plenty of time to talk about unit comps later on as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about the timing, because you're going to have those 2 extra villages with Bengalis. But thanks to the bonus from Malay, you get 2 extra villages.
It's like kind of the same.
It's kind of counter here, right? And then you have in all the ages. Okay, isn't Malay units better? Or can the unique units from Bengalis destroy Malay?
The units are way better for Bengalis because their their elite elephant archers are ridiculously strong. Their monks are also stronger. Like, neither civilization can really make they can't make knights either. So it's just archers and eco a lot of the time. But Malay's all about the timing. And then with that, the momentum that follows, right? So like a treb push in the middle, early imp, similar to what we saw Hera do in the previous game, is probably what Hera's going to want to try here.
Yeah, and you start, because we have seen many times in this game that you are starting in Imperial with low economy. Then for that, skirms bomber cannons. It's amazing. No bomber cannons for Bengalis in the start.
That's true. It's a really good point.
So the starting in at that stage. So maybe Mr. Yo should try to do more arming in Castlage to don't let Malay to come forward. You know what I mean? I mean, you want to have your timing, okay, but you will be at home.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Rathas also, that's another big point. In the mid game, only one player can really justify making their unique unit in the middle. I don't think Hera can send Karambits out.
Ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
His villains is, I always say that his villains, but faster.
Well, it's funny though, because Karambits actually are good against monks.
Yeah.
But they're not good against
anything against Rathas.
Yeah.
Right? And please, get the relics. When you have that advantage that you can make those unique units, use it. Get the relics, because if not, you are giving the advantage to your opponent.
And actually, on that note, I don't think we're going to see Hera worry about the relics at all here. He'll let Yo try and get those relics, and he's still just going to try his best to kill early imp. So, this is a regicide game. There are kings. They're cowards, though. They're inside the towers as their opponents fight, or their people fight.
Mr. Yo got a bad experience last time we were here, you know. He's not going close anymore.
Yeah. I doubt we'll see a king snipe, but it is possible. Yeah. They've both just been massing galleys on the water. The water matters so much more now that there's melee involved. Because if the melee player wins water, they have their strong and cheap fish traps. So you really need to invest there. It's just water and macro right now towards an eventual fast castle.
Can we see exploration? Well, not yet, because there's a battle. Well, that's exploration for Hera. I wanted to see exploration for Yo. And see how much he has explored with the king. Probably not a lot.
Yeah, Yo... Well, they might have scouted similar amounts just because of the score. But Yo definitely doesn't scout with his king much these days because he's had bad experiences.
No. I still remember the face, you know? Like, and you remember Jordan, like, do we repeat? He was asking,
Jordan
do we
was
repeat
like,
the game?
That's true. Jordan was like... Jordan wasn't happy with the win. Yeah, I forgot about that.
We repeat the game. He said, no.
Yeah.
We lost the king, so 1-0.
Yeah, Jordan was so nice. He thought he was being disrespectful to take the win there.
Okay.
Well, Galley Micro, I mean, it's good we have lots of things matchup-wise to talk about because the fighting has just started now. But fletching for both. Neither player's gone for the third dock. I would expect that to stay the same. The only way we'll see that third dock is for the player who eventually wins water to expand their fishing eco a little bit.
It's so close in numbers, so it should be even. You know, I don't expect here a miss micro, right?
Yeah.
It should be more even till they go to Castle Age.
Yeah, yes. Hera saw a 3-dock game in this. I asked him about the matchup, and the way he described it, because I was like, what do you think about that Civ, how that game played out? And Hera said, I don't know, that was a fake game. I'm like, fake game? And he was like, yeah, because like 3-dock investment is over-investment. So to him, it wasn't played well enough to actually even be able to give a proper opinion. But I mean, I think 3-dock investment eventually could be worth it here. The water is still so valuable.
Yeah,
but they got to save
we have seen many times that who invest a little bit more on the water, then he's going up quicker to castles and make the TCs faster.
Yeah,
and at the end, it kind of catch up, you know.
Yeah,
we have seen tons of times, you know. But with Malai, maybe you can take that risk for the timing that you get. You probably get it, and then you're still going up almost the same time. Mm-hmm. So it's possible.
Yeah, to me, it feels like Hera, at least with res collected, has had a slightly better build here. Remember, this is his #1 civilization pick versus Yo's #1 civilization pick. And Hera probably just missing a building right now. And you could tell that he was a little annoyed with himself that he missed it because he's scrambling that up with 6 villagers.
He's so perfectionist. Guys, this is game 5, and Hera has already a match point to be in the grand final tomorrow. He's going to make it. We're going to have longer series. Well, we are about to know because the Canadian, it's on the way to Castle Age. Mr. Yo, he still needs some food to go up, but well, this map still will need some time. The problem is that he might lose the water if he's going like this. Oh boy.
This is a good engagement for Yo. Hera has some weak ones in here.
Yep.
Hera's just clicked up, but Yo is now maybe willing to pounce. Now, they'll both lose ships. Hera, in the end, might stabilize this, but remember, it's slow, but Bengali ships do regenerate. You could see bottom left, the HP coming back. I don't know, there must be a villager in there hammering away, plugging the holes in the ship or something, but it's important to note that the Bengalis can recover on water.
Yeah. These feeders are crazy. Anyway, let's see. He's going to keep going. Maybe a little bit more for Yo. He has the KD 6-4. It's now going up. But man, it feels so slow when you are playing against Malai. Really. He's up already in 20 seconds. 2 minutes different, man. When they have clicked, what,
this is
30,
why I picked
40
them number
seconds?
1. This is why I picked them number 1. And I feel, I'm pretty sure Hera feels this way, that the absolute best way to win this map is to dominate the water and get a fish boom. So he's picked one of the best civs for that. He now is going to get Bodkin. I've seen some players actually skip War Galley just for a little bit because they want to spend resources on other things. So I'm curious to see if he gets that. but it would make sense that he does. And Yo's got to fall all the way back right now with the ships.
Okay. Bozo, he's doing one extra TC. I mean, it's normal that he doesn't have the resources for more. He's super quick with Malai. He needs time and even don't even have the stone. Maybe he's going to mine or probably he will buy when he has the wood. But at the back, here we are with Mr. Yo. Still also doesn't have a lot of wood. He's doing now horse collar. Remember, guys, that in the pond on the right, we didn't mention there's 3 relics and he's going to go for the map control. That is stable.
Stable.
That's a stable. Want to make probably Rathas with husbandry. To be quick?
Really? I mean,
why the stable then?
Well, that was what I was thinking.
Scout? Like,
yeah, I think maybe he wants to go for scouts for map control. I was not expecting.
I prefer the unique units.
Yeah, I agree. But it does cost wood and gold.
Yeah.
And maybe he feels he's spending wood and gold on too many other things. He's clearly up against it now. He's down 3-1. Hera's applying this pressure. Like the lead Malay can get based on doing the exact same thing. They're both doing the same exact build. It's just ridiculous.
But now he's going to go. He's going to attack because he sees that he's in castle. He has the timing here to go and take those galleys. He's now trying to micro Mr. Yo till he get the upgrades, but there's still 20 seconds since he's getting Botkin. And his opponent will have now Botkin and War Galley upgrade, but the numbers and the reinforcements are good for Yo, so I think he's fine. Ooh, that demo. Almost in time, but not right there.
It's actually really close.
Mr. Yo is fine.
But Yo's not focus firing down the weak ship. It's actually really close here.
No, he's gonna. Mr. Yo is fine. He has more galleys.
Yeah.
9-5, and this quick rush, let's say, is not working. But it's not micro, Mr. Yo, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Not completely, but still, he has more.
I mean, so what this does do, I think if the water attacks are this long, Memb, fish boom's out the window. Because even if someone wins the water right now, they already committed to TCs and farms, so they can't just like magically go up to 20 fish.
Yeah, I agree.
It's still important, but what could become more important are the relics. And Yo's got a dock over on the other side.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
That's very nice. He's doing some more extra fish. He's doing fish, actually, and 2 extra tone centers. Well, we forget that you get extra villages as well from Bengalis. It's fine. He's 2 villages only behind. He has almost the same fishy ships, and both are doing fish. Whoa.
So, Mem, you said earlier that Yo needs to hold map control, and I could not agree more, because Hera clearly is thinking that he doesn't want anything to do with the relics. His 3rd town center is right outside of his walls, super safe. Like, everything about Hera is just boom focused.
He need timing. He's thinking, I need the timing, right?
Yeah. But what do you make, like, for the middle then, if you're Hera, to take the control against Ratha? Can you make karambits? Do you have to go skirms, maybe?
No, you can't. And you cannot do elephants, because if your opponent has Bengalis monks, he's going to convert it, you know, like 100%. But Mr. Yo stopped invested on water here. He's going to lose the fish. He never made the War Galley upgrade, but his fish booming on the right
Now
side.
look at this. This is like instant. I said it's too late. Apparently it's not. This is exactly what Hera did in the group stage. This is why I think everyone is going to play the exact same way. You have to win that water, and if you give up that water to the Malay, they're just going to explode. So Hera's got 3 TCs, but he goes up to 4 docks. So there's 4 docks are essentially economic buildings now.
But look at Yo in the middle.
That's
true. He's going to make docks. He's going to make those, and now he has the middle because he has the scout and everything. He knows he's going to try to snipe that galley. Is he going to be in time? That's the question.
Let's see if Hera gets his patrols right, because I think Hera's thinking about that right now. If Yo is able to get that dock down and make a couple fires there, this could completely disrupt this. We saw this before. I forget who it was. I think someone docked against Dokao, or maybe it was another series.
I don't remember.
But like the galleys have to be there to patrol the shoreline, Hera, or this is just a huge risk.
Yeah, well, he's not thinking that he's going to make that dock that early. He's doing now the War Galley upgrade. He did the kill nets, and if he killed all that fish, he's Mr. Yo.
Yeah, big difference. Hera's like, oh my god, I just won. I just won. I'm fish booming.
He's doing a second dock. A pause.
Yeah, we have a pause.
Okay.
Yes.
And we continue. but Mem, like, here's the crazy thing. 2 fire galleys disrupted. Okay, Hera notices.
Yeah, but Hera has 5 galleys. It's not like he has 20, you know? So
no, he needs to make fires. He needs to make fires or more galleys, either one. But that is such a good play from Yo. That was a needed play from Yo. Without that, I was really questioning how he'd have a chance here.
Yeah, well, he's doing galley. He has the War Galley upgrade now done. Go on, Tristan.
You got to go kill the fish. obviously, Hera's going to make more Navy to stabilize. Those fires just need to go snipe fish. You could snipe fish so quickly with fires.
Is some demo even worthy? Because there is fish traps and so on. You go with a demo there and you kill them all.
Maybe.
It's War Galley upgrade already, so that demo is going to be really, really strong. Because if not, he's dying right now.
Yeah, Hera's made enough there. Meanwhile, Hera is not getting any of the relics in the middle. He's being tracked by Yo. Yo is going to make a transport for the other pond, and he's on 4 town centers.
Tristan, he has 40 farmers. Mr. Yo has 40 on foot.
Really good.
Might have not the fish trap, but look at the farming he has. 3 TC, another TC with deers as well. Fish. He has fish on the right area. Mr. Yo is playing this very good right now. He's with 20 fishing ships, Hera. 20 fishing ships and 10 more in the queue. But he keep going and he thinks that the demolition is a good idea. He might try to go with the fire ships and then go around with the demo.
Yeah.
And then you make some big bada boom. But this is, well, I think he's going to go for Imperial still this game. But Malai, man.
Hera's fish boom wasn't really disrupted that much.
No.
And he's doing the right thing. You need fire ships to take out the docks faster. Yo isn't producing. Yo has 4 docks. He could be making more Navy, and he demoed the scouts.
No, please. Demo the scout. Oh, man.
Oh,
The scout was important, Tristan. What do you think?
I don't think it's that important.
Let's move on. Anyway, Will Barrow, Goldman and Arbret, heavy blow now. Resources is still better for Hera, as you can see. Almost 3,000 resources collected more. But he's walling on the right side. He's having map control. I see 2 relics already collected, and the other 3, he has the lake.
Yeah.
So he's going to have 5 relics, and he still have 88 villages. That's 7 villages more. The problem is 28 fishing ships with Malai.
Oh, we've got the little mod on there for the Rathas to show if they're in ranged or melee mode. All right. So that'll help to be able to distinguish. It's kind of hard otherwise. Listen, I felt Yo could have been in a much better position in the previous game with a safer second castle. I think he failed to recognize how good Hera's boom was, and then he struggled with production because of it. I think Yo now needs to recognize a safe castle is needed, them, because Hera has the worst civ late game. Hera's gonna come. He's gonna push an imp. So like you need to build a defensive castle back, more structures like the walls. All of that's perfect in my opinion for Mr. Yo, but I'm curious on this castle. See, I don't like that castle.
Oh my God.
That's a Mr. Yo castle. He likes his forward
God.
castle, but that is just going to get trebbed right down, is it not?
Yeah, it's the same thing that the previous game.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I love the aggression, you know. I really, really do love the aggression, but this is kamikaze aggression, you know, like it's too much, and even more when you know that you're against Malai in Hera's hands.
I
you
agree.
know, so it's crazy. The castle will be up. He's doing now university. He has not too many villages on wood. He's probably going to put a lumbercan there, but he will have to move it back as well. He still have a lot of villages on foot. How many TCs he has? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm counting this because he's going to be 8 villages extra right away. I like one thing that he's doing is just bringing the relics to home, and he's going to have 5 relics. Well, he will lose the castle, but he will still have a great economy, I suppose. But he's going to have time in a momentum. He's going to have time in here.
Well,
Mr. Yo.
He's got position, at least for the time being, because he's preventing Hera from going to the corner for the stones and golds, and he's also blocking Hera off from the middle. But that castle is a donation castle. That castle in the middle goes down for Yo 100%. Hera is a little late on some skirmishers here, but that will be his opening. Yo saw that, though, so he'll know after seeing the archery ranges.
Need to make ballistic. Ballistic going to be very important here. He will need also light caps. He's not going to be a note against his skirmishes for sure. Husbandry on the way. Second castle in front. That castle destiny, as you point out, Tristan, is going to be gone. But very good resources for Mr. Yo. Will have like 130 villages. Hera has already 140, but 37 are fish traps. Crazy amount of fish traps. Yes.
I'm telling you, like, it used to be just a Black Forest player thing. And then people realized, man,
how
is
powerful
it OP.
it is.
This
right?
didn't happen. Last time this map was seen in a tournament, this did not happen.
Never happened.
It's the same thing as the previous map as well, where Yo went for it. It is super strong if you can get it right. And Yo now knows he's going to be pressured big time. He's stonewalling up, which I like. He's going to have 5 relics, which I like. Well, but the Trebs are out.
His score is kind of fake in the sense that it's water score right now.
Yeah, true.
It's really water score. Population 137, and he has 177 population. So many villages. The problem is that Mr. Yo need army, and he need army quick, really quick. What army he's going to make? For now, he's doing skirmishes. But if you do skirmishes, what advantage you have against Malai?
Yeah, that's true. Is conscription being researched here in the front?
I believe.
Or is it the defensive castle?
It's the defensive
Okay, so
one.
that'll complete. Skirms is interesting, see, because it doesn't feel like a counter to what his opponent's going for, but Light Cav could be really tough too, because you can't run underneath the castles until you get all the upgrades. Your opponent can mix in some karambits or some pikes. So they both have the same strengths with skirms, and then you're hoping to give yourself time to have this massive economy where you can then get, you know, elephants, Light Cav, and whatever else.
Well,
here.
this is what he really needs. He needs to get time for himself to go for the elephant archers, right?
Yeah.
And if you have 5 relics, this is the approach. You
Yeah.
need to hold this first push by Hera. He has 3 trebuchets. He's doing pikeman upgrade. And that's it. He's doing another dog. But poor
love
dog.
it.
Oh, fast fire ship.
Yeah, I mean,
Ooh, if
that's...
you take the fish, it can be sick.
That's
you know?
smart. He's also
I love this
that castle from
That-
Yo.
That's a good castle. Finally.
Allows him back onto water potentially too.
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, I love it as well, Mem. What I don't love is the forward chemistry upgrade in the university that's about to
lose
get
it?
destroyed.
Well, no, because he's gonna focus on those skirmishes. He has to be careful. The university is hitting the archery range.
Okay.
Hitting the archery range, so he's fine for now. Cannabis are coming, but those skirms are fully upgraded. Light has on their way too.
Oof.
Hopefully he need the water. It's crazy that I'm telling this, but Mr. Yo need to take the water from Hera, because Hera's economy is there.
Yeah.
It's on water right now, but university is gone. I don't think he reached the chemistry in time.
No. Let's hope he
Halberd
realizes.
Halberd is, but Halberd is for now elite battle elephant.
Whoa.
Yeah, but then Hera is reading like a book open. You know, it's going with the halves already. Elite battle elephants. They are amazing if you make pikes upgrade in the castle. He doesn't have. And the problem is how expensive is the army that Yo is trying to do.
It's expensive. It's expensive. The loss of the castle in the front was expensive. He's losing all the momentum, Mem, as you said. This pressure is just horrible. His ranges are going to be taken out. And then he has to show an elephant, which tells Hera, make some monks, make some halbs. Hera's basically doing the same thing he did in the previous game, where he's just pushing right up the middle. I think we'll see another castle soon from him. And yeah, there's the first elephant. Hera will also see elite. So when he sees elite, he'll know he needs full infantry.
Yeah. But look at those elephants.
Ooh.
I take the traps. Those elephants kill this army.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
They are so strong, you know? Let's see if he's going to be able to do it. He needs a +4. Obviously, they are only +1, and he's trying to push it back. Let's see if Mr. is going to be able to do the job. Is he on water now doing fast fires? If he is, he's going to take the water now.
Dude,
but
man.
Hera, yes, but Hera is so smart. He has a caster here to defend, and he's going to be able to hold this position for the time being as well. And now Halberdis and skirmishes, army numbers getting closer, and look at the population. Mr. Yo is still in the game, Tristan.
Yep, bombard cannons are out from Hera. Remember, the Skirbs don't have chemistry yet for Yo, so they're not as strong as Hera's are. And Hera just exploded with halbs once he saw those elephants. The fishing ships will still go down.
Even more the one in the north, probably.
Yeah,
Just
true.
move there. Let's see if Mr. Yo is gonna... Oh my, that castle is absolutely nuts.
It's smart.
amazing.
Yeah, it's really smart.
good.
But like Hera doesn't have the setup for farms at all. So if he continues to do that, this might be okay for him.
Yeah, farmers now. Farmers now. Look at the elephants and the skirmishes. He has 23 army only. He will need to do more archery ranges. He has bomber cannons on the way. Oof, Hera is just trying to go really aggressive, and he's doing an amazing job here. Chemistry is still not yet there. He needs a little bit of time to get more skirmishes, and he's going with those elephants. He's going to be able to take it. Tristan, you think he will kill the traps?
I think he will. Taking the trebs is key. Who cares about the skirms and the halbs? But if you take the trebs and you take the cannons, you keep your base up for more army. He's building a castle, man. Like, Yo with his castles. Like, that castle is just another really questionable castle against this play from Hera. That's a gift. Hera says, I'll take that. Thank you very much. Also, Yo's king is
He's
moving.
moving the king. Where he's going?
I don't know. But I don't think he's paying attention to that. So that might be a misclick.
Yeah, it's a mid-click 100%. It's still population solid for Yo, but Hera has so many units. Still didn't kill the fish. And that castle, as you mentioned...
Honestly, that'd be me. With the way this is going, I'm also leaving town. I don't want to be anywhere close to this because this is horrible. So the king may be a coward in the history books,
in the corner.
but I think it's fully understandable here.
Look at the castle. He's coming with the bomber cannons. That's fake upgrade, if I'm not mistaken. He still needs Mahayana, so he has more population space to do more villages and then have more economy and army at the same time. But Yo is at the limit. We want that the series keep going. Yes, it's gonna happen. It's unlikely. It seems that Hera is pushing so strong and Mr. Yo is unable to counter this.
I actually think Hera should go elephants now. It's super cheap. He's floating lots of res, and his opponent is not on Halp at all. So it would take Yo a very long time to go for Halp. Not even certain he could fully justify
But he's
it.
killing the face now.
Yeah,
And
that's nice.
Then he doesn't have food to go, even if they are cheap, you know. Problem is this castle. This castle is going to be down. Monastery also with the 5 relics there. That is the only real advantage that Mr. Yo has. He's not even repairing that castle. And seems that Mr. Yo can't keep going with Hera multitasking, basically.
But
so fast.
It's just the setup from Hera was so good to push. And Yo's castles have been such a problem. He's never had the map control. He had to work so hard to catch up in the boom. And this is also an issue with Bengalis. It takes a long time to get your army going, right?
Malay's
because
amazing.
things are so expensive. And Hera has used Imp just perfectly here. He could take the relics. Look at those castles from Hera. He's got 5 castles, 3 stacked in the middle. Like, you're just not breaking that.
Yeah, it's amazing. He's still doing elephants. Mr. Yo keep trying, killing some fish traps, but I don't know how Mr. Yo can come back from this. The score difference is insane. Population for Yo is still more or less okay. 180 population, but how's it? The king is still unprotected in the corner. But who is going to believe that the king is there? So Mr. Hera is not going there. The elephants are coming in the outside. Let's see if he's going to be able to do something. So many elephants, yes, but man, Hera has a lot of units, and if those elephants are great, is so many halves. He's gonna try to kill the bomber cannon, but the bomber cannon is focused on those traps and he's not able to kill it. And in the south, a castle from Hera on Mr. Yo face just to finish the game.
Yeah, and take those relics. I think you could even build the monastery right there. Like, why take the relics home? He can always make more halves. He can always buy another castle with this resource control. Hera's going to be completely fine, and Yo is spending his life savings just trying to stay alive here, Memb.
Okay.
I just...
Disable? The traps are going down. Maybe the castle is not going to be up.
Okay.
And he's taking here this army. The elephants are there. Look at the dead elephants there. Oh my god. Okay. That castle is not going up. Just quick wall, but he has 3 traps here. Well, Mr. Yo is a warrior, but Hera is just constantly sending army,
Units are much
army,
cheaper.
non-stop.
And when you have the castles, like it's so much easier when you get this position. His production buildings haven't been taken out. Hera hasn't lost a single production building, not a single barracks or archery range. Yo's lost dozens. And
map control.
He just can't stabilize. Yeah, he doesn't have the map right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hera is getting there. I don't know how longer is Mr. Yo gonna be able to hold here, or if he's gonna call the GG 4-1 for the Canadian. And we have our first finalist in the grand final. And wow, what a gameplay by Hera. Mr. Yo great, but Hera in another level.
I think the players get up so quickly to handshake.
Yeah. We don't have time to see
We
them.
have missed it, but great show of respect between the two of them. Hera, though, was the favorite in this series, and he showed it.
I make it
I see.
a wrong unit?
Sorry?
Do you think I made the wrong unit? My economy was amazing, but I didn't know what to make. Maybe I should start with the elephant.
Yeah, it's hard. I know, I think you did well. I think Skirmint to Elephant was perfect, but I don't know. Maybe Elephant Archer? Maybe? Elephant Archer like that, something like that?
I think so.
I think his castles.
But I think
His
I have a lot
castles.
of momentum either way.
Yeah.
Like he's...
Momentum is the key. Yeah.
I mean, obviously great performance from Yo in this tournament, right? Top 4 was his goal. Top 4 he gets. He may have lost to the champion for all we know. We'll find out how Hera does in the finals. But yeah, just small thing on that game. I think maybe a little bit more defensive structures. Trying to push with all your production buildings in the middle when the Malay are inevitably going to treb you back faster. That's probably why it felt like Yo was under so much pressure. But back to Hera. First 2 games, he just shot out like lightning with the insane aggression. And then we had some boomier games. So he showed in all games he could kind of do everything. He could play the aggressive approach. He could play the defensive approach.
Amazing.
He was an amazing player.
It's really amazing. Has been a pleasure, as always, Tristan, to get with you in this tournament. Been amazing. Hopefully you guys enjoy. And now you're going to enjoy quite a lot because we have Ellie with Hera in the winner interview. If they are ready, I think they are, right? So here we are to see Hera, the grand final, with Ellie.
Thank you, ma'am. Hera, congratulations. That's amazing. 4-1. Is that what you were expecting coming in?
Thank you. Not that I was expecting it, but I was hoping for it, I guess.
Amazing. Do you have any highlights of this set that you thought were particularly noteworthy that you really enjoyed?
Fish booming.
Fish booming.
Very relaxing.
All right, all right. So, standard question here with your draft. Were you satisfied with how you picked the civs?
Yeah, I felt like I had a better draft, but it's hard to quantify how good Mr. Yo civs are because he kind of has his own style. But I had everything I wanted, and that's kind of rare, so I was feeling pretty good.
Excellent. So you were here quite late yesterday, I think practicing with Liereyy. Can you tell us when you got back to the hotel?
No, Liereyy left at like 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. But I called Doubt. Actually, he came and we practiced till 4:30 a.m. So yeah, Doubt helped me a lot.
Do you think there's a certain point where there's too much practicing and you just need to take a break, or do you think there's no such thing?
I think it depends on the player, but for me, I'm the guy that the more I play, the better I perform, basically.
Okay, well, excellent. So first game here, we had the Saracens versus the Teutons. We saw Teutons yesterday on Bypass. Did you get some inspiration from, or did you just want to try it out yourself?
No, I wanted to tower rush for sure, so I just wanted any tower rush like Civ, and this was my last pick, so I felt like, okay, it should do the trick, and I'm not even sure if it was really good, if Teutons was needed, but I think it worked out. It did enough.
So where do you think Yo went wrong here?
Hard to say. It was really close, hard to say. I just feel like I maybe was a bit creative there with the petards and got a lot of value. Maybe he shouldn't have expanded here, but it's hard to say. I think he bought a lot of time there as well. So I think he played well, to be honest. No major mistakes.
And you obviously a big fan of the Hussar line, and the Teutons are known to be a little bit slow. Do you think that didn't really matter in this matchup?
I mean, I think I just used other units, and that's fine. Yeah. Hussars are nice, but they're not the only unit I can use.
No, but the Teutons always get memed on for being a little bit slow, but I think that extra melee armor is quite handy. Were you a little frustrated that Yo wanted to play on, or are you kind of understanding that it's the first game, you want to warm up a little bit more?
No, there's only one certainty going into the set. Mr. Yo will play on. I don't get frustrated. I think it's completely fine. Actually, it's more fun for me because I'm winning and I can just play more, which is nice.
Yeah, it seems like you were really, really confident here. You're making the right moves. It's just very dominant performance there. So moving into game number 2, the Japanese versus the Armenians. I think we see these civs played a lot on this map here. How did you think your strategy unfolded? Were you able to execute your game plan?
It got messy really fast because he sent the Vil forward, so it's once again I'm kind of off game plan. But I kind of did the same thing I did against Winchester in the group stage as well, where I had a sneaky Vil. But because I did it against Winchester, he kind of knew about it, so he was looking for it. But that sneak was nice. It just made the game messy enough. Another kind of wacky game.
When you decide to, like, what is the criteria for you to decide, okay, this game I'm going to try to go for a sneak? Is it more the map or just the civs?
I think it's more the situation of him sending the forward Vil and my Vil having to go to the other side to make a dock, and then I might as well, like, I'm not going to send her back, might as well just finish off with a sneak and make the game messy. And I think it worked out. It's also good to make a messy game in this matchup because if you have a stable game, Japanese can be a bit tricky.
So can you tell us what we're seeing here on the screen? Like, what's your assessment of what's going on here?
Well, Mr. Yo is kind of behind. His Vils are having to fight. Normally you have to protect those, but he was fighting with them, and it kind of went south from there.
Yeah, when you throw the villagers into fight, usually it's not a good sign. But speaking of messy games, number 3 here, Hindustanis versus Burgundians. I think Yo had quite a crazy game with Burgundians in one of his previous sets. Were you expecting some Burgundian shenanigans at this set as well?
Yeah, I think I was expecting it on another map, but it made sense to go here. And I think I have to stop doing this because this is probably not that good. I lose my scout every time. I want to get that 6 HP Vil. I don't regret it. It was close. But yeah, I'm not really sure what went wrong this game. I think I was just late to adding TCs, but I think he played very well.
What do you think of this map and the markets? Because they're here, but I don't think we ever see them used.
They're really nice, but I feel like it's really hard to defend them. So he was in a position, because he got the middle, he had a lot more castles to defend them. I couldn't really trade because I had like 1 or 2 castles max. So I'm not in a position to defend my trade. But I think it's a nice addition for the map for sure.
So watching this back after you saw how it played out, what do you think you could have done differently?
Maybe take the relics behind my aggression, because I think it only makes sense to attack if you're going to take the relics to secure your late game. So that was probably my biggest mistake. Maybe some other ones as well in there.
When you called this game, it didn't really scream over. Like I feel like maybe other players would have played on. Were you just getting a little frustrated and you said, like, okay, you know what, I'm already up by 2, we can just go into the 4th game?
I felt like I played on a lot, actually. I'm really surprised that that was the sentiment. I feel like I played on a lot. I finished all my gold, and at that point I just didn't see a way to push because I had no siege, no map, and he was setting up trade. He even told me after, he was like, do you know there's a market? He was starting his trade. So no, I think I played it through to the end, and yeah, there's basically 0 chance afterwards.
So then you just didn't want to bother with the Vil kills and all of that. We'll call it when it's called. Okay.
Yeah.
Respect. We can respect that. This was really nice micro, I think, from both here. What did you think of Yo's army composition?
My comp was better, but his comp was more affordable because I'm rocking the double gold comp. But yeah, I just feel like I was not winning hard enough. It was also hard to control my units in that not choke area, but just there's a lot of units on the field. But yeah, his comp was effective.
When you were taking this engagement, did you know you were going to win?
I knew I was going to win the engagement, but I needed to win harder to snowball.
Okay. Well, you didn't manage to get that victory, but moving into game number 4 on Dry River, the Berbers versus the Magyars, classic matchup, I would say. How are you feeling going into this one?
I feel like he's got the better late game stiff, so I had to do something a little fast, not too fast, because my stiff is also strong, but it was just about kind of getting a Vil lead through my economy, boom into defensive castle, typical, and then look for a push after that, and it worked out well.
So, at the end of the game here, Yo was researching chemistry, and then I believe you trebbed down his university. Did you have a feeling that he was researching chemistry?
No, I always hit universities. It's just, I don't know, because people have one of them, so you just hit them, and it's good.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize about chemistry, though.
Okay, well, you could have been like, yeah, I anticipated some chemistry being researched. It's a tech that takes a long time to come in, but it certainly worked out for you there. But speaking of game sense, actually, it's quite incredible to watch where players have very similar uptimes. They're getting the research techs at the same time. How do you think you develop that skill as a player? What advice would you have for new players?
Getting similar uptimes?
No, not necessarily similar uptimes, but when to research chemistry, when to research these important texts.
Well, there's a list of priority you want to go down, but that's too vague of a question to give an answer straight up. But I would say it just comes with practice.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say build order, but I guess that's the thing. The build orders usually are for getting into castle.
Yeah.
And then it's a little bit more freestyle there.
My builders are good, but they don't get you to chemistry. That's a bit later on.
Not yet. Yeah, not yet. That's the secret Patreon plus tier. Yeah.
Exactly.
So Bengalis versus Malay here on Copenhagen. Were you expecting Mr. Yoda to pick this map?
I picked it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it was my home map.
It was your home. My mistake.
In fact, he banned it in every series before first, so I picked it just that. I didn't want to play it. I just picked it just to throw him off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was an anti-Yo pick.
You came close to losing your water there when Yo came with those 2 docks. Did you almost miss them?
No, I was lucky enough to catch them at the right time, I would say. A bit late and I could have lost all my fish. So it was a bit fortunate, but I'm always careful about that. So it was just something I'm looking out for. And once I caught it, I feel like I was in a good position. It's not really clear if the fish booming is good or not on this map, to be honest, but it felt like the best way to win this matchup.
You had, 39, 40 fish, something crazy that. And there was a moment where Yo had those fast fires. When you saw them, were you a little nervous?
I was. I tried to transition to some farming and just had to try to end the game fast. Because the whole point is to get his relics. And then even if he kills my fish, it's fine. I can recover.
Well, recover you did. You got the victory, and you're going to be moving on to the finals. Must feel really good. How do you think this whole journey at NAC unfolded for you?
I would say I had a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this NAC. I had some of the best laughs I've had in a while, just chatting with Doubt. And yeah, it was really fun to just chill with everyone. And as far as the games go, I think they were like really, really fun to watch. And I'm really happy with my performance so far. I feel like I did quite well. And I just hope to close it out in the finals. But I would say like having made it to the finals, I'm okay losing. It's fine. I'm more than happy with the performance up until this point. So win or lose, I feel like it's been a good tournament.
And I guess it's a little bit tough for you because you're going to be up either against your teammate or your former teammate. And so obviously you know both of these players' styles quite well. Who do you think would pose a more difficult challenge for you in the finals?
Going into the tournament, I did say Liereyy was number 2 seeded. That was how I ranked him, but others felt like Viper was number 2, so Viper ended up at number 2, but I stand firm that for me, Liereyy is slightly stronger, or at least for me, harder to face. But I would say you're really like splitting hairs. They're both, it's like 51%, 49%. They're both super, super close and very tough competitors. So I feel like regardless who I get, I think it's going to be a great final, and I'm just excited to be able to play it and to put on a show for the fans as well, hopefully.
Of course. And like we had such a close group stage between Liereyy and Viper, and that was the best of 5, and now we're going to be having this best of 7. Do you have any predictions? You don't have to tell us who you think will win, but the score?
I predict between Liereyy and Viper, yeah?
Yeah.
I predict Liereyy 4-3. That's the Red Bull revenge.
Oh, okay.
But like I said, you're really splitting hairs.
I think everyone's getting ready for a long one. They got their snacks. I hope you're using this break to get your drinks. Go to the bathroom because I don't think we're gonna miss. We're gonna want to miss any action. On that note, is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans watching?
Honestly, I just hope you guys are really enjoying the event, and I hope you guys have had a great time with it. And shout out to the guys who joined our watch party here in Berlin. I hope they're having an amazing time, and I wish them the best with the last 2 series of the tournament and the fun show match they have on Sunday as well.
Are you going to be at the watch party one of these 2 days?
I'll probably go after the finals.
Ooh, okay. So the Hera fans, to be there tomorrow after the finals. To celebrate. Either or, I don't think we can be sad with your performance. You've been playing super well, and it's been an absolute joy to watch. So congratulations once again. And with that, we're going to take a small little break before we get into Viper versus Liereyy.
Oh, sorry there, Dash. Hey, buddy. Long time no see. And full disclosure, I can't actually hear you either, but that's fine. Because we're right here at the Berlin March Party where the Noble Apartment Cup has been taking place, and everybody is fired up. I'm fired up myself. And again, I don't know how much you've already talked to the audience, Irish on Twitch and on YouTube, but actually, we're about to play The Price is Right. That's right. We're about to play The Price is Right with some of the folks over there in the GamerLegion gaming house, I believe that's the case. And we're going to play it with a couple of people over here at the watch party. And I've talked with some of them. I hear they're very fired up. They're incredibly excited about the whole thing. And I actually can't wait for you guys to see this. There's a lot of people here getting drinks. There's a lot of people. Oh, there's a football table as well. Well, look at that. I'm going to be destroying some folks over there in a couple of minutes. You bet that's going to be the case. And here we go. I'm right here at the watch party. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Actually, folks, that's not exactly how we practiced it, is it? I actually said I'm going to ask first, who's ready to play some Price is Right? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so a bit of bad news, though. I still can't hear production. I still can't hear Dash. I can't hear anybody. But I guess I can start explaining. Folks are probably going to be taking care of things, but until we don't have any sound here from the production, I'm just going to be explaining to folks on the stream and over here at the watch party what we're going to do. So we're going to be playing The Price is Right, as we said before. We're going to have 5 products for you guys, kindly sponsored by Hama, of course. Proud sponsor and generous sponsor of the Noble Apartment Cup. And the way this works is going to be like this. I'm going to be showing you guys a product. I'm going to be picking one of you lucky guys. And at the same time, you're going to be playing against one of the talents over at the gaming house. I don't know who exactly, but if you guys over here get the price right, you get to keep the product. How awesome is that, huh? Yeah. There you go. If you get it wrong, though, the guys over there are not going to get to keep the product. Nah, we're not going to do that. The first product is going to go into a vault, and the next guy, the next product, we're going to have the chance, and the next guy who tries to guess it's going to have the chance to actually win both of the products.
House. We are working through some technical difficulties there with Nelson over at the watch party, though I will say he's doing a phenomenal job keeping the energy up over there. But such is the fun of a live broadcast. Occasionally you run into things. Vodka behind me gearing up for the next set. Of course, we've got Viper and Liereyy as well to finish out the day to see who will end up challenging Hera in our grand final here at the Noble Apartment Cup. I have assembled a team of Avengers. I think some very intelligent people to partake in this game of the Price is Right, if we can get the game off the ground and running. Until that point, though, perhaps we'll just sit and chat about the tournament as it's happened so far and the way that it's broken down. Dave, you're the lucky one sitting next to me, and I only have one microphone, so I'm coming to you first. Talk to me about that series between Hera and Yo. I mean, I think obviously Hera came in as a favorite, but maybe some of us surprised to see him in a way come away so dominantly when normally the expectation is Yo will at least, put up a fierce resistance.
Well, I don't think anyone expected that third game, the way that it turned out. I think we all thought, oh no, this is going to be really bad for Mr. Yo. After the first two, he somehow came back in the third game, and then Hera tried to come back himself from what seemed to be an unwinnable position. I don't know if Tristan agrees or not, but I mean, it's just a sign of Hera's dominance.
Yeah, well, let's go over there. That African... I'm sorry. What, did you have more?
No. Go to him, by all means.
Okay, over to Tristan we go, because I do think that African clearing game is maybe the game of the set in a lot of ways, the way it extended, the fight that we saw out of Hera. Now that you've had maybe a few minutes to decompress and reflect on the series yourself, anything in there that you feel jumps out to you now that maybe you didn't have the perspective of in the moment?
In all honesty, I expected Hera's style to be like the last two games, where I thought he would just happily sit back, play the late game, and in late game dominate. The first 2 games and the way he opened the series was really, really creative there. The tower rush into scouts, into the castle drop on bypass was sick. And then game number 2 with the sneak as well. So that, I think Yo was kind of hoping that Hera would actually play the late game styles that he played in the last 2 games. But Hera just reminded everyone he can be aggressive early as well as take the late game. So just complete performance.
All right, well, let me see if I can get Doubt in on this conversation because I know Doubt. Yeah, don't shake your head at me, my friend. You agreed to be a part of this segment. I know you were the late night practice partner for Hera last night. But talk to me about Hera's development as a player because as T90 has mentioned, we've seen very different styles from him even in this tournament. The ability to go late, play defensively, and then outplay in the post-imp, but then even take it to players and end things early within like the first 20 minutes. Do you feel like Hera has even unlocked just another level to his play more recently?
Yes, I take the microphone. Hello, guys. I didn't get much interviews this night, so it's my turn. Stop hiding. No, it's mine. Watch party, guys. The questions we answer later. We are joining to watch party soon. Now on the way is Tato. Yes, Tato, ACCM, Dogao, Yo. What was the question? You asked 3 times the same question. You were watching the games. You answered.
What was the question?
I don't know. I'm like... so yeah, Hera is obviously absolutely complete. Players keep pass by randomly here. He's complete player.
That's perfect map awareness.
Yes, Hera is still improving, as we all know. And some are going downhill. Yes, Viper, thank you for not seeing that. Yeah, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. I guess they don't hear you because I have the microphone. Either way, what was the question, Dash?
Well, the question was, do you feel like Hera's unlocked? The question was, do you feel like Hera's unlocked a new level to his play, maybe in the last year, where he has this flexibility to play deep into the late game, and then to switch things up on a dime and start once again returning to an aggressive style where he looks to end things early with a lot of pressure?
Yes.
Beautifully answered. Thank you so much there, Down. I knew I could rely on you, my friend. It looks like we might have a second microphone flying in as well, just so we can make all of this a little bit easier. Yeah, maybe. Okay, then now it's your responsibility, T90. Let's take a moment to step back and kind of look at the tournament holistically, just from a macro perspective. At least from my point of view, our group stage, maybe one of the best group stages we've ever been delivered. Earlier on the couches, actually, I think while you were casting, we were looking at trying to identify even like what was the best singular game within the tournament, looking at both dry rivers that went incredibly late, one of which was Yo winning with Burgundians or Hart with the Magyars up against the Saracens. Do you have a pick that comes top of mind?
I have a player who is at the heart of like every best game, maybe every most competitive series, who unfortunately didn't end up being in the top 6 that comes to mind. I don't know who that could be whatsoever, but man, is he entertaining to watch. Doubt just gets Tato. No, I was thinking about Doubt. I mean, it's hard to say best game. I think the Doubt Heart series had some games that just had an extra level of like energy to it because it was an elimination game and everything that was on the line.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, with the semifinal game we just saw, the win from Yo was pretty ridiculous because I thought Yo was dead, then I thought Hera was dead, and then Yo ended up bringing it back eventually. So hard to say. Yeah, I think like it depends what you want out of a game, but I mean, I still didn't even get to watch the Hart and Doubt bypass game, which was apparently ridiculous. Doubt's happy with that.
It was.
But even in that series, the game 4 and game 5 was absolutely unreal as well. So those are just the ones that come to mind. But there's been some really good games, notably on bypass, I think.
I was going to say, you mentioned bypass, and I think that map has more than delivered here in this tournament in terms of quality of game and just a lot of excitement. Let me maybe grab the mic, pass it over to Dave. I'm going to extend the same question to you. Favorite game, favorite set, favorite anything that's we've experienced so far here at NAC?
Favorite player? I think I'm going to have to go with Doubt just because he might hurt me, and he's right there. But realistically, favorite players so far in this tournament, I think it might have been Yo, just stylistically. Some of the stuff he's been able to do has been really, really impressive, and I'm sad to see him go out. Obviously, Hera's at a new level right now, so it's always interesting to see where he can push the game forward. But yeah, Yo is my favorite player. Favorite game might have been that African reed beds.
Okay, on the point about Yo, I think for me, one of the most entertaining things is always almost waiting for that point in the tournament where he decides, I know what other people think. I know what other people think is meta. I know what other people have determined, but I'm going back to what I do best, right? And we even saw that, you know, midway point in the group stage, just the draft started to shift more in a direction of civs that are like comfort picks for him. And he's doing stuff with those civs that you wouldn't have thought possible based on maybe the power ranking of other players. And it does make for an incredibly exciting event when you have somebody like him who can make things messy in a way.
Yeah, he makes things messy, but critically, it's messy for his opponent. And then you look at his eco back home, and he's got 2-3 TCs pumping villagers. He's booming. Meanwhile, it's chaos at the front lines, and he's keeping their attention elsewhere. So from a technical standpoint, I really like to watch that because it's not just all speed. It's not just all, you know, repetition with him. It's a lot of creativity mixed in with some chaos at the front. So it's interesting.
Now, talking about some other players, I just want to bring up a couple of names because I do think, one, it's added to the competitiveness, or rather the feeling of competitiveness within this tournament, is to see the return of Winchester, as well as Hart, you know, who had set it as a very clear goal coming out of NAC 5, saying, you know, next time around or by the end of the year, I want to start inserting myself as a name and as a competitor more so with the top 10 players. And I think for both of them, the showing that they have put up in this tournament is something that can be lauded. And largely, I would say, on Hart's perspective at the very least, he's achieved his goal for this year. And now if he sets a new one, I'm excited to see how much higher he can climb.
Top 6 out of these 10 players is insane. For Hart coming in here, I think a lot of people would have had him as like bottom 2, maybe sneaking into, you know, that 6th spot on an off chance, but 3 and 2 throughout the tournament. Really, really solid. Ended up beating Doubt, even though it wasn't easy at the end. Like with Doubt, I'm going to pass the mic over to you and hope production's paying attention. What are your thoughts on Hart right now? Is he the clutch player he claims he is, or is he, you know, just improved to the point where, you know, he can contest with the big boys?
Thank you, Dave. I was wondering when I will get the chance to talk again. So yes, Hart, I guess to who I speak here? To you. You asked the question, sorry. So Hart is definitely stepping up. As we know, Red Bull, he finished top 4, but by beating Sebastian and ACCM, I think 3-0, he's only missing confidence, in my opinion. He's there, and you can see, like, in the set against me, he was shaky. I could feel his mismicroing and so on. For me, it was funny because I got nothing to lose at that point, but I could see the pressure. And I could see when I was watching his set against you that he was not his 100%. When he is 100%, top 4, no question. But he needs to get that level every time now.
There you have it from the Lord's mouth himself. I could tell you were having fun in that series because each opportunity you had to come out into this room,
Tato was sitting there.
Tato's right here. Yeah. Finding every way you could to rub it in and make him uncomfortable.
No.
Oh.
No, it's a
no, we're not. We don't tell the story. Okay, we don't tell the story. Well, then how about let me get your opinion as maybe Viper is moving to get in position for his sets. We already know that Hera has booked his trip to the grand final. This next one, though, almost feels like a coin toss between Liereyy and the Viper. Do you have any strong feelings one way or the other?
Red Bull, Viper pass barely. Group stage, Liereyy pass barely. Viper turn. Viper's turn. Simple as that.
Okay, Viper's turn. Let's pass the mic back around then. Let's get actually a call from each of our guests on the couch. Viper, Liereyy, what are you thinking here, Dave?
We set up our predictions at about 4 a.m. Not yesterday, but we
did the whole bracket
before. Yeah, we did the whole bracket, and I think I had Viper losing to Liereyy 4-3.
Okay.
Well, that sounds weird the way I ordered that. Liereyy beating Viper 4-3.
Yeah, it won't be like Viper losing to him so much as Viper winning it in that case, or Liereyy winning in that case. T90, what are you thinking?
I'm going Liereyy as well. I think Liereyy 4-3.
Okay. All right, but 4-3 is essentially across the board. Tiermis, you wanna get in there?
Well, thank you. I mean, if people know me, I work for Viper. He's technically my boss.
Yeah. Go check out some of his work on YouTube. Some phenomenal documentaries and recounting the history of Age of Empires 2.
Thank you so much. So I have to go 4-3 for Viper.
4-3 for Viper. Okay. I mean,
but if Viper wasn't paying you, what would you say?
Such a trap. That's such a trap, man. Oh, my goodness. Now let's just talk about what it feels like to be at this event. I think there's something special about this event because of the environment that the event takes place in, right? I mean, very much what you see happening right here is not something that only exists because the cameras are on us between every single game. During every single game, people are piled on the couches, sharing ideas, jabbing and poking at each other and whatnot. And I think it does, at least from my perspective and from my career in esports, it feels like no other event I've ever been a part of.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very comfortable. Maybe a little too comfortable with all these layers right now, but no, it's seriously from from the standpoint of like being friends with everybody and just having the time to spend in between sets. It's really cool. It's not like as structured, like you got to get off stage right away and shuffle around. So, and I think, I don't know if other communities could really do this in the same way. Like I don't know other communities, but I feel like our community is unique in that everyone is mostly friends and enjoys each other's company. So, yeah, it's been cool. It's been a great time. It's been relaxing. It's been great. And obviously we've kind of had the perfect event so far. We've had the group stage, which has been ridiculous up to the final day instead of predictable. And now we have we had the first epic semi, and now the second semi, probably going to be the best one of the day, up before a big final tomorrow as well.
Yeah, to your point, I do believe that this is something unique to this scene, or rather smaller scenes to a degree, but scenes that have this kind of deep nostalgia element to it, right? Where for a lot of us, this was a part of our childhood all the way up and through our adulthood versus just the new hot thing. And so that when you step into this room that everybody has a deep passion and love for this game. And I think that just adds to it. On top of a deep love for chess here, I will add. There's always chess games going on throughout the apartment. And well, it sounds like I'm receiving word the watch party might be ready for us to check back in with them and get this game underway. So Nelson, let me know. Can you hear me? Back in with them and get this game underway. So Nelson, let me know. Can you hear me? Back in with them and get this game underway. So Nelson, let me know. Can you hear me? In with them and get this game underway. So Nelson, let me know. Can you hear me? In with them and get this game underway. So Nelson, let me know. Can you hear me? In with them and get this game underway. So Nelson, let me know. Can you hear me? In with them and get this game underway. So Nelson! Nelson! This is going in my acting reel. Well, I think he could hear me. The question is whether or not we can get them back to us. Either way, we're having fun here, friends. What else should we talk about? Anybody else got anything they want to dive into? Do I have any funny stories? Do we have any funny stories able to be told on stream? Ooh, that's tough. Oh, I love it. Here comes Hera in with to save the day with a funny story.
All right, so something very important, actually. We've been talking all week about Buchos. And How do you have the lowest Buchos? How do you have the lowest? How do you have the lowest Buchos? All right, that's it for me. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you so much, Hera, for that moment of hilarity. Who knew we were mixing in with the WWE for this event? We are going to go to a quick break, everybody. Please hang in with us while we try and get things sorted, and we'll get back to you as quick as possible. See you soon.
Ideally hide them till it actually matters, like the knockoff stage, right? Because here we have group stage, we have 5 rounds, so you can still play standard for the most part. You don't want to reveal everything, because otherwise other players start copying it, start countering it, etc. But yeah, we'll see what shows up. I'm looking to copycat some other strats, so I'll definitely be looking out in the practice room as well. Especially in that room, since there's like, you walk in, you see 5 different screens. So I'm curious. Yeah. I don't really have a specific routine. I just usually go for 1 or 2 games to get warmed up, get my fingers warm, and get my mindset right. And yeah, sometimes it happens I take a but maybe cut that. Well, whatever you want. Looking at the maps, I have played other tournaments which the maps favored me more. And I also had more preparation. So the odds are probably against me, but I will still try my best, and I still have some chances. I mean, the favorites are very clear. I think the 4 invited players and Tato are like pretty much top 5 for the last, years. So, very likely to be one of those. If I had to name one, I'd probably say Hera, practiced with him 1 or 2 sets as well. Decent player, not too bad.
I wouldn't say I have any clear masterpieces set up yet, but I'm sure they will come. It very much depends on first of all, you have to do a draft, right? You might have a strategy or a map for a specific strategy or a plan for a specific map. That map might not even be played until later stages, so it might be hidden by itself. But it also depends who you play against. Some people you feel more confident against on certain maps, so you might just draft into that instead and try to save some other strategies for other players down the road. But yeah, also, there's been plenty of times where I tried to hide them for later stages, and then I lose before that, so I don't get to play them. And then I forget about them, so I don't use them next time either. So there's some masterpieces in the graveyard that we never got to see. In the past, I used to always take a bath before I played, just when I was at home. It's a bit harder here at the LAN event, but it usually just relaxed me and I got warm. These days, I tend to just try to not spend energy on Age of Empires before I play and just show up on the computer and play. That might not be a good idea though, because I tend to lose first game of the day all the time. So yeah, I think I will try this tournament to play a lot more before I play my sets. Maybe a set or 2 before I play. So maybe that's gonna be better for me. But usually I just show up and play. I've always played games now and then, but I haven't intensively played right before my set started, which I think could be a good idea because then you're already kind of in the mood. But at the same time, sometimes drafting and all the preparation to set up the computers and everything suddenly takes an hour, and then it's well, I was warming up an hour ago. I'm not warm anymore. So yeah, in the past, it will be something new if I try and pull it off here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Noble Apartment Cup and our second semi-final of the day. It's Sports Liereyy up against TheViper, looking to challenge Hera, already awaiting them in the grand final, and I couldn't be happier than to do it with anyone other than this man right here, Nilly, back on the cast. My friend, how are you today?
Lovely to be here, and especially looking forward to this crazy set, right? Liereyy, Viper, they have delivered for what feels like 10 years in a row now, and just remembering the last set the two of them provided. 4-3 Red Bull Wololo semifinals. If that was any indicator of what we are in for today, it's going to be a great set.
Yeah, you heard Doubt on the couch basically saying it feels like they just trade sets one after the other. So, if we follow that pattern, it was Liereyy who took it in the group stage of this, 3-2, which was another full best of 5. Perhaps it's the Viper's turn, but either way, it's a tall order for both of these players to put up 4 map victories in a best of 7 against the other. I think it'd be a good time for us to check in with that draft to see what the 7 maps we have in front of us are and the civs to accompany them. It's quite an interesting format in general throughout this tournament in terms of the way we arrive at the different civs and maps. Of course, with an admin pick there at the bottom, Pacific Isles is where we will start. Every other map from that point forward will be the losing player's choice of where we go. And then, of course, 8 civs apiece at their disposal. First thing that jumps to my eyes is, of course, Liereyy managing to secure Chinese.
Yeah, we're really surprised by that. In the group stage, Viper was actually the higher seed, and he snagged Chinese and got it on Bedouins, got the W there, and now Liereyy thinks, okay, that was a really strong choice. Maybe I should get that map win as well, and it will be a big question mark how Viper wants to address that.
Another thing that jumps out to me is just Sunburn in the pool. Probably the least played, if not the second least played map in this entire tournament. And so always makes me wonder if a player jumps to that, what they've got cooked up there. It is, of course, generally a pretty aggressive map at that. And then, of course, our other options, just for posterity's sake, we've got African Rebeds and Bypass to finalize the Viper's home maps, and then Arabia and Tiergarten to finalize the home maps over here for Liereyy.
Yeah, Sunburn, big, interesting map, right? As you said, we barely have seen it. It is kind of a since the rush distance is so short, we've mainly see 1TC play. I would think Portuguese makes a lot of sense there. Picked it early, tried to secure it as a home map before we see more map bans. And then the big question mark, like, how is Liereyy trying to defend that? What is good against organ guns?
Not just that, there's also what's not on this Civ draft that I think is important to talk about, Nilly. No Citadel. And just earlier today, I was sitting across from you on the couch, and I pretty emphatically said, I believe that Liereyy is the best Citadel player in the tournament, and yet he's the one who banned it.
Actually tricky, right? In the matchup in the group stage, he got Dravidians, though, right? Probably the best civilization for that map. He looked really sharp. You said the approach with going for the dock and then getting walled, the aggression, smooth transitions is really good for him. Apparently, he's more comfortable with Chinese and Bedouins and Arabian tier gun.
Now, stylistically, how do you feel these players match up? Because I think it was even, I'll cite the Liereyy Hera series that felt in some ways a little antithetical to the way that Liereyy would want to play. Very extended games, right? Typically, I do think of him as the person who's looking for those really clean timings, dealing a lot of damage with clean micro, closing it out before we hit that hour mark. And yet, maybe we're seeing an evolution of him as a player where he has more comfortability and confidence with going late, more akin to what we would have normally said Viper is really good at.
Or it's just Hera defending so well, right? Therefore pushing the game so long. Viper also known to defend a lot, but if you want to break the Viper, it feels like early aggression is your way to go, and that's where Liereyy typically shines.
Okay, well, of course, a number of these maps are able to go late. We saw a very late African reed beds in just the last series. Bypass as well, very much geared to do so. Tier Garden, that's one that can kind of sit in the middle. You see sometimes somebody able to break the other nice and early with some aggression around the wood lines, but once again, if you can stabilize, we're looking for Imperial Age timings and whatnot. Pacific Isles as well, the opportunity to go late. We had one of our most exciting Pacific Isles games actually with Liereyy up against Yo. Liereyy went for an early, transported Vil for a forward dock. They split islands, and Yo was Spanish, in fact, during all of that. And so they had separate islands. It was monk pushes. It was just absolute chaos. They're landing their initial islands. Supremacy villagers came out at one point. And so who knows? For a map that I wasn't necessarily the most happy with coming into the tournament, I think it's delivered some of the best games all tournament long. But it looks we're diving into that very first map of the day. Pacific Isles. It's Liereyy over here in the red, Viper in the blue, Saracens versus the Japanese.
Interesting that we did not see Byzantines here. I thought that could have been an option, wants to save that for a different situation here, and it will be Viper in the red, spawning in the bottom here. Japanese obviously loves to play those maps, right? Strong fishing ships, you save all that wood. I'm a bit surprised. I would have expected Armenians, though, thinking that they might be the best here.
Well, and especially with African reed beds in the pool, a lot of times you'll see a Japanese player go there, maybe look for the fish boom, and so a bit of a switch up here. Of course, Saracens, just known for being such a versatile civ, right? The market, of course, used to great effect as a civilization, and so I think Liereyy has a lot of options to be, in some ways, reactive throughout this this game. And we'll have to see soon enough as the players reach out for their first docks. Again, you start with the transport on this map, and so the scouts should have pretty quickly been taken to those central islands. We do have an interesting generation where we got more of a banana and a circle versus two, generally even generations in the middle.
I would offer you a croissant.
Oh, croissant.
The right one, right?
Okay, yeah, no, I feel that. You're right.
Oh, scout here. Early landing. Can Viper hold this one off?
Oh, he's looking to make it happen, and if anyone could make it happen, but there he goes. He loads into the transport with 1 health and gets away, saving Private Ryan over there. And Liereyy will be on his merry way. Unfortunate not to get that final hit, and the Vil snipe. And the Viper back to the shorefish there, walls up, and is working away again. 1 health remaining to that villager as Loom comes in.
Whew. But Loom, does he really need it? Maybe he's scared of another single scout landing, but Liereyy just wants to get a good idea of the bigger island. It feels like going for the big land should be better for the one player, right? It just feels like you have so much more space to work with.
More space to work with, more safety in the late game from any water or naval play of your opponent, right? You can get some of your military production buildings built in a place where they're not going to be ranged by a bunch of ships. We'll see, though. Liereyy, of course, going to load up onto this transport, and this will be our first indication as to which of the two islands he prefers.
Distance would be right-hand side. Takes the advantage of the Saracen. Double capacity here, and that will be a smooth transition. Should have some problems getting all the wood right now, but once that lumber camp finishes, he should be in a nice setup.
Yeah, going to be multiple trips on the other side for Viper to get all of his vills over to that island, but we are splitting the difference on the map, okay? So Viper on the left here, and we've got Liereyy on the right. Both players on the way up to the Feudal Engineer. Identical timings between them as we have some health traded between the scouts. From there, the question is, any feudal aggression or just a smooth transition to the Castle Age? Given that they chose separate islands, I would kind of expect that there's a bit of a handshake and a move towards the Castle Age with maybe minimal water contest.
Thing is, Saracens typically wants to play galley, right? Their galleys shoot faster, and with galleys, you want to fight in big numbers. Want to have like 10, ideally, at least 6 galleys, want to micro them, and you need a lot of attention there. And if Viper wants to play fire galleys against that, he wants to make it messy. So he wants to fight on land and on water if he chooses to go for fire galleys.
Well, there's that fire galley in the queue and the double dot galley production on the other side. So Nilly is locked in here with the approach for both players, and it is important that the Viper scouted out that second dock position so he at least know where the galleys are coming from. We also have land military production buildings coming up. This is such an interesting map because of the forced attention into so many different areas.
How easily can Viper land here? Because like he will have archers on the island, but he needs to get to the other side. And Liereyy is playing double dock. This could be tricky for the Viper. He might actually need to send the transport to the top. He might potentially even go for the starting island of Liereyy.
Yeah, information is going to be so important here in the early stages of the game. You could see Liereyy recognizes that, trying to get as much information as he can about what Viper's going for. Would have seen that archery range, I believe, so won't be surprised by the production of archers. There it is. Thank you so much, Vodka, for showing us. But to your point, Nilly, with the galleys coming forward, if they can patrol this shoreline, it's going to be really difficult for a transport to make an effective landing. Viper then, of course, may be focused on pushing these galleys back and threatening the fish with the fire galleys of his own.
Now the transport going to the left-hand side. How many archers do you want to go to the other side? Maybe
He's
one spearman, 2
He's
archers?
going to land the starting island.
Yeah.
Just going to land the starting island.
That would be really, really nice. Obviously, Liereyy won't be aware of that. Already Protective Tower is trying to wall that. Liereyy is expecting the aggression over here.
Viper scouts this out too. I mean, he's going to make it messy here just to try and force this villager to take a bit of extra time, even pull a second one over is Liereyy now to force the scout away. He does get the walls up, but if anything, that might convince him even more that this is where the pressure is supposed to come. As we see the transport ship being loaded up, fletching already for these archers. 3 archers is all you need to take a lot of vills down if they have fletching as well.
I think he goes with 2 right now. Let's take a look at the starting island of Liereyy. Is there any protection? He's building a market. And oh, look at that. But those are walls. If you have the transport, you can easily get around them.
Exactly. So he might be, lulling himself into a false sense of security with these walls up. Of course, Viper will likely take the near shortest distance between 2 lines, drop those archers and that 1 spear off. He'll soon run into those walls and maybe have to reroute the transport ship back, just to get them around and actually harass these villagers a bit more effectively. Arriving to the wood line, he'll let Liereyy know that he's here, and now the question is, what's the response?
Incredible awareness here of Liereyy. Not losing a single villager yet. Kills the spearman most likely as well. Transporter out of position, and great micro there against the fishing ships.
Yeah, so that's a beautiful trade here for Liereyy. Fantastic defense at home, gets the blacksmith up, not yet lost any villagers, is forced off of the wood line, but not too much lost there for him. And like you said, a couple of eco kills already on water, trading out pretty effectively against those fire galleys that are trying to defend over there for the Viper. Meanwhile, we're taking a look at the resources up top of your screen. Viper's resources looking slightly better in the race towards the Castle Age. A bit more food in the bank, a bit more gold in the bank. Could always make use of a market of his own, even though he's not the Saracens. But as I say that, it will be the Saracens player that sells the stone to try and balance the economy and catch up in that race to the Castle Age.
1 fishing ship dies now. Galley count, nice and healthy. Up to 8 pretty soon. Those 2 archers now landed around. Defensive tower there. Liereyy Nice defense so far.
Yeah, playing ultra safe in this situation. We already saw that first tower on his expanded island. Now we've got 2 towers back at home. The archers are going to try and dive below. They found a weak villager, but she hops into the tower just in time to keep herself alive. Now we do ring around the rosy for a bit until the villagers can ultimately close the distance. 1 archer goes down, and that really severely reduces the threat here on the home island here for Liereyy.
Did the villager go down there? I'm surprised. There's
Oh,
no
maybe
like super low HP one,
did.
right?
The Eco KD did even up. Yeah, I guess so.
Wow.
It looked like she hopped in.
Yeah. Maybe
she died
shot
inside.
into the tower.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's the rare arcing arrow up into the tower, found its target, and evens up in the KD. So that's why the eco numbers are 37 to 37. But it is Liereyy who's able to click to the castle edge just a bit faster. 2 minutes away as we speak. I see it queued behind that villager there for the Viper, so not too far behind.
Lots of idols there, and has to build another transport. This will be tricky for the Viper to play. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go for a second or third dock. And look at that. His main island. He builds the front dock. And you want to play short distance. Beautiful move. Very likely to go for War Galley upgrade as soon as he goes Castle Age and tries to make it messy against Liereyy.
Yeah, loses his scout on the other island, so it's going to be a bit tougher for him to figure out what it is that Leary's going for when it comes to the land military. All that said, it will be Liereyy first to the Castle Age, first to grab those naval upgrades. We do see a stable being dropped here, so possibly thinking about landing some knights or camels of his own to start harassing the economy as the Viper looks to spread out and expand his eco. Eco upgrades coming in for both players. Fletching now here for Liereyy, just kind of prepping themselves for what will be much larger Castle Age battles in a short minute's time.
This could be really ugly for the Viper. He has no control over at the right-hand side. So we could see the Saracen player actually go for 1-2 knights here and then trying to land the starting island of the Viper. And he's not as well prepared as Liereyy is.
Yeah, even having to keep his fire galleys for the moment garrisoned within this dock. Of course, Liereyy has no idea what the numbers look like inside that dock, but working away on it with the galleys. War Galley upgrade coming in, looking to drop that second TC. Adds a little protection and safety on top of increased villager production for him here. So I'd say things look pretty good for our Saracen player through 17 minutes in the game. But the Viper reaching the Castle Age as well. We'll see if he decides to click that War Galley upgrade or if he's satisfied to sit here with just fire galleys alone.
Interesting. Viper goes for the boom, goes for 3 TCs. Simply sees, okay, Leary's investing a lot, right? He went for fletching, he went for the War Galley upgrade, he has all the control, and Viper's trying to boom. But this will be a tricky game to play because of that transporter.
Extremely difficult. The dock is going to go down. He did in the end decide to click War Galley, but it was after the investment of Bowsaw and the extra 2 TCs, so looking to catch up and maybe even build a lead when it comes to villager production. And all that said, Nilly, I'll go back to our first discussion, which was which of the islands is ultimately a more secure and maybe long-term focused island. Maybe that's what's giving Viper the permission to say, fine, I'll concede the water to you for now because I feel safe enough to build up here. And then later look to extend back onto water with, you know, castles along the shoreline for safety.
Well, castles, obviously something in the very far future.
Right.
Maybe might even think about some towers, trying to get some control there. We have obviously the upgrade potentially for Japanese, but oh god, those knights will do so much damage.
Yeah, I worry significantly for the Viper when I see next to nothing in the queue from a military standpoint. We do have one monk on the way now, but I think that's on the, yeah, exactly, it's on the wrong island for the time being. The knights arrive to the gold, they'll push the Viper away. Now they're towards the woodline. Great quick walling here to avoid taking any extra damage, retreating with the final villager. But I mean, these knights left unchecked are still going to find massive damage, and you can see the monastery being rushed up behind just to have a response.
Yeah, and that's quite some investment, right? Those 2 knights, they can already go, but the monastery on the starting island won't be that pretty. The monk you can't really use. Typically 4 relics on this map, and most of the time it's 1 on each starting island and 1 of the 2 center islands. Viper actually pretty fortunate spot, has 3 relics on his main island.
Oh, yeah.
But
There we
it's-
go.
Oh, actually, it's close. It's
Yeah. One got taken by the tide just a little ways out. So that'll be a fun one to try and recover, especially in the face of war galley aggression in between the two of his islands. I think this is where it gets a little bit scary, where you start to get surrounded by the war galleys. It's hard to extend back out onto water until you drop those towers or a castle to control some part of the shoreline. Love that move too, just like you mentioned. After forcing the reaction at home, transport comes back, picks up those same 2 knights, and now he's looking to deal similar damage here on the main island, or on the central island, I should say, of the Viper.
Take a look. Conversion's trying to go in. Can't really get it. Knight's too active. Tries to commit against the villagers here, but easily jumping into the town center.
Okay, Knights will retreat. Good response there from the Viper. No Knights have lost their lives just yet. Well, pretty low on health. Eco upgrades are starting to roll in, as well as I think the players are realizing that this one could be a long one. Not too much damage found either way. 13-4 stands the KD overall. 4-2 for the Eco KD, all in favor of Liereyy as the Saracens. Here comes a 4th TC for Liereyy as well. Just going to accelerate his economy, get himself up to that 100-plus villager state, look for the Imperial Age. And so let's start to talk about ideal compositions for these two players. What are they looking towards building into?
Since both players have an island on their own, and landing is just so easy to defend, especially because we already have military set up on our own island, I think this game will be decided via water control. So this will be full galleon, some fast fires from Japanese player, and then we have to think ahead. Wood will run out. Who is actually getting control on the edge of the map? Because that's where most of the wood is in the late game.
Yeah, wood and the relics that you pointed out. And we already have Viper with one back at home in that monastery, bringing a second one in right now as we speak. And so if he can find himself one more, he secures the relic advantage, at least for a time being. Look at that. These guys are in lockstep right now. Both of them thinking about wheelbarrow at exactly the same time. The eco upgrades near identical across the board. And this is what we want to see, everybody, in game number 1 of a best-of-7 set between these two players, is both firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, it is like not a lot of fighting happening, but just trying to set yourself up to get the advantage going into Imperial Age. Viper, as we can see with the resources, already thinking, okay, time to go up pretty soon, has enough stone for a castle. We can say the same for Liereyy.
Yeah, looking for castle placements now, right? Of course, as we mentioned, if Viper wants to get back on water, he's going to have to defend some shoreline, but he has his pick of the litter across all of his island. I would wonder if he goes for something, you know, classically defensive and chooses not to contest the shoreline that's actually between the two islands and look to build up and move in with naval, naval army to control the central area.
I think it would be a major mistake to build a castle in reach of the other main island to be trapped. Like over here, feels like a horrible castle. It has to be more in the center of the island.
And actually, I think we could take a learning from that very series, Liereyy versus Yo, where we saw that happen. A number of castles placed kind of along the central coastlines, making it very easy for either player to ultimately trap those down. I think we see the buildings being completed here for either player so that they can click up, and there are the resources for the Viper. So off we go, 3 minutes and counting to the Imperial Age. There has been a 10-villager lead built here for Liereyy, of course, moving out to that 4th TC while Viper elected to stay on 3. Knights still looking for any damage they can find, maybe a villager walking around that they could snipe and delay some production buildings. Okay, that's not a castle placement that I predicted.
But this should be a counter castle by the Viper. He has enough villagers. What is he doing? Why is he moving around? Wants to delete those farms? Is he that scared of the war galleys? I think if he pulled the villagers a bit earlier, he could have denied this.
And now the question is timing, right? Obviously, way more villagers committed to building here for the Viper, but with that delay of having to delete the farms to get this placement down, in the end, Lierey's castle might also go up. We have the monk coming over, looking for a conversion, trying to delay, taking a look at the health counts there. We do have the castle from the Viper going up. Can't range all of the villagers, though, so I think in the end, we have castle v castle on the home island of the Viper. Granted, he will be the first one to the Imperial Age.
I think this is absolutely fine for the Viper. Which is not fine is that those redock attempts are being spotted.
Yeah, this is going to make it majorly tough, right? What did we talk about? The fact that the Viper needs to have a protected shoreline in most cases in order to get the docks down. He will continue extending his dock placements down towards the western side, and now monks are coming over to push those ships away. So in the end, might be able to get them up. guard tower now being invested into, along with more economy upgrades. We got Bodkin on the other side.
I think you could have squeezed in Jasama here, right? In the castle. The extra arrows for your towers. Right now you can't really use it. It has to finish before you reach Imp though, because then you want to produce traps.
All right, galleys have found those docks, but 3 of them came up before they do. And so the production of the fire ships begins. He'll have to keep these garrisoned for some time, make sure he's got the numbers where he feels confident to eject and take the water battle. Imperial Age arrives. Immediately, a Treb is in the queue. Take a look at that, though. 2-man saw. Whenever I see something like that, it's telling me these players realize this one could go an hour and a half plus. And so the Viper is going to take advantage of those things early. We also love to see block printing up against, an opponent's Navy fast fire ship coming in. And even another castle being dropped on his central island, while Liereyy will do the same, look to defend his expansion on the right-hand side.
This is still tricky for the Viper. He doesn't have a really good redocking spot, right? Right-hand side was spotted, left-hand side got spotted as well. That's why he's going for all those monks. But 3 monks won't be enough to kill all those war galleys.
Yeah, not just that, because he went for the more conservative castle placements, right? They don't really effectively control any shorelines. And so as long as Liereyy has his galleys in the right place at the right time, he can prevent the Viper from effectively getting back on water. Solid snipes here onto at least 1 of the monks, but 2 conversions went through. And so I think in the end, Viper will be happy with that trade. Chemistry on the way. That's going to help out with the Trebs. We have 1 Treb on the field already here for the Viper, working away on the home island, and a second one to follow here soon enough. Now we've got Galleon and Chemistry coming in on the other side alongside Handcart. So the economies are up and running. Now it's just about the army compositions and the unit control.
Let's remember, though, I think Saracens don't get shipwright. Their galleys shoot faster, but they still have to pay the full price. In the end, Japanese will get some reduction there. Can be nice for them, but if we have the full 80v80 fight on water, it will always be in favor for the Saracens.
You wanted it, we got it. Yasama completing in this moment. Of course, we'll need to see those towers put to great effect, but another phenomenal way, if this is going to become all about a water battle, to aid your ships in winning any engagement, littering shorelines with keeps and Yasama. Heated shot, of course, wanting to come in as well. Ballistics, devotion. I mean, at this point, we're going to fill out the tech trees of both of these civs, and I think then we return to the idea of the ideal compositions and finding the right engagements. Obviously, winning water is lovely. You still have to find a way to deal that killing blow every once in a while, which could require you to kind of transition back on land.
Or you're just trying to win water and starve the opponent on wood, right? If you completely surround their islands and they can't go for the extra wood lines at the side, that would be the rain. Oh, Viper tries to be super sneaky here.
Oh.
Right, shh, nobody go for there.
Hello?
See what happens.
We've got Liereyy patrolling a bunch of ships over there on the western side. He's arriving at those 3 dock placements there from the Viper. This is a good find here from Liereyy as well, but enough vills are committed to the tower that it will ultimately go up. Viper just trying to establish some element of control here as we look at that choke point, that crucial choke point between the 2 islands. But just as you said, castles not usually wise to place in range of Trebs on the other side. Liereyy immediately finding a focus for his Trebs here with that tower going up, and removes the docks over here for the Viper. Viper having to replace a whole bunch of them.
Nice find indeed. Those towers, yeah, you're kind of trying to buy yourself some time. Now Yasama coming in, better traps. Lots of food for the Viper. I think he could even consider selling quite a bit, but obviously price is not as good as for the Saracen player.
Yeah, Katabaruto coming in, as Vodka shows us, the other unique tech here for the Japanese, allowing Trebs to pack and unpack incredibly quick. We already have cannon galleons out onto the field. I mean, this is starting to play into exactly what you said here, Nilly, with 1 player just opting for full water control and looking to starve their opponent out.
He lost the dock with shipwright. Has to research it again. Oh, that obviously takes a long time. Now, the production isn't as fast. You have to pay more wood. Loses that castle and will be heavily housed.
Yeah, that's going to be really tough for him to deal with, looking towards that central island for either a new castle to go up, and like you say, housed here with over 15 above his current pop limit means nothing will be produced for some time. Now investing into keep. Cannon galleons of his own. But right now, things are looking good for Liereyy. How about this landing, though, once again? Viper looking for any and every opportunity to make things messy here in this game. Pull Lierey's attention so that he can finally get himself established on water.
Ooh, and traps together with Keep will make it tricky. Tries to go for the defensive castle, tries to go for some traps. Still has 2 traps on the map, so can maybe find an answer to this, but this has to be annoying.
Oh, without a doubt. Quite annoying. That first tower will go up. It is a castle in defense here from Liereyy, but he's going to have something respond to those trebuchets, or it'll go down as quickly as it went up. But while all of that is taking place over on Lierey's island, we do have those docks falling one by one by one for the Viper. Monk took a treb shot to the dome and will go down. The tower is under fire. Viper looks to extend further here onto this island. Bracer, crossbow, thumb ring coming in. So thinking about land military as maybe his option to get back into this, disrupt the eco enough here from Liereyy that then the Navy doesn't matter as much.
Just struggled so much with getting unhoused. Like those cannon guns, they found so many kills already. It feels like he killed like 10 dogs, 2 castles, lots of houses, so much control in the center here, and just surrounding from both sides.
Yeah, this is a very tough one here for the Viper to kind of wiggle his way out of, trying to look to drop to more docks. Fast Fire's looking to do what they can against the Galleons, but of course the numbers just aren't there yet here for the Viper, and a cannon galleon even rolling around to work on the trebs here. I mean, a beautiful defense here from Liereyy while he keeps the numbers up. Out on water, 65 to 24 up there up top your screen in terms of military numbers. 10 villagers committed to bringing up every single dock, and just like that, another one goes down.
Yeah, brutal, right? He has like 5 docks left or something, and now heavy demos are joining the party, and then fast fires aren't really an option anymore for the Viper. Has to disengage from this.
Oh, now it's about how you keep those heavy demos hidden, right? Right now they're in the mass of those ships, but I promise you they're in there, everybody. And you wait for your moment to strike, remove that meat shield. Here they come, swinging in. They'll find good purchase onto the ships here of the Viper, having to retreat even further, giving up more water control, giving up more positioning and more docks in the end. I think as well, his entire push on Lierey's island has been stalled out. He's down to 1 TC of his own here on his central island. Things are looking ugly for the Snake.
The production simply not there. Has 4 docks over here at the left-hand side. He can't really get onto the numbers. He has 23 ships in the queue. He can't get the resources on the map.
Yeah, not just getting the resources, but then grouping those ships up, right, and actually hitting a critical mass where he feels he can take this fight. While the queue looks decent from a numbers perspective, he just simply isn't matching the overall army count of Liereyy. Liereyy will take a moment to regroup, retreat a little bit, find a new opportunity to fight. He needs to be careful not to get pinched too much, as the Viper has dropped more docks on his home island down there in the south. So was thinking about trying to sandwich Liereyy in, and here comes some fast fires from behind. This could be big here for the Viper, but as I say that, more heavy demos start rolling in. It looks like the numbers and the production queue is still very strong for Liereyy. 10 in the queue for the Galleons. The Galleon number up to 35. He's also got 5 trebuchets, and I feel like soon enough we're going to see those transported right across the center over to Viper's Island to look to apply the pressure even more.
Viper only has 1 single trap to defend that. That was really well played on water, by the way, from Liereyy. I think you could have easily mismicroed that and lost all your cannon galleons, but look at that. Still 11 elite cannon galleons on the field.
Yeah, very impressive. Vodka pointing out as well that those relics that Viper had earlier secured are just sitting right now, completely, of use to him until he creates another monk, gets them garrisoned into a new monastery. More towers going up here along the shoreline, just trying to make sure that he can keep those docks healthy, keep the production up, and eventually contest the Saracen player on water. But every time I look back up at that scoreboard, I see 2x the military count here for Liereyy, and Viper struggling to get past that 30 mark.
Absolutely brutal. Now Galleon's trying to take the fight, but Galleon v Galleon, not really your option. Tower's trying to help from distance. Maybe Cannon Galleons can get some good shots in, but they didn't shoot yet.
And if we thought the production was good already here from Liereyy, conscriptions on the way means the reinforcements come even faster. Another slate of heavy demos there at the back of that massive army there for Liereyy, waiting for his moment to strike. The Cannon Galleons are going to make quick work of those keeps in the Yasama Towers. This is looking ugly for the Viper. I don't see a response. Right now he's just hanging on by a thread, but I don't see an actual win condition here.
Incredible demo use by Liereyy. He doesn't have that many, but he just uses them so perfectly. Viper always has to split, has to disengage there, and then Liereyy can always take better fights over and over again. And
Castle going up as well. Liereyy feels like he has enough control. Those trebuchets have finally been brought to the other side. Villagers bringing up a castle. And this is the killing blow that he's looking for. He continues to push the Viper off water. The docks, you can just follow him in a clockwise formation around the island. They keep going up there on the mini-map as more fall. The numbers dropping now below 20 as the numbers climb above 75 in the military count here for Liereyy. He's been pop-capped this entire time. Viper's moving in the wrong direction in that regard.
Viper, 0 traps. He doesn't have an answer to this landing. He's now building some crossbows. He needs those resources on land, but on water as well. But what is that, like dock number 20 going down?
I would love to have a statistic of amount of wood invested into docks here for the Viper by the end of this one. It feels like Liereyy hasn't lost a dock this entire game.
Take a look at the damage on those cannon galleons. It should be 10 cannon galleons, and they got so many shots off. Can't see it. What gets to type it? Something like 17.6K?
It kind of looked like a 7 there, so yeah, maybe ticking up to 18.6K. I mean, it's astronomical numbers when you consider the amount of health that a dock has. Those 6 alone have killed double-digit docks, and once again, the Viper, I mean, he's looking to stick in this one. Whether or not he sees a win condition for himself or is continuing to warm those fingers up, don't forget, this is a long set, and I know a number of our players, even if they feel like they're in a losing situation, they want to make sure that, you know, they're physically ready and warmed up for that second game and able to strike back. Now below 85 villagers is the Viper. The military count still struggling to get above 25, barely over 100 in the total population, while we see 199 on the other side here for Liereyy. 90 military under his control, and more of the map falls in his favor.
Yeah, this is only the phase where Viper just tries to get it to the rhythm, tries to get the macro rolling. This is an unwinnable game for him. This is more, okay, let's get into the mindset and get my fingers warm, so game 2 doesn't get out of control that quickly.
Well, there you go. Feels like that's about the time to tap out, and Liereyy will go up 1-0 in the series as we check in with the players, see if there's any friendly discussion. I wouldn't necessarily expect between these two and with the intensity of this moment and this series for them to be super chatty Cathys, as they say.
Also, Viper, noble man, doesn't talk when he's food in his mouth.
Oh, that's good etiquette, everybody. Take a note from the snake.
And yeah, this is a game to shake off for the Viper. I liked his approach, right? Fire Galley and the Archers, but Liereyy's reaction, the preemptive walls, tower at home, he knew exactly what was coming. Like the scout being at the perfect moment and scouting the Archer range at like 20%. Another player scouts it when 3 Archers are in your woodline.
Right. Yeah, that's a really good point. There's a distinct possibility none of that walling happens if he doesn't scout that archery range, right? And he plays in a more greedy fashion and is forced to react only when the fletching archers arrive. So, you know, beautiful response from him with the information that he gathered, and that's why you got to have your scout in constant motion there, friends. And so while it was the Viper who ended up on maybe the island that we favored between the two, it came down to exactly what you talked about, control over the water, right? It doesn't matter how much of the ultimate landmass you have under your control if you can never find a way to actually use that to assault your opponent and you're taking fire from all sides.
Yeah. Also, the island being a bit smaller meant the resources are closer together, and therefore one tower was protecting more resources at the same time. So Liereyy didn't have to invest too much to spread himself too thin for the defense.
Yeah, and also those knights, right? For as effectively as he himself defended against the landing of the archers, I feel like his landing was quite effective in the 2 knights, first to Viper's home base, then to Viper's expansion in the middle. Just, again, getting more information, but forcing reactions, forcing that monastery to come up, and 100 gold invested into that monk. Was also able to get up to a 4th TC, so perhaps you could argue had just the slightest of eco advantages as we moved into the post-Imperial Age, and the production was there, the micro was there with the heavy demos as well. And off we go to game number 2, but not before we go to a quick break. We'll see you back here in just a bit.
And now, a word from our partners.
A mouse! A mouse! What is it, dear? Why you rage? Oh, honey. That's no ordinary mouse. It's the Reaper 250. With this mouse in your household, you never have to be scared again.
Yes, the U-Rage Reaper 250, featuring DPI control, advanced ergonomics, RGB lighting, and customizable buttons, is the perfect addition to every competitive household. Why U-Rage?
It's all good. Get yours on Mueller.de.
Welcome back to the Noble Apartment Cup. Game number 2 between the Viper and Liereyy. It was Liereyy who took game number 1 on Pacific Isles. That means it's Viper's choice of where we go next. Of course, we were already talking a little bit about our expectations being subverted in the Civ choice on that first map. Maybe thinking Armenians would have been the pick. And then you question, okay, so what will go to African reed beds where I would have normally placed Japanese? And of course, you're still staring down the barrel of a Chinese pick on Bedouins, which I just struggle to find a good response to, as we've seen all tournament long. And so, where do we go? Do you go Sunburn? Do you just try and throw the curveball early in the set?
And trying to play Portuguese early could be an option. Viper, I think, did he really feel like he was in the set, really? Or does he need another warm-up game? Maybe just a standard Arabia. Just play it, trying to macro it out and get some more control might be an approach for him as well. But he doesn't want to go down to 0.
It will be that curveball of Sunburn here in game number 2. And as you can see at the top of your screens, the Viper in red playing as the Khmer up against the Lithuanians here for Liereyy in the blue.
Super short distance means mobility isn't that important. Skirm, Spear, way better than your typical scout play here. And, well, that's a lot of resources at the left-hand side for both of the players. So feels like both could open with Skirm and the Archer range here at the left-hand side. Yeah. And then Lithuanians, more food at the start, faster moving Skirms. Quite a nice setup for them.
Yeah, they'll be happy to click up early, have lots of options available to them, even if they just want to go into a Spear Skirm opening, play defensively. I am curious with the Khmer pick, right? You know, a bonus often cited, maybe not often played with here on Sunburn, of course, is the ability to go for military buildings without having to put the prerequisite down of the barracks or even go up to the next age without the prerequisite buildings. I highly doubt we're going to see a greedy fast castle attempt here in the face of feudal aggression, but maybe Viper is thinking about using in early uptime and saving of the wood to go straight for scouts or archers and just kind of pen his opponent in.
Scout Archer would obviously be the dream, but short distance and so much faster moving units there for Spear Skirm. Viper could easily die before that. If we were talking about Arabia, that is the ideal composition, right? You can wall a bit, but here with both berries close to like one screen away from each other, going for scouts feels super risky.
Well, one boar apiece that's already been brought in for each player. Now they push the zebras. Here we have Loom coming in for the Viper, so already thinking about clicking up as long as he can get the food dropped off. At the end of all of this, 18 bills apiece. 3 in the queue here for Liereyy, so he's thinking about...
Viper goes for an archer here.
Yeah.
It is Scout Archer?
Mm-hmm. It's a fast uptime straight into archers. He doesn't have to build that barracks. He saves a lot of wood, can get the production of the archers out quickly.
Lierey's completely out of position with their scout. He's still pushing another zero.
He's still building villagers. He's got 500 food. He's got 20 vills out onto the field. He's queued up another one.
Is he trying to out-mind game the Viper? Thinking, okay, Khmer, you're going fast castle. I'm going fast castle myself. Now he's playing Loom, pop 22. That's not your typical aggressive time. Lierey's going fast castle, and he will be surprised seeing archers pretty soon.
Yeah. Do you feel like when you see the feudal age timing from the Viper, do you have to abandon the castle age strategy?
I think so.
Yeah.
But yeah, like how can you control the gold, right? Your tower, you need to rush it. Those resources are really close together. Oh, what a mind game by Liereyy.
Yeah, he's got 2 golds here, a little bit further back, but they're just below a hill as well, right? And that's going to be tough to maintain control if you don't have army numbers. 20 seconds away here is the Viper from the feudal age. He's got his scout over here on the left-hand side, so he's spotted the berry position. He's going to see this gold here in just a moment.
I'm looking at Lierey's face now. We were for feudal age. Will he have any reaction? How cool will he be? He knows aggression has to be coming in his direction.
And not a muscle move. I did see eyes flick up to the left-hand side, but outside of that, not too much. He's locked in. He's dropping the barracks. Look at how close he's bringing these buildings to the TC, right? I think he's already prepared for the fact that this is going to be, a pretty claustrophobic game for him.
Yeah.
We've got double bid axe completing here for the Viper. Back at home, the archery range looks to already be up with 2 archers in the queue. I'd expect them to come forward one by one since there's no real threat of them being picked off as long as the scout.
Not a Viper move, but if he was a bit more decisive here, moving forward with villagers and trying to tower rush this area could have been an option. Push them away from the berries, from the gold, and then all of a sudden you need to do something on the right-hand side. There will be the stable from Liereyy. Has to be the blacksmith after that. But where do you get the food from now?
Right.
Oh, there will be so many dead resources.
Yeah, he's pushed off of the berries. He just has that one zebra that he's still working on. There's really no shot that you make it to 800 food at this point. At least not organically, right?
Archer 2. Look at that.
All the way out to these other
Viper
berries.
realizes the archers are instantly going to the other side.
Oh,
what a
this
read.
is such a heads-up play. Exactly. If I've pushed you off of these berries, the only other option you have is the berries on the other side of the map. So just as quickly as one archer arrives here, Fletching is on the way, and the second archer goes to the eastern side. It is going to be that pincer move here from the Viper. The question is, can he pull it off? That is still a half-health scout that finds the archer, looking to take the position on the hill, and ultimately, I think, wins out in this battle as Fletching completes in this moment. One archer down, but a second one on the way.
It's a nice harassment here. Tries to wall this one in. Really? Really? An archer?
That Vil goes down, and we have the diagonal hits. The Vil goes down, and not what you want to see out of Liereyy. An investment of villager time, some resources, and still losing the villager life in the end. Viper will micro away.
I don't see time. Dash, look at that.
Yeah, it's just climbing.
He's at 750 food.
Oh, dropping farms.
2 minutes.
He's dropping farms, no double bid axe, no horse collar, so it's a huge investment of wood for just the sake of getting himself that click to the castle edge. He has it now. He manages to click. There are, I think, some villagers that escaped down to the south to find a zebra, of all things, coming home with a necessary 125-ish food. Either way, this is an ugly start here from Liereyy. 6 villagers down.
Archer. Safe. Goes for another lumber camp there.
Oh, he's going to get through with these because I don't think... Maybe the Viper can manage to snipe one. Probably. Oh, he goes for the scout instead. Does end up taking that life. Liereyy gets back with the villagers, but you just have no
those two are in
space.
danger. Those two are in danger, no?
Yeah, groups these archers up. Ooh, poor pathing here for this villager means she will go down if the micro is there from the Viper. Another Vil dead. 28 to 20 now in the villager count. Lierey's going to try and extend back out to the left-hand side. The question is if Viper becomes aware of that, making use of the scout. Didn't see it on their exit. But either way, I think Viper will just keep the production up here of the archers. You see 6 on the field, now 2 more in the queue.
Maybe Liereyy just read the handbook and like, oh, you can advance to the castle age and get additional techs and can build mighty knights. But you need gold for that. He has 6 gold, 0 villagers on gold. He doesn't gain anything from being castle age.
No, and he's just going out for more food, right? It's like you say, but all 3 of the gold positions are being essentially camped here from the Viper. Even the wood line is under threat.
Yeah.
We have a farming economy and nothing else. So we're going to castle for castle age scouts.
Oh boy. More line of sight, maybe? Not even sure about that.
Yeah, he hasn't even been able to get the food for a single armor upgrade, right? Again, anything you could have done in the feudal age. We do lose a couple archers there to the TC, and that buys Liereyy just a moment to get out with some villagers. That could be a saving grace.
Viper doesn't trust that Liereyy has no gold. He added the barracks, he's adding some spearmen. The reaction to potential knights, I like that.
Yeah, and Liereyy will get himself onto gold, maybe realizing that in losing those archers on the right-hand side, that was going to be Lierey's opportunity to get out to that extra gold position over here. So this will be Lierey's best opportunity to get back into this game as he hits the castle age. Looks to produce knights, still needs gold to come through, still needs food at this point to keep both his TC running and knight production. Trying to drop an extra TC here as the spear and 1 archer arrive. 2 more archers or another archer and another spear arriving as well. I think this is going to be some villagers going down. A number of them fairly low health. Might be able to manage to get this TC up as he pulls more villagers from the farming economy over. This is it. It's do or die right now for Liereyy. If the TC doesn't go up, he's in the position to call the GG. I think he's pulled enough villagers to make it happen, but it's such an investment of time. It's such an investment here in terms of not working and pulling in more resources. I mean, we still haven't had a single night produced, but he's just trying to force this TC up and secure himself a gold position for the rest of the game.
How did Liereyy not lose a single villager? Now it's the first one going down, I believe. This should have been like 3-4 dead vills. That was actually a really good micro. And now we see Lithuanian bonus. You get 1 extra food. Only need to add some more gold for every town center.
Okay. So Vills are on to gold safely. Through all of this, though, it's a 12 villager lead here for the Viper. He has a 7-0 military lead. He can completely close off the left-hand side of Lierey's base, and now he transitioned into double stable himself as he's 1:40 away from the castle age.
I'm a bit surprised, honestly, by the double stable and the production of the archer behind it. I think just going like 3-4 spearmen, trying to be safe, and then double stable makes a lot of sense. Not really sure what the 5th archer is doing now.
I'm not certain either.
Oh, is he on stone? Am I seeing like 8 villagers moving on stone here?
Yeah.
Well, not 8, but quite some.
Yeah, 5 villagers to stone. Good catch there. We have bloodlines coming in. First armor upgrade here from the Viper, so it's very clear that he's thinking about, you know, a primarily cavalry unit, army composition.
I love the scout. Viper needs to know, because he knows, wow, I'm completely having you in a chokehold, then you kind of continue playing. Where are your villagers? Now he finds some, gets 2 more kills.
Yep. The snipe comes through, the arrow flies true, and Viper's happy with that. He also scouted the monastery, right? Another good use for that scout is going to be, if I'm going into Knights and you have Monk in response, we're going to want some scouts or light cav on the field. Once again, harassing the wood line. This group of archers on the left-hand side of your screen has been camping out there for about 10 minutes straight. And now he's got another group over here on the right-hand side, just applying the squeeze, looking to suffocate Liereyy out of the game. Lierey's done, I think, a phenomenal job after such a rough start to secure that gold and give himself a fighting chance, but it's going to be a massively uphill battle for him from this point forward.
Last night, Monk out of position, easy snag for those scouts.
Yeah, 3 scouts come in. Now we have the Siege Workshop as well for the Viper. So very much this map playing out the way we would expect it to, with aggression, aggression, aggression.
Is this a spot for Rams? Or is this a Mangonel?
I vote for Ram, but he votes Scorpion.
Okay, the Viper way.
Why not? Why not?
Archer sniping. So many low HP villagers again.
I don't know if you can commit to that, though. You don't have second armor on your scouts. You lose 1 archer, 1 spear. You do trade out for a single villager life, and you can camp these archers here. Ton of low health villagers still trying to get back out to the wood and keep the income up. Another villager out of position here on the berries. Might go down to the scouts. We've got the monk just healing up low health villagers. Honestly, probably the best use of that monk for the time being. First Scorpion comes forward. It's going to range the wood line. This is just such an unenviable position here for Liereyy to be in. The first of the Knights onto the field here for the Viper. 2 more in the queue.
Viper bolts in the Scorpion.
Oh, no way. Oh, my goodness. It's a melee composition primarily here for Liereyy. So as that Knight comes forward to try and deal with the Scorpion, boom. Walls come up. You won't find that kill. What an ingenious move. What a creative and ingenious move there from the Viper. Villager walks home. Job is done.
Have to love it. Now let's take a look here. Monk on the other side.
Ooh! Anything you can do, I can do better, baby. He walls in the Monk to keep it alive against the scouts. You love to see it. You love to see the fight, the tenacity here out of Liereyy as he continues to try and absorb pressure. Now, remember, through all of this, everybody, he did drop that second TC. So if he can get the food eco back to a point of sustaining the villager production, will eventually catch up in those villagers. But in terms of resources collected, Nilly, 11K to 7K. I don't think I've ever seen a 4K differential like this quick in a game.
Yeah, they're absolutely brutal. And some of that was stone. Look at the stone count. Viper sending the villagers forward, and not too few.
No. He sees his opportunity to end this game right here, right now, as Devotion is on its way. The castle will come forward. It's 20-plus villagers committed to this. Lierey's going to see it. He's going to have no options to defend against it or to stop it from going up. Attempts the conversions on the scout, needs to garrison them in before the conversions come through. Now we'll attempt again on the Knights. Viper with such great control over those scouts and the Knights largely prevents any advantage being found here from Liereyy. The castle will go up. Viper moves back to wood, and that goal position is lost.
Uh-oh, let's take a look here. Scouts are trying to dive in. 2 monks down, third one in danger as well. Conversion, 1 only. That was good enough for the Viper.
Oh yeah, this is a big fight for him. Taking the monks out, even taking a couple of villagers with him. It's 9-0 in the eco KD, even KD overall. But like I said, this is just sitting pretty here for the Viper. He's been unperturbed back at home. His eco rolling in exactly the way he wants it to be. You see 31 on wood there. I'm certain that a number of those will transition onto food soon enough. Okay, will he find this TC that Lierey's going for? Wall's already coming up to try and make sure it goes up. And Liereyy, he decides he needs to tap out. The pressure is just non-stop. He was taking punches left and right. And the Viper will even us up at 1-1.
And that was pure mind games. That was Liereyy seeing the civilization of the Viper, thinking, okay, you are the sneaky boy, you can play some fast castle, I will counter you. Liereyy with the counter strategy too, something Viper didn't even play. And Viper actually had the perfect counter to what Liereyy played.
Oh yeah, I love it. I love it, and I love the map choice, right? Because we were wondering, does he go for one more slower paced, warm-up game almost, quote-unquote, with something like Bypass in his pool, where you at least know that you're going to be making it to the Castle Age? In this case, it's time for me to change the pace of the series, and it's going to be me who comes striking first and fast. So love to see that out of him, bringing us to a 1-1 scenario and making sure that we're going to get at least 5 games in this series.
Have to love it. Oy. But that's obviously also something where Liereyy can easily say, that was a loss, but something that I can't be too sad about.
Right.
If Viper picks the different strategies, and neither player really scouted, right? Both were super greedy, pushing those deer. So this was like blind counter, and then a really unfortunate situation. Liereyy can just say, I played really well in game 1 and put myself in a good spot to potentially allow myself a comeback in game 2. Liereyy should still be happy with how he played.
Sometimes it's easier to shrug off those games that are lost to what feels like a cascading effect, right? One thing goes wrong early, okay, now I'm in a hole that's near impossible to dig myself out of. 1-1 stands the series score. We go to another quick break. When we come back, we'll see who takes the lead as we head into Game 3. See you soon.
And now, a word from our partners. Tired of interruptions ruining your moment of peace? Discover true tranquility with the Hammer Bluetooth headphone Passion Voyage. With cutting-edge noise cancellation, immersive sound, and unmatched comfort in every note. Sounds like more Hammer.
Welcome back to the Noble Apartment Cup, where we're all tied up here in our second semi-final, 1-1 with many games to go. Let's pull up that map in Civ Draft. Let's see what we're working with here. As the shoe's on the other foot, Nilly, it's Liereyy now who gets to make a selection between the 5 remaining maps. Of course, his 3 home maps, Tiergarten, Arabia, Bedouins, and then we have African Rebeds and Bypass on the other side.
And the big question mark, Chinese on Bedouins. Is that just a free win for Liereyy? It feels like starting with those extra 3 villagers early on, you're already on Shorefish, your economy is just completely out of control. Viper, what could be his option against that?
I don't know, but exactly like you say, I think Viper, maybe more than a number of other players, sometimes recognizes within drafts that there are just lost games. And you don't play to win a losing game, right? So you don't say, oh, I'm going to go throw away one of my better civs just to maybe beat the most picked civ in the entire tournament. Bedouins it is. It is going to be that Chinese pick, of course, for Liereyy. No surprises there. On the other side, the response is the Romans.
trying to compensate with the 3 extra villagers. Liereyy is actually starting with minus 100 food, but simply sending 3 villagers on the right-hand side instantly to Shorefish, fastest food income in the game, means he will quickly get to those 100 food to queue up 2 more villagers, just adds up loom, and we'll be fine from the start.
Yeah, so for those of you who are wondering why it is that the Chinese are so effective, particularly in this tournament and on this map, it is because of the ability with the 9-vil start to collect that food while the TC's going up, where normally you would have to wait and then struggle to recoup that food later on. TC positionings, I think, very relevant here. It's always a question on a Nomad start. What will be just the relative distance between the players, as well as their own proximity to resources? It does seem, of course, that these players are very close to each other, and I would expect, with the use of the sheep, that they'll become aware of that rather quickly. I'll note a very protected gold there from the Viper, but we'll have to take a look at the rest of the resources around him. I think Viper already rather clearly aware of where Liereyy is positioned, so this could be a very aggressive game.
We're thinking Liereyy should have the aggression early on, and Viper kind of needs to defend, right? And therefore having the wood line so close to a town center, gold directly next to a town center, is actually a dream scenario for the Viper. He mainly needs to think about those 3 villagers on the early mill.
Yeah, my only concern for him, and not even necessarily in the early game, but as the game develops, is no stone positions, right? So just finding defensive fortifications will be difficult. The first stone available to him is forward, right? And that would be an easily attacked position there from Liereyy. Liereyy, I think, maybe having a bit more openness and opportunity to expand behind his base while putting pressure forward. We got the boars coming in, both players just trying to get their food counts up as quickly as possible. You still have to race your way to the feudal age. And usually we'll see a scout or 2 come out, right? Just confirm information, maybe find those mill-vills that are littered around the map.
Also something we have to say, now people are confused, right? We overhyped Chinese, why they are so good. Romans also 5% faster working villagers. That also means 5% faster building of the starting town center, right? That's why we are not that far behind compared to completely generic civilization. Plus, obviously, be aware, Viper did not research loom yet.
Okay, there you have it. Look at the walling. Look at that walling.
What?
What? What a commitment to walls.
That is far away.
What are we protecting against there?
He wants to get those shoulders. That is really surprising to me.
Yeah, forgive us, everybody. This is a bit confusing.
Yeah.
It's such an investment of wood, and he knows where that TC is.
Does he?
Right?
Like, Liereyy doesn't really know where Viper is, right? And he,
right, but Viper knows where he is.
Full knowledge.
And Lierey's about to find out.
Okay, let's think about it. Shorefish is really important on this map, and he only has 1 real lake that he has right now. So if he wants to control the other 2 lakes, he kind of has to make some weird walls happen. It just looks wild.
Yeah, there's the confirmation for Liereyy as to where Viper is. I mean, granted, we're confused by these walls, but the walls are coming up nonetheless, and they are extensive. So if the Viper can defend these walls, it is a very secure base.
It will be 2 different approaches. Very likely, Liereyy just going for scouts, and the Viper will actually play archers.
Well, if it's scouts from Liereyy, then these walls might work, right? As long you just have to have villagers within range, right, to house wall behind or repair. But it could ultimately work for the Viper here, dropping that mill, trying to make use of the shorefish, but crazy investment of wood into these palisade walls, and it's Liereyy who gets up first. We have double bid axe and stable dropped. A minute to go here till the feudal age for the Viper. He, of course, though, has already built his walls up around his base. And so, again, protected against the melee units initially.
Fully walled the Viper. This is actually really solid for him.
Okay.
Quite an investment. Liereyy will be surprised. Obviously, he will have the aggression. Likely to follow up with an archer range, add some skirmishers there. I would be surprised if Viper finds too many kills, but at least he won't take any losses. And then, short distance. Dreaming of some scorpions.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's 100% going to be scorpions in this game. We've seen them used to great effect throughout the tournament, particularly for the Romans. And I would say at this point, you know, every minute that passes, Viper's going to feel more and more comfortable because of that eco bonus that you talked about. Well, I think in a number of other matchups against the Chinese, you do have in the back of your head this idea that they're ahead of me in economy. They've got the extra villagers. They've got the extra villagers. But in fact, you're clawing your way back into the resource collected lead here just by virtue of having that 5% boost to your eco We're going to match eco upgrades here with the double bit axe for the Viper. That's a stable in response.
Just fast castle. I'm not that good in history, but the Great Wall was built to keep the Chinese out?
You might be right. I know it had something to do with the Chinese. No. Maybe the Chinese here will have to build a Great Wall of their own, as we see Liereyy, I think, already becoming well aware that maybe the damage he was looking for early with a scout or two. Look, he stays on one scout. He gets the info on the walls. He stays on one scout.
Farm upgrade? That's really weird to me as well. And I think that farmer only has 175 HP.
Ah!
Food. Oh!
Just call the GG now. Just hang it up. He's washed. Stone walls. We were kind of joking about the Great Wall, and yet it looks like maybe it will come through here for Liereyy. I think once again the players have maybe quickly realized, or at least Lierey's realized, that no, it isn't going to be an aggressive version of Bedouins here. Stops on one scout production, starts to wall up, and both players are already thinking about the Castle Age.
But that's a bit of the repeat of yesterday's Hard against Mr. Yo. Right, where Yo had so much more map control and could just expand more food, more gold, like wood control as well. Obviously not that important, but you get all the stone, and that's all for Liereyy right now.
Right.
People are really limited. He has no stone in there and only 2 gold spots.
Okay, never mind. I said both players thinking about Castle Age.
Scouts left-hand side.
Exactly. Only one player's thinking about Castle Age. The other is thinking about killing in the feudal. We have Bloodlines and Forging on the way. I think Viper's going to wait for these to come in. He's going out for the walls now. These are a couple villagers that are going to be found. He's got 2 spears, 3 scouts. Forging just 14 seconds away from completing. That's 1 dead vill, a second dead vill for sure. And now the walls come up around the wood line. It might be time to panic here for Liereyy.
We'll lose one nice wall at the top. We'll lose the second one. The gold needs to be walled quickly. But still, Bloodlines and Forging, that's not paying off. Those 3 scouts could have done the same without the upgrades.
That's a very good point. It's huge investment here, looking for damage, and the walls came up quickly around the wood line and the gold for Liereyy. He's also looking to produce some archers, now realizing perhaps I need to put up some level of defense against these units. Didn't manage to get his walls up in the end. We've got a 1 villager lead here for the Viper. He's been housed for quite some time, I will point out.
Pick the Viper. That was a big investment. Those scouts, not sure if that really paid. Like, 2 villager finds are nice. Then he kind of stopped as well.
You spent what, 300 food?
Yeah, 300 food, 100 gold.
Yeah, that's quite an investment of resources for 100 food worth of kills.
Yeah, and this early in the game, right? If we thought about like on the way to Castle Age, that's fine, but this easily lays your Castle Age by probably 2 villagers.
Market going down for both players. Liereyy is the first to click. Viper now using that market to try and balance out the eco. Needs about 160 more food so that he can click up. Just a little bit behind his opponent.
How many Mangnulls will we see this game?
In total from each player?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to go with...
No matter what you say, I go over.
You're going to go over no matter what? Then 1,253.
Okay, crossing my fingers.
Yeah, I think it'll be a significant number. Of course, I would imagine that the Romans player prefers to build into Scorpions, but, you know, as you see Mangonels come out in response to the Scorpions, you might need a few of your own to look for the trades. Now we have the armor upgrade coming in for those scouts. Now, this is a bit more akin to what we're seeing, right? On the way to the Castle Age. Now I go for the military upgrades. The scouts will dive here onto the spear first, then look to turn their attention onto the archers. Good micro here from the Viper so far, trying to keep them away from the TC, and ultimately finds 3 kills for 1.
Oh, that was close. That was close. The villager
Very
blocking
close.
each other there. Spearman saved as well. 1 villager exposed to the left-hand side. Walls behind this one quite nicely. Opens with a camel to deal with those scouts.
He goes back and finds that Vil walling, which he may do in just a short time. That would be another nice kill to find. We have a TC going up on the gold back there for Liereyy. So looking to be the first to expand the eco just a bit. More mills being dropped here for the Viper.
I hate that mill.
Because why not just wait for the TC?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then you can build it next to the gold, can maybe get a bit of wood. Obviously, mill, I can see why you need to transition eventually. But just the TC on the way to Castle Age would have felt natural.
Okay, Viper finds the TC but won't find any damage. Here comes the blacksmith here to complete the walls, at least on the western side here for Liereyy. 20 seconds away from the Castle Age for the Viper. He's got tons of resources in the bank. The question is how he'll use them. I'm seeing a lot of wood, maybe 2 TCs, up to 3. Are you looking for just some knights then for further harassment?
Yeah, trying to find something. I think those scouts will now split and just see, okay, it's Liereyy expanding somewhere. And yeah, we see instant siege, maybe some more spearmen added, the knights that you wanted to see.
10 monks.
Yeah. Well, the distance is so short, right?
Yeah.
So this is, your arena composition will be extremely good.
Okay, monastery on either side, but it's only the siege workshop for the Roman player for the time being. We now have knights in the queue, camels on the field, cav archers as well here from Liereyy, so quite the makeup for his army with fletching on the way. Bowsaw coming in for Viper to match the Bowsaw on the other side. We've got Town Watch, actually love that here as well, just so that you have that early warning if you're going to have your opponent come crashing in against your walls. But with the siege workshop up, it's Ram first.
Ooh,
it's
wow.
the Ram I wanted in the last game, now in this game.
See all the houses, right? Unprotected there. Maybe some block on this knight. Ooh. What a beautiful block! Gets the block off. Wow.
That was dirty. That was dirty there, Liereyy. But well played by him. Gets the first snipe there onto the knight. We've got Scorpions to follow that Ram. The Ram coming home just because it's not ready for the assault just yet. And now we have Liereyy working away on those palisade walls.
Not a lot of army against it. Losing that knight really hurt him.
Yeah, and you can't wall behind that with the cav archers very easily. So Lierey's through. We do, of course, have some knights, monks. We got the Scorpion in response, so likely Liereyy gets pushed right back.
Not unlikely that we see a wall behind this, and then Viper focusing on push through the center. TC now has to hope that the CA aren't going there. A bit of a risky move, but won't get punished.
Yeah, definitely a risky move, but lucky that the CA retreat back to the safety of their own base, and this establishes himself onto stone. We were talking about how the easiest or closest stone position, of course, sat between him and Liereyy, and so he'll be grateful to have found that stone position. We talk about whether or not those cav archers will find the TC. It's only going up with 4 villagers. So if he ever thinks to come down that way, no, it will get up safely. Light cav now here for the Viper coming in. We're up to 4 Scorpions with a 5th in the queue, so the numbers climb here. The Ram is forward, and now we're working away on the production buildings.
Some HP here, but we have 3 monks on the map pretty soon. Stable will die hand-caught by the Viper already. Villager number is not really high, but damn, they will be efficient. Look at that. 5 eco upgrades soon, plus Roman efficiency.
Yeah, things are looking good there. I'm taking a look on the other side. There's the first mangonel, so I hope you're counting. That's 1. That's 1 on the way to 1,253.
Okay. 8 CA, not really finding anything right now. I think it will be mainly mangonel micro and goes for the university. Early ballistic maybe for those Scorpions.
Yeah, I don't mind just battering away on these houses, though. Like you said, you got 5 of them placed out here. Just destroy the wood investment, force your opponent to drop more and more houses to keep the pop space. Especially while he's trying to, get that boom going on a couple of TCs. Viper, of course, has made it to 3 TCs, while Liereyy has elected to stay on 2.
Let's take a look first, mangonel. Maybe you can just poke a bit with a light cav. Mangonel's actually a bit out of position. I'm a bit surprised.
Yeah, could be the dive here from either the light cav or the knights, and the Viper's thinking about it. Retreat from the mangonel comes in. The cav archers come over to lend their hand in the battle. Monks as well for both players on the field. 3 here for Liereyy, 2 for the Viper, at least in this forward position. The Scorpions continue to fire away. The Ram will retreat underneath the ire of that mangonel. Now we're diving in for the mangonel kill, but good opportunities for conversions here. All 3 of them go over. I don't know if that's worth it at all there for the Viper.
Tries to get some conversions as well, not really using his second monk behind there. Could have been more conversions a bit late. The mangonel still shooting at the top. Survives because those Scorpions are just so strong, especially with ballistic no finish.
Almost feels like he got away with something there after how bad those conversions were. To only lose 1 Scorpion in all of that and get 1 conversion back from what could have been disastrous to maybe salvaged there in that moment. Now we've got mangonel production on both sides, so that will be 3 so far for the course of the game. Just making quick work at these houses, continuing to apply pressure, and look at that. Pop capped here for Liereyy as another one goes down.
Mangonel now popping. Let's take a look. There aren't a lot of monks close by. Tries to dive again. This could again be 2-3 conversions. Nice block.
Will that mangonel go down? It doesn't in the end, and the conversions come through. Yes, 1 cav archer, 2 cav archers, perhaps getting converted back the other direction. But Lierey's defending well while continuing to lose houses. Honestly, this is the best time to be Chinese because he dropped that third TC and got a nice boost in the pop cap, making use of the bonus there. Repairville comes forward, but not in time to save that Mangonel from a direct hit of Vipers. And now his Siege Workshop is under threat.
Yeah, 2 more Mangonels in the queue. Has another one somewhere. That's quite optimistic, but those CA.
Very optimistic, and he realizes it, backs off. The Mangonel pops out, does take one Scorpion, but now the Knight has set his sights. Here comes another convert attempt. The Monk behind the wood line should be able to find the conversion, but the Mangonel goes down and gets deleted before it comes through.
Perfect play for the Viper there. Was really fortunate that the conversion was so late. Now tries to go for a conversion himself, but that Siege Workshop gone. Quite some nice pressure, and he will continue. Liereyy has to build another one.
Atonement?
Atonement. Interesting move here to convert the monks of Liereyy. Is that a second
Siege
by the
Workshop?
Viper? Wow.
Ooh, full Castle Age push. He's feeling it. He's feeling himself. He feels like he's got his foot on the gas pedal and that there's just not enough resistance on the other side. And funnily enough, Liereyy is just looking to expand towards the northern side of the map with a 4th TC. So this could get ugly fast if he doesn't keep the production up to defend against the increased aggression here from the Viper in just a moment. Another Mangonel on the field does finally get rid of that battering ram. Might find another kill onto a Scorpion here, so solid trades for this one Mangonel.
He got the kill. Monks right to gets two!
That is a high-value Mangonel and gets saved by the villagers on top of all of that.
And lose another Scorpion here. That was a really nice move for Liereyy. Now the CA coming in, knowing that is quite a reduction of those siege units.
Okay, we got 4 Scorpions here against a whole bunch of cavalry, both CA, Camels, and Knights. We got the Monks rolling forward. The Mangonel does eventually go down. The delete comes through on the Knight, but every single one of these Scorpions looks to be cleaned up.
That was a nice find here by Liereyy. Population, all the military behind this, quite even in numbers, but still better economy for the Roman play, obviously. Now the kill against those monks got one. We'll get the second one.
Yeah, Light Cav swooping in. Get 2 monk kills. They'll go down in return. But now it's Lierey's opportunity to push forward. Exactly. He's going to spot as well the double Siege Workshop. Of course, flags on both, so you got to be careful here, wondering what exactly is garrisoned inside of those. 2 Mangonels for him. Handcart now on the way.
All Knights from both players. Or not from both players, from the Viper here. Both players with enough stone to build a castle pretty soon. Viper deletes those palisades. Maybe thinks about the castle there. Liereyy doesn't go for a crazy castle. And Viper, what? What is... He just built it completely on the other side of the map. That can't be the real castle that you... There's just so much pressure in your face, Viper.
Yeah, and I mean, he's trying to build up his numbers of Knights in the back here. Look, we see those numbers climbing up to 7 now. But other than that, it's just a few Scorpions. Okay, feels like he has the permission to eject. The Knights roll forward. The Monks start their conversions. 1 Mangonel down, a second one down. I'm sure that conversion will complete, and it does. But still a couple of Scorpions here to harass from the back line. Not going to be able to contest that castle. It will go up here for Liereyy, and as we mentioned, in a very safe position. More conversions looking to be found. We've got the Scorpions still working away. The trades are still looking pretty good here for Liereyy overall with this siege investment from the Viper, but Imp on the way here.
Liereyy will click pretty soon as well. Viper still not decided where he wants to build the castle. Now he does. A bit further to the right-hand side, wants to expand and feels like, okay, with all your investment and my strong economy, I don't think I will be too far behind in Imp, and I'm ready to go for the trap wall.
Okay, Lierey's going to see that. Don't think he can contest, though, with just 5 Cav Archers. The Knights come... Or, well, if we're just passing, then maybe we can. Nope. The Cav come back. Liereyy is pushed away. And it's Viper who's first to the Imperial Age, so he'll have the first treb on the field.
Staying here. Viper not on stone anymore. This will be one single castle. Now tries to raid while Liereyy stays on stone. Wouldn't be surprised if he puts another castle there. It just fits like such an important area.
Okay, so as we've done on maps past, let's talk about those Imperial Age compositions. Wow, beautiful quick clawing here from Liereyy. Of course, those villagers will be trapped until the ranged units can come over and help relieve them from their repairing duties. Runs away with the first 2. We bought a second castle.
300 stone bought.
By the way, here for the Viper. So really wants to lock down that center position on the map and give himself some safety from which he can treb his opponent. We have Camel Riders coming in and Chukanu in the queue. So maybe looking for that double cold composition, just one with food, one with wood here in the Imperial Age is Liereyy. On the side of Viper, I would expect continued Scorp production, but how do we support that? Is it full Knights and light cav?
Right now it just feels Chukunu won't really be on the field, right? The castle will be lost. Liereyy, he needs to build the castle a bit more defensively. But yeah, it just feels like Scorpion has to be the main thing. And oops, those villagers will be surprised by this.
Okay, one going down, two going down. That's the cost of the information of learning that there's
at the top
a
at the same time. But nice reaction by Liereyy, so aware.
Yeah, very good reaction, but great raid as well for the Viper. Your opponent hasn't gotten full walls up while you're essentially full walled at home. You can go ahead and distract, buy yourself time, pull his military to all sorts of different places. We see more military production buildings coming down as that final armor upgrade for the cavalry comes through, and Squires being upgraded into. So we're definitely thinking about some form of infantry here for the Viper to support what is 2 Trebs already on the way.
I think half heavy Scorpion is the dream army composition. Right, there's a lot of cav on the field for Liereyy pretty soon, but camels perform really poorly against halberdiers.
Right, and then of course the Scorpions to deal with any cav archers or Chukunu.
Or anything.
That's a good point, yeah. In a good enough mass and with ballistics, they're essentially good against everything. Heavy camel is going to be the play initially here for Liereyy as he sees those barracks going up. We've got 2 Trebs on the field, getting that picture-in-picture to see how the fight breaks out between the light cav and the camels, and it will be very close. More camels arriving.
Really good fight for them. +1, +4 with bloodlines against only 1 armor upgrade. Thought this would have been a losing fight, but Viper realizing, damn, my upgrades are fine. Still a bit surprised that we didn't see the pikeman upgrade yet.
Yeah, castle goes down. Well, as you say, Viper clicks it. So he was thinking the same thing. Camels looking for some raids, but not known to be the best raiding unit in the game. They run into some TCs. They will idle out the economy for the time being. Spears come over to respond. But I'm looking at those Scorpion numbers. I think that's really the key to the game here for the Romans. You get to a critical mass, you protect your trebuchets like no other, and you just push right up the gut. Already 1 castle down. Onager is the response for Liereyy.
Seems like a really good move, right? What other option do you have?
My question is, how many mangonels does an Onager count as? Because I feel like it should count as more than 1 in service of getting me to my 1253.
It counts for 1,000.
Okay. All right.
Still
now
taking the over.
I feel like I have a shot, though. I feel like I have a shot. Taking a look, though, back into the center of the map as Viper puts the pressure on. We do have trebuchets here for Liereyy, and for the moment, they'll push back the trebuchets of the Viper. The Scorpion numbers build up, but we haven't had heavy Scorpion come in just yet. It is Siege Engineers. That's going to be very useful, and continued infantry upgrades on the way here for the Viper. Oh, the Onagers, they pop out. Oh, that's a lot of good kills that they found already. We even have repairs here on one of them from Liereyy, and just like that, the numbers have fallen precipitously down. 0 Scorpions on the field.
Wow, overextending there. Liereyy realizing how great Onagers are here. Viper, he needs to go into the trap war now, but not a lot of control for him. And what's his production? Eco balance not really there. 60 on wood.
Yeah, and he recognizes it. We see that wood count dropping as he goes for Bodkin, now Blast Furnace as well, so setting up for really any makeup of army composition throughout the game. Romans, of course, lacking Bracer. And so that's about as good as they get when it comes to the ranged battle. And now one of his castles is under fire. Villagers coming over to repair, but he's got no stone.
No stone, and against 4 traps would have been tricky anyways. Viper, is his next step maybe going into the Legionary direction?
Possibly, but if you're going Legionary, you need more castles.
That's the champion line, I mean.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking Centurion, right?
Yeah. Centurion going for 1-2 for the aura, right? Trying to help them out a bit. Could be an option.
I suppose.
That castle could go down.
But you don't want to go infantry, ultimately, I don't think, into Chukunu. And Onager.
Oh, Onager would be okay-ish if you split properly. It will be good against the camels. Uh-oh, those are really clumped up. The pikemen. Ooh, Dodges still round attacks.
Manages to get away without losing too much health, but the second castle is now under fire. 4 Trebs will make quick work of that. The camel numbers look good at 15, even teching into light cav now. Pikemen of his own. Chukunu are back in production. 5 Onagers, 5 trebuchets on the field. Here go the barracks. melting under this firepower. And now it's just going to be a race to rebuild production buildings, and we now see a second castle coming out here for Liereyy. Obviously won't be able to place it there as he runs into the houses, but can find another workable position for it soon enough. Halberdier almost completing Heavy Scorpion did finally complete, so we are approaching that composition that we believe Viper wants to play with. He's just going to be kicking himself for having lost so many numbers a bit ago.
And no castle, right? It will be tricky to ever get onto proper trap numbers in case he loses those 4. And Onager's just so strong. No bombard cannons on the field, no redemption monks. Just tricky to really counter them. You have to dive in, and then Halberdier is really good at protecting them.
Okay, we're up to 4 Siege Workshop production on those Heavy Scorpions, 11 in the queue. Also Onagers of his own. Got to be careful with those Chukanu and their placements here, as the Heavy Scorpions will now start to really deal damage. If they... ooh, there's another Treb down. So 2 Trebs will fall here for Liereyy. He packs the rest up. Needs to get them moving, though, as that Onager continues to creep forward there from the Viper. Responds just in time. This is a tough one to call here, Nilly. Both players looking with very healthy economies. 140 on the side of Viper, 129 on the side of Liereyy. Identical army counts. Chemistry now on the way here for Liereyy.
Now both players trying to go for the raids. Could be better for the Viper, simply because he already has all the upgrades there. Can do some Halberdiers for the defense, while Liereyy still tacking into all those military upgrades.
I'm still trying to find the answer here for Liereyy. If Viper gets to that 20 to 30 score number, other than it's got to be Onager, I feel like, and just finding the absolute perfect shots.
I think you're also adding some ramps in front of it, trying to soak up the damage and then trying to move in with the Onagers. But if Viper is super aware, he will try to micro them down.
Yeah, now 2K food in the bank here for the Viper, by the way. And now teching into Cavalier with not much gold to work with, so he's going to have to find a bit more of an income there if he wants to sustain Cavalier production. But perhaps he's thinking, I just need a slightly tankier unit than my light cav to get in and snipe those Onagers, right? Buy a little space and make some room for my my Scorpions ultimately to come forward. A couple good kills there found by Liereyy, but ultimately the Onagers are traded out.
And trading 3 Scorpions was 1 Onager is actually really good for the Viper.
Yeah.
He doesn't mind that.
A much cheaper unit overall, and his production is very good there. Of course, you saw that central castle from Liereyy go down to the Treb Fire of the Viper, as he now goes for the chemistry that Liereyy already has. Ballistics, architecture on the way here from Liereyy, just to make sure that his buildings have a little bit more strength against the firepower that the Viper's bringing to the party. But I'm looking at that final castle position right now from Liereyy, and I'm a bit worried for it as he now extends towards the north even more to try and drop another castle position and buy himself some time.
Well, he sees that this push is tough to stop, right? So building another castle somewhere on his screen is not an option. Only just now popping. First one goes down. Micro really good at the top as well. Can Liereyy find some more kills?
Finds another. Onager for Onager. Okay, he's trading out very well in this Onager battle, and now if he gets those Scorpions grouped up at any point, I would say so far in the Siege trade it feels good, but unfortunately he loses the castle, and therefore the Halberdier have a better time running underneath the fire of the TCs and pushing those Siege units away. Still looking good for the Viper. The queue is healthy, I would say, between 29 Halbs, 8 Light Cav, and 4 Scorpions in the queue. Still has those 4 Trebuchets alive and is slowly wrestling percentage by percentage more of the map control.
Look at the minimap, right? Units everywhere. It feels like both players have like 10 things being attacked at the same time while trying to advance, while trying to also expand the economy. And now the push continues here. Halberdier raid.
Yeah, Halberdier raids. Of course, we've got a Light Cav hitting that blacksmith on the left-hand side, but it's just more and more things that Liereyy has to respond to, and it's looking difficult for him. The Viper is well teching into guilds to make sure that if he needs to balance his economy or find some more gold, he can do so pretty easily at the market. Now he's turning his attention onto more siege workshops and stables. The raids continue. Looking in the north, we see more looping around here in favor of the Viper. I think Liereyy right now is feeling very much on the back foot.
Well, he's clearing up some of the Scorpions, so won't mind that. But yeah, population is rather going down than up for him. It just feels like so many attacks are coming in. He's trying to raid at the bottom as well, but also Nice reaction by the Viper.
Yeah, and solid TC positions there for the Viper around the farming eco. Wow, a 3-villager castle as well on the front lines, but it just speaks to the control he has in this area of the map. He also managed to eject the 3 relics there, which is very important for the long-term prospects of either of our players, while he has 2 back at home, so could ultimately take all 5 relics that we see on the map currently. Now Liereyy having to pull his trebuchets even further back to a more defensive position. I'm worried that Viper is drawing a straight line through the center of Lierey's eco, and that's never good. You never want to be the guy who's being cut in half.
Yeah, we have seen some games right on bypass where people try to expand to the sides and have seen some good games, but that's most of the time when you have also the extra resources. Again, Halberdiers in reasonable numbers to defend. There's nice attempt here by Liereyy. And Viper, is he trying to steal those relics?
Yeah, looks like it.
That's not noble.
Looks like... Get him out. Get him out. Now, it might not be noble, but it is very much a winning move, to say the least, securing the late game for himself in that extra gold generation. But the economy is looking mightily healthy for the Viper. 1,500 food, 1,100 gold to his name. Now we see the RAM upgrades coming in as well here for the Viper.
Finally, the Scorpion upgrades for faster shooting Scorpions.
Yeah, what is already an insanely powerful unit gets that much more powerful, but we don't even need that tech to end the game. Liereyy goes down, and the way we were talking about Chinese on Bedouins almost felt like a sure thing, almost felt inevitable, and we were thinking, well, do you just throw that map away? Do you toss maybe your worst Civ into that matchup and move on to something else? Viper says, no, I've got a plan, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, really nice here by the Viper. Romans, they really show themselves, right? Collecting all those resources faster, also building the TC faster. You're not that far behind. And then, obviously, the nice early wards. Liereyy realized really early, but just early castle age. I think CA was the wrong unit. Right? It was such a short distance. CA, they shine because you can dictate fights. But if already siege is in your face and the opponent is walled, CA aren't that great against like 2 Manglers and 6 Scorpions.
And I do have to wonder how much of that CA investment was just a reaction to seeing the walls.
I think it was a bit autopilot.
Really?
Right? Because if you see walls, like, why are we going CA there? Shouldn't it be like 3 TC Siege Workshop?
Yeah.
That's what I feel, but I also saw everything. Right. It is limited information, especially if the opponent is walled. You don't really know what's happening behind it.
Right.
The Viper could have added 3 TCs or like 2 extra TCs as well, but he was going for the push.
Yeah, and you might not know that he doesn't have stone like we knew he didn't have stone and the like. So again, easy for us to criticize in this position. Not so easy when you're sitting in one of those 2 chairs. The Viper goes up 2-1 in the series, but we got plenty of games to come. We'll catch you back here on the other side of this commercial break.
And now, a word from our partners.
Have you heard of the 21st century?
Why settle for clacks, clunks and jams? Say goodbye to sticking keys. And welcome to the ultra-responsive, quiet precision of the Liereyy Exodus 760 mechanical keyboard. With our Temu red switches for ultra-silent key presses, anti-ghosting with N-key rollover, and 1 millisecond response time, this keyboard will keep up with your fastest moves. Whether you're gaming or working, you'll enjoy precise control at the speed of light. Get yours on mueller.de. In case you rage, we do not cover costs for damaged screens or unfinished castles.
Welcome back to the Noble Apartment Cup, where the Viper has taken the lead in this series 2-1. Our second semifinal of the day. The winner, of course, of this one moving on to face Hera in the grand final tomorrow. Already a tall task, but you got to get there first. Liereyy, again, still looking for answers here, right? After a good start in this series, he's going to have to find a way to equalize. You know, it's always, while it's always possible to pull 3 back in a row, you don't really want to be in the position where you're down 3-1 and have no more mistakes to give.
Yeah, especially against that opposition, right? If they're already like on a run, you don't want to have them being in the comfortable position, and then they can throw more curveballs at you, right? The Khmer thing was already tricky, but if you need to win 3 times, you need to be super careful how you scout. So Liereyy, priority number 1, make it 2-2 here.
All right, so the question is, how do you do it? Or do you feel like there's a specific guaranteed Civ match anywhere on the board that you can target? Is there a map and a Civ that you have that feels as unbeatable as it felt like Chinese maybe should have been on Bedouins? I mean, Turks we've seen played on Bypass, but across from that I see the Teutons that more recently have been used to great effect on Bypass, and so maybe it isn't there.
I think Britons are great against Teutons, though.
Ah.
Maybe Armenians might be not really the counter. I think Britons will actually dominate Bypass here. At least that's what I could see. I think I want to see Liereyy play Tiergarten here. Probably like, I would expect Tatars, right?
That'd be interesting. Tatars is a different possibility. We've also seen Tatars used a couple times on Arabia. Specifically, well, it will be Arabia. We're just now receiving word. And so we can continue to wax and wane on what the Civ options there might be. I mean, for the Viper, I could see the Malians, of course, on Arabia. Also, honestly, wouldn't be surprised if Berbers or even the Portuguese came out in this situation.
It's maybe for Bypass, something I could see, right? Especially, maybe that's why he picked Teutons in the end, not necessarily because he wants to play them, but he wants to monk rush with Portuguese, which could be countered by Teutons with their monk resistance.
Well, that's the mind games that these players have to play, and we just get to think about. On to Arabia we go. It is going to be the Tatars there for Liereyy, and then on the other side, the response will be the Malians.
Oh, that's going to be interesting. Liereyy loves to play Tatars, right? You have more food on your sheep, so it's easier to transition yourself into those delayed farms, can build some more scouts, and then obviously CA right now so dominant. And we've seen, well, Scorpions performing really well, but Malians, I don't really see them going for Scorpions in Castle Age.
Not so much, as both players immediately work on pushing their deer in here on the 9 villagers start. For the most part, your priorities just get to the feudal age, or maybe in a 3-ville start, you'd be looking for more information early on, or something like that, or go forward for a lame of some kind. Won't be the case here. I'm taking a look at maps. I'm seeing a pretty easy wall there for the Viper to protect that gold. Pretty safe gold, and even a good wall across the front to protect the berries that are sitting on the front of his base. Really, the only issue for him might be stone, if and when he wants to move for it. On the other side, taking a look here, it's pretty open front of the base here for Liereyy.
Kind of clumped up if you wall and include the gold there, right? You could also wall a bit more to the bottom, to that wood line.
Yeah, I like
could
that.
Be an option. It feels like Viper space will be really good against melee units, and I don't see the scouts finding too much damage, but CA obviously can still harass all those wood lines.
Yeah, without a doubt, but he's already walling up right across where Vodka had suggested with those houses. Oh, this deer. The deer. Get in there. Listen to me.
Liereyy plays pop 19 scouts here. Viper on the other side goes for the same, most likely. We could still see him go for some archers. Viper really likes to use the Malian gold bonus.
Yeah, gotta drop off that food, but we do have enough. There goes the click for each player.
Perfect.
And we are 0 idle TC time for both players. Entirely matched feudal age timings. Second lumber camp on the way here for Liereyy. On the other side, looking to see if the Viper... No, those were sheep over by the gold. Not so much villagers, but... Oh, no, lumber camp. Okay.
So, that will just be what we predicted, right? Both going for the scouts here. And with those tight maps, I would be really surprised if we find too much damage. So I'm actually predicting that we will see 4 scouts built maximum. So both going for like 5 scouts. And then it has to be a transition into archer range. Don't think that with those really tight bases, people will just try to skip the archer range.
Okay, so there goes the barracks up on the way there for the Viper. I'm trying to figure out if there's a hole. Okay, there was, but he's going to go ahead and close it with that house positioning just after. Of course, we have the barracks coming up there for Liereyy as well, as you can see on your mini-map. A little more conservative. I almost would have taken it all the way to the edge of the wood line, but of course, then you have to go a little bit further to defend it. So he's going for more conservative walling there. Feudal Age just about in. You see the villagers coming forward, as typically you'll use 2 to get that stable down just a little bit quicker and start that scout production. Viper now forward with his first scout to look for points of entry and places where he can deal damage. There goes his stable. Both players going to match the eco upgrades, and so far everything playing out to chalk. Now it's just about whether or not anyone makes a mistake, and that mistake gets capitalized.
Still advantage. Does some damage with that first hit, but too close to the town center to really find anything. I think Viper just walls next to the gold, and both going for scouts, both going for some spearmen. Should be a really stable game. I still think that Malians, without having Bracer later on, will struggle against the CA, right? You can't really go for mass elite skirmishers, you can't really go for mass scorpions, so you have to commit to mass cavalry. And then Tatars, well, they still have heavy camel.
Right, and that will be their answer because, unfortunately, their infantry line not super fantastic with the lack of armor upgrades. And so, lucky to have the camel there. I know that Hera has made great use of the Tatars in the late game, though. Things like the increased treb range can be huge if you go for it in terms of taking down castles.
Flaming Camel.
Flaming
Camel against mass cavalry from Malians would be really interesting. I can dream.
We can always dream. We've seen it before, okay? Not in this tournament, but we've seen it in the past.
And you don't need the tech anymore, right?
Exactly.
Just build them out of the Siege Workshop now. Could be really nice. Liereyy? Did he skip? Ooh. He skipped Horse Cutter so far. Maybe he can still get it in after the archer range.
Well, I guess this is the advantage of having the sheep that last longer, right? Or have more food on him. He doesn't feel the need to go to the farms just yet, and so hasn't elected for that horse collar. But on the side of the Viper, does make sure to go for that upgrade before dropping the farms. Will be a great investment or savings of wood in the long run by not having to replace them as quickly. Yep, testing the waters there with those 3 scouts.
But Woodline at the top. Does he have a spearman positioned there? Yep. But the other Woodline probably needs to do some quick walls. Doesn't really want to fight this off. He doesn't want to go for more scouts. Villager a bit out of position. Needs to react properly.
Yeah, 1 scout, 1 spear in defense. Some house walls come up. He's walled as well, pretty conservatively, straight to the TC,
Let's
right?
quickly compare farm count. This is like 10 farms? 9 farms against how many?
3.
House timing will be way better for the Viper.
Yeah, definitely. A near equivalent numbers of vills on food, but like you say, already working on the farms is massive. Whereas Liereyy, as he moves vills off of sheep and onto farms, they're going to have to get them built first before working. So up to 15 now here on food for the Viper. Just pushing those scouts away. He's got 5 in his group up against the 4 on the other side.
Could we quickly check if Viper saw the archer range? I thought he was there with the scouts. I'm a bit surprised because there's still no proper reaction, right? He's now trying to wall the top. This is ambitious. That's a blacksmith.
Yeah, he did see it.
He's going double scouts? Is that a second stable from him?
It is?
Wow. That's
is?
without bloodlines, double stable?
Well, and he's kept it hidden. So at least, yeah, he faked the house, then drops the stable. He's now going to run into spears and archers, needs to retreat. The scout production continues. He's up to 6 with 2 more in the queue. There goes the blacksmith just now completing, but he doesn't have the food to invest into any upgrades yet. Now he has to house wall back towards the TC. That's pretty effective walling there against the ranged units. So they're going to have to take the long way around to find any damage. That gives him time to bring forging in. Forging is what he elects to go for before the armor upgrade.
It's like he wants to get more hits in, maybe instantly jumping on those spearmen, try to kill them a bit earlier. Some more spearmen at home here. I think he will get the clear up, but that's a big investment. It paid off in the Bedouins game, though.
This is true. It feels like a peculiar investment, though, just because even if you win this fight, you got to travel all the way back across the map where your opponent is most likely fully walled. At that time, good damage found by the spearmen there. Forging is completed. This would be the time to jump. Now he's got to focus the spears down first here with the scouts, and he looks to be doing a good job at that. 1 spear down, second one down. Now he dives on to the remaining scouts and archers, but of course, he will still lose a few in the process. This is no more scouts on the field, though, here for Liereyy, and we have 6 scouts on the field for Viper. Away he goes to use that speed to the other side of the map, and you can see a second villager pulled to complete these walls, and already military in defense. Liereyy knows that he needs to make sure no damage comes through on the other side.
Has to quick wall those. Has to get some HP on all of them. Will be tricky. I think Viper would dive, even if he loses 1 villager, 1 scout, just to get in there. I should take some advantage of his numbers.
Halfway across the map. We're checking back in with those walls here in just a moment to see how close they are to complete. Again, there is still military there from Liereyy, and he should be aware exactly where this pressure is coming. The walls look to be just about up. 1 more hit on the final palisade, and those scouts won't get in.
Perfect timing here. Gets wheelbarrow, the Viper behind it. Also, the blacksmith here at the edge. Liereyy fully walled, and Viper, with a nice defense, has some more map control, but Liereyy untouched now and can easily build crossbow numbers. Early castle age could be a bit tricky for the Viper.
Yeah, definitely. He also invested in the wheelbarrow, so while his economy will be working more efficiently, again, that's a pretty big investment of food, and so he's a little bit behind on the way to the Castle Age, but rapidly approaching those resources needed to click up. I think both players at this point, though, happy to make their way to the Castle Age. There goes Lierey's click. Viper's soon to follow.
Viper, in the long run, has to expand quite a bit. Look at his gold spots. Both pretty far forward, outside of his walls. That won't be that easy.
Same with Liereyy, though. Both of his gold spots.
Oh, yeah.
Very far forward.
Yeah.
So I think that, sets this map up well, right? For map control to be very important, right? If the game state is as it is right now when Castle Age is reached, it's going to be easier for Viper, right, to more safely move out to those extra TC positions if he wants to. Liereyy, of course, is going to hit first, so we'll have more military upgrades perhaps coming in time to provide that safety for villagers to move outside. I would expect essentially one TC at home, maybe on that wood line for Liereyy, and then a second one that tries to reach outside the walls.
Make a lot of sense. I love that Viper is splitting off those scouts. Really needs to know where the army's coming, and now he sees an army that he cannot fight against. Oh, Liereyy goes back.
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
Doesn't trust his timing.
Yeah, maybe a misread there, thinking he's either later because of all of the farms that he saw from Viper earlier, thinking, well, I was later to farms, he was going scouts, didn't invest too much into anything that required gold. Of course, Bloodlines has now finally come in here for the Viper, but only 5 military on the field, all of them scouts.
Viper, he doesn't trust that Lierey's not going aggressively. He tries to get some more walls up. And Liereyy, yeah, this will be tricky. Those TCs that he will build won't be that ideal. If he builds 2 TCs inside his walls, expanding will be extremely tricky for him in late castle.
Okay, Bodkin crossbow. Now he's on the way across the map. We already see that first TC going down there on the gold right along the palisade walls to make sure that he has at least one gold position entirely secured. On the other side, right as Castle Age is hit, we have a couple things going down. Siege Workshop, exactly. And then, of course, that first TC backed by his own gold position. So 2 TCs apiece. And now we're going to look for the military engagement, camels as well, in tow to follow that crossbow army across the map. It's a good number of crossbows. If you don't react well on the wood line, these could be dead villagers.
Viper should know that this is coming. 2 vills down instantly. Nice pickup by Liereyy.
Yeah, fantastic find. And the timing was there. Right as crossbow and bodkin finish, he arrives to the wood line. And so keeping his military safe enough before he makes that transition and gets across the map. Now he even can range part of this gold in the secondary wood line here for the Viper. It's going to be really annoying to have to deal with this until you have enough knights on the field. And even then, the camels are already there.
Mangonel tries to get a shot off. Maybe some ground attack here. Gets a ground attack, but Liereyy obviously watching.
Very, very tough. Got to have constant attention on these crossbows against that Mangonel, but I wouldn't really expect anyone to do it better than Liereyy there. Now a 3rd TC back at home. So even while he's the one now with some map control, doesn't want to, tempt fate by moving outside the walls just yet. Goes up to the 3rd TC. Viper now long range.
Wants to build a town center, but
yeah, he does.
Wood. Let's see if he waits for 275. Obviously, it's cheaper for Malians.
Oh.
It's just waiting for the drop-off.
There it is. Okay. There it is. This will come up no problem with the house walls there in front. Securing another wood line for himself. And now just playing mango defense here against the crossbows.
Here running through the town center there.
Hera is, I tell you that. After that, did you see that game against, I think it was Tato, if I remember correctly. Did you see that on African Rebeds?
Ah, he dove. Yeah.
And that was just a split-second decision, game-winning. But it also could be game-losing, right? Especially against a player like TheViper, who's he's going to go for the quick walls if you try and make that dive, especially with ranged units. So perhaps making the safer and more intelligent play is Liereyy by not going for it. He's just going to go ahead and maintain map control here.
Look at Viper, his army usage. He knows 5 knights aren't doing anything here. Right? He's just patrolling those 2 golds.
Yeah.
Took a fight. Just trying to expand with his economy here, and now it's a Scorpion. Makes it way tougher for Liereyy to take any good engagements. And I think behind this, the Viper should realize this is going to be oh wow, that's a weird farm. This is going to be a massive Castle Age fight. I wouldn't be surprised if soon Viper adds like 3 stables.
Mango defense enough for the time being, but we do see the camel numbers rising. They're not going to want to dive under the TC if they can avoid it, but they will if they have to get that Mango off the field. You leave your crossbows unchecked for 1 second, they will take damage. Liereyy kind of got lucky. Viper almost thinking he's going to dodge, and the stand still saved him some health there. All right, forcing a reaction on the other side of the map. As we mentioned, those Knights not going to be used for too much here in defense of his own base, so he may as well make this game a little messy by forcing out some repairs. Liereyy now going for Wheelbarrow to match the Wheelbarrow of his opponent and try and equalize the economies in that regard. But it's shaping up to be quite the Castle Age battle. 4th TC here for the Viper. He's going to go for it as the crossbows are looping around, but I think this Mangonel might be there for the defense.
Will be in time, yeah. You have to just move around this army. If anything, you can maybe delete those houses. Scouts and Knights are trying to get home.
Husbandry is going to complete in 10 seconds, so at that point, he should be able to gap the camels. Wants to avoid taking any fights and any additional damage here. As that upgrade completes, boom, there's Husbandry. Should be able to skate away from the camels. Couple of...
It's the low HP Knight always in the back.
Of course it is. He wants to be a hero. That's the guy who doesn't have to die in the movie, but then says, "No, leave me. I'll do it for you."
Handcard now as well. That's just a really low army investment here for the Viper. Just wants to play the long game. Quite interesting, because we feel like Tatars, if they get to their dream setup with full heavy CA, maybe Kha'Zix, that Malians could struggle.
Yeah, it's a rarity that I'm staring at 29 military to 9 and feeling like the player with 9 is playing it perfectly in terms of like walking that tightrope of having, just enough to either, to buy himself that time to build maybe the economy advantage that he will need against a player who's playing the Tatars.
But I think we need to see an investment into Castle Age units now. I don't think Viper, where do you build your castle? Are you building in front of your stone TC? That still does not give you control over your golds at the front. This could be a risky castle with very little army.
Yeah, and here come the Cav Archers. So Liereyy now splitting his army up into many different groups. Comes to the wood line yet again to harass. We do have a Mangonel there looking for some damage. Does get a conversion as well does the Viper, but the Mango goes down, and there's still plenty of Cav Archers there that are happy to sit and harass.
That army could get cleared up.
Great walls. Great walls by Liereyy there at the last moment. Now the Camels take a favorable engagement against the cavalry that the Viper has. We're through the walls over here with the Cav Archers. Now into the minimum range of that Mangonel. Ooh, finds a great fadeaway shot at the end. Of course, still, the Mangonel goes down, and so does the Scorpion. This is great harassment here found by Liereyy. One camel out onto the field, but I don't think it'll be enough. Ooh, another Mango shot perhaps. Goes for the target fire. Doesn't find it. Back into the minimum range. Is the dodge is going to be there here from Liereyy? I think at this point he turns tail to run. Viper might look for a quick wall. Finds it. Locks him in. But how many vills go down?
They did so much damage. Force so much reaction, so much idle time. Yeah, you get a conversion here, but Liereyy doesn't care. He's on the way to the Imperial Age.
Okay, this is what Liereyy does better than almost anybody else, right? Is find that timing to the next age. And so with the map control that he's established with a very clean 3TC eco, yes, Viper has an 11 villager lead and growing, but will he be able to weather the storm of military upgrades that come in, especially when Lierey's playing something like a ranged unit? Does throw some numbers away underneath the TC, maybe ill-advised when you are going up to the Imperial Age, but I'm thinking about bracer play with Liereyy. That's never something I want to be fighting against when I'm locked in the Castle Age.
Yeah. What are we even doing here for the Viper? I think he will continue skipping army, and then it's full Cavalier for Rimba play most likely. But Liereyy will out-micro you all.
And even that's such a risky move out to that gold. I mean, he's already thinking about needing extra gold positions, but he goes for just a mining camp out there in the north. If that gets found by these Cav Archers, boom, that's another set of dead villagers, and I think Liereyy has a sixth sense about it. He's going to make sure he snipes this monk. No conversion comes through. Now he sees the mining camp. His suspicions are confirmed. We split the vills. Everyone scatter!
Well, there will be some dead vills for sure. Buys him some time to get a castle up at the right-hand side, but still no control over the golds. I'm really scared for the Viper. How will he transition? How can he afford, 8 stable camo production?
I don't know. Yeah, he's on 2 stable camo production right now. He's going for that second armor upgrade. Is looking to drop a castle on that extra stone position, but the camels come swinging in. The walls are there, though, for the Viper, so I think in the end this castle does complete, and he's going to slowly creep his way towards those extra golds, but It's a question of how much gold he even has remaining right now. And again, he's going to have to weather the storm of a player that has the superior upgrades. 1 military on the field here for the Viper.
Ridiculous.
1 military on the way to the Imperial Age.
That's so sick. It's a 31-minute game, and he built like 31 military units.
Yeah.
It just feels so wrong.
Yeah, look at that. Okay, so yeah, 8 deaths, eco units. That's 30. Yeah, 31.
Especially with those 2 gold spots, where I kind of predicted like, oh god, this is going to be massive Castle Age. Like, oh boy, was I wrong? Viper completely skipped Castle Age.
No, yeah, exactly. I mean, and look at this. I think Liereyy again now realizes, okay, I've got the timing. The Vils come flooding forward, dropping military production buildings in the center of the map, establishing a forward operating base. Here comes the castle on a hill, controlling at least one of those golds and threatening the second one. Viper's going to have a sick response to this, or he's just going to get starved of that important resource within the next 10, 15 minutes.
It's already chemistry coming in. We already have Bracer. Those Camels won't perform well with Castle Age upgrades.
These Cav Archers are nuts. Just the unit control, those 5 alone have just been causing so much chaos on the northern side of the map. Now grouping up with some Camels as well. I love the outposts here from Liereyy. He's going to be aware of every move that Viper tries to make. It's going to be heavy Camel on the side of the Malian's player as his only army composition for the time being, but we're already teching into help.
2 on gold for the Viper. Like, he doesn't even need to tech into help. We can't afford the Camels. And those 2 golds are taken away.
And almost how ironic that we were talking about how bad the Halberdier are on the side of Tatar. But this is just the situation that Lierey's created for himself makes it still a viable choice.
Absolutely. It's still extremely cost efficient against Camels, right? Especially if we are pre-Farimba here. And, well, basically the bonus damage is what does most of the damage, and Viper in a horrible position here.
Absolutely horrible position. He's getting squeezed from both sides. He loses half of his farming economy to just a small group of Cav Archers, and each time he pushes them away, he gets about 2 seconds to breathe. Liereyy swoops back in, forces the idle time, forces the garrisons, forces the response. And then, of course, on the front, we have 1 castle position for each player, and I'm looking for those trebuchets. 1 already on the field for Liereyy, none in the queue here for the Viper. So I think we're going to move from what is a more constrictive position to a pure push down the middle here from Liereyy, one of the things he does better than anyone else.
To see more barracks in the center. Sees okay, full Camels now. Armor is coming in as well, but Liereyy, he doesn't need to take any bad engagements. Just help into the castle and you will be fine. Halberdiers are now coming over. Tries to micro here. That could be good for the Viper.
Yeah, heavy market use for the Viper already to find gold. He does have a solid trade here with the heavy Camels, and if he can push these Cav Archers back, it's clear that he's looking for a castle position on that hill. But again, still really difficult for him to get onto gold of his own. We take a look at the front here. You see 2 trebs moving forward. There we go. Viper's pushed off of gold. Now needs to defend this castle position with his life.
He's going for bombard cannons, techs into chemistry right now. Is building the siege workshop there, but it will take so much time. And how are you protecting your bombard cannon? CA can just dive in. You lose 1-2 CA and snipe a bombard cannon. That's fine for Liereyy.
I don't think he's seen the Halberdier yet. Right? He's building scouts now. So it's just more Cav on top of more Cav, but he's about to play into a unit that, as you said, just trades so effectively. There, he now realizes it's Halberdier on the other side.
Well, he doesn't have any other options, right? He could theoretically go for some hand cannoneers, but doesn't excite me for Malians at all.
Right. And maybe Gebetto, but you're about to lose your castle, right? That's what you say. Okay, maybe we get Gebetto against the Halberdier, but you don't have enough time to mass them.
Gebetto are horrible against CA as well. Can't really close on the distance.
He goes for a raid, but the quick walls are there from Liereyy, so, you know, that was maybe his stab back into it. Let me try and pull my opponent's attention all over the place. Arrives just in time to see a 3rd castle going up. Sure, he might snipe a villager or 2, but in the end, those very, very precarious gold positions that Liereyy once had are now fully secure. Viper sees it. I can't deal damage, and I'm only absorbing damage. I gotta tap out. It's 2-2.
Viper taking off the hoodie. He's on. He's hot. But that game was so clean for Liereyy. Something that we have to ask the Viper afterwards, like what his decision-making was there. First of all, like why he went for so many scouts instead of the archer range. Maybe he wanted to skip skirms, right? I can see that. But then the Carthage investment was so minimal with such a bad map, something I did not see coming.
Yeah, I definitely want to know the justification for the scouts. At the very least, he did take a very good fight with them. I think then the question, as you mentioned, is more about the approach to Castle, which in some ways was a bit confusing and very greedy. At that, I mean, it was still the onus on Liereyy, right, to punish his opponent for that choice. And I think that's always something that we can laud our players for. And as we hit the end of Game 4 and kind of rest and retool towards Game number 5, the players are going to take a short break. And that's our opportunity to talk to you about one of our lovely sponsors. All week, we've been having a ton of fun with these segments. I think this is about the time that we just approach this one seriously. And thankfully, Surfshark has played an incredible role in this event and helping us make it happen. And so once again, we would appreciate any of you finding the time to go ahead and click those links that I'm certain are already being spammed into the chat to learn a bit more information about Surfshark and what we have to offer. We got a great deal running with them where once you go ahead and commit to it, you're going to get 4 extra months for free alongside your 30-day money-back guarantee. So really no risk to jumping in on this one. Of course, the number one and most important thing when it comes to a VPN is securing your connection and your data. Once again, we live in the day and age of the digital media and digital communication, which means just about every part of your life is saved somewhere on some computer, and you want to have that protected. So while you use public Wi-Fi, while you travel around the world, keep your data private as it should be. From there, though, that's where we get to the fun of having a VPN. As you know, when you travel, not everything is available to you in every region around the world. And so you've got that show that you've been binging, but oh no, you got to go visit family somewhere else in another foreign country, and they don't have that in their content library. Have no fear. Surfshark is here. You log into that VPN, you find the region that you need to jump to, and you have access again to whatever it is that you want to watch. I know it's Canadian Hockey Housewives for Dave. I don't know what your current binging show is, but either way, if you were to come visit me in the U.S., Nilly, I would know that you could still load it up and watch it without any worries. Of course, getting alerts on data breaches, having 24/7 customer service so that you always have somebody to contact if something were to go wrong. There's over 3,200 servers across over 100 locations here for Surfshark, so you really can't go anywhere on planet Earth, and I'd even venture to guess you could go to the moon and still find access to a Surfshark server. There it is, the NAC deal, so make sure you follow that link, you guys. Make sure you support Surfshark as they have so beautifully supported us here in the Age of Empires scene, helping us put on phenomenal events like this. We would appreciate it very much. From there, I think we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We're going to take a sip of water, gear up for game number 5, because we got at least a couple more coming your way. Remember, best of 7, each player trying to get to that crucial 4 and buy themselves a final spot against Hera. We'll see you back here in just a bit.
And now, a word from our partners. Back then, a pocket watch told you the time, if it wasn't broken, that is. Today, the Hammer smartwatches do so much more. From monitoring your health to managing your schedule, and even keeping you on time for the next Age of Empires final, everything is just a glance away. And they do it in magnificent style. Make more of your time. Hammer.
Back to the Noble Apartment Cup, where we are once again all tied up at 2-2 in this all-important semifinal best of 7. I think a number of our players at this tournament playing some of the best Age of Empires they've ever played. These two, I think, are no exception to that rule. Pushing each other, testing each other every step of the way. So where the last 2 maps were Lierey's decision as to where we go. We'll pull up the draft for you all just to remind you what left they have to work with. Again, from here, I think we have 4 civs remaining for each player and a couple of map options for each player. It's Viper who gets to select where we go next. 2 of his home maps available, African Rebeds Bypass, and then his opponent's home map, Interior Garden, still on the board.
Will be beautiful to watch. It just feels like those are the number 2 and 3 in the world right now. Some people say Viper's number 2, some people say Lierey's number 2. Incredibly close sets, like over the last years. And, well, they will show us the next game on African Rebeds.
Okay.
Japanese already played.
Already played. And that's the thing. I was so certain, seeing that pick in the pool, that that's where it was going to go. And who knows, maybe Liereyy was thinking the same thing. And so with that being eliminated as a choice, we arrived to Portuguese, Berbers, Armenians, and Teutons still available here for the Viper. Byzantines, Turks, Britons, and Burgundians on the other side.
I would see Armenians for African Reedbeds, Berbers for Tiergarten, and Portuguese for Bypass.
Okay, so
On the
then
other side, probably Britons for Bypass.
Mm-hmm. Turks for Tiergarten. We've seen Turks on Tiergarten before. I actually think it was Hera who did it. I don't think he was successful with it.
Maybe playing Burgundians? Would feel crazy. Would not feel like Liereyy.
It definitely wouldn't, but he's going to play Burgundians here on African Reedbeds. How about that? And Berbers for the Viper.
Wow. That is really... Where's Armenians he's playing on Tiergarten then?
Was that the... Or is that the bait pick?
For Bypass? Curveball?
Oh, my
Oh,
goodness.
that will be interesting. And I love what Lierey's doing. And actually, the Viper and Hera have shown us the same. We predicting their styles and what civilizations they're going for. We are saying the typical Liereyy would not go for this. But they are constantly evolving. They are adding more strategies to their arsenal. They're looking at the other top players. How is Yo performing? How did Viper perform the other days? And they keep getting better and better.
Yeah, you know, actually, Liereyy then maybe stealing a page from Yo's playbook in the Burgundians, right? Again, I think it was such an interesting shift in this tournament alone when Yo went back to the Burgundians, one of his favorite civs. Now, the first time he brought it out was on Dry River in a very extended game, ultimately taking that one, and then today uses them once again, but here... And it feels like a civ that was maybe overlooked at times by a number of other players until Yo started to say, no. This is very much a viable civilization in very many situations.
Yeah, obviously Burgundians can get their upgrades an age earlier. And you can only get the faster fishing upgrade, gill nets, in Castle Age, except for Burgundians. So you can go for the better fish boom there. If you protect yourself, your economy will be just so much better. We have seen crazy aggression from Hera early on, but the economy was too good for Mr. Yo.
Yeah, and I think particularly on this map, as you mentioned, because you can go for double bid axe incredibly quick, that makes the fish boom all that much easier to execute, right? Fish boom entirely reliant on your wood income. And the more you can get onto fish, the less you have to transition onto farms, at least early, right? And so using those early upgrades to great effect will be Liereyy, of course, then. Viper maybe feeling the need to put some early pressure and find some damage. You know, all it takes is a small group of knights or scouts or something to get into the back. So walling will be very important here for Liereyy as well.
It's not his style though, right? He's typically, I'm opening scouts and trying to wall behind while I'm matching your scout numbers, which Viper won't mind.
Okay, loom in for the Viper, but then cues an extra Vil behind, still waiting for that food to click up to the Feudal Age. Now Liereyy going for loom, probably clicking up not too far behind that, but it will be Viper who gets there first.
21 timing. We had 11 seconds idle TC time for Liereyy. Try to squeeze in the wood upgrade there. Obviously makes it quite tight when it comes to BO.
Yeah, without a doubt. Moving out to 4 fishing ships apiece, no surprise there. And no scouting information gone for just yet. Wall's already coming up here from Liereyy, so I do love to see that, considering I assume that he will continue a more heavy investment onto water, now moving to a 5th, while Viper doesn't have the wood to do so himself.
That's quite greedy. Like Liereyy, can he afford... He wants to build another lumber camp. He has to build a barracks. There's so many walls. This will be tight. Like, Viper should have a lot of map control here. But he's skipping the barracks so far.
Yeah, because he's walling himself, and he's going for some pretty aggressive walls. I mean, he has to, in a way, based on his wood lines there. But yeah, choosing for wood investment there into the walls as opposed to the military buildings. Just now forward with his scout, he sees the first of the wood lines. He'll see the second. He'll confirm, of course, what he already expects, which is the fishing ships, and the fishing ship numbers continuing to climb there for Liereyy. Here comes the barracks back at home as he's about to hit the Feudal Age, and we would expect himself to follow there with the stable, get a few more scouts out onto the field. Just harassing, forcing the response. The villager now on the chase, and the scout coming back here from Liereyy as well.
Are we trading off here for the Viper?
Well, you can trade the health, but you can't take the fight for the kill, especially when you get blocked like that. But with the villager also in tow, you know you'll lose that one in the end. Already Bosaw on the way as well for Liereyy, so keeping that one eco upgrade ahead of his opponent. Look at the walls, though. The walls are coming down fast.
And Viper's not building any army.
I kind of like that, though. Well, I like it less now that he's going for archers. I was going to say, I like it if your assumption is that the walls are going to be up before you'd even get the scouts forward. But now with the idea that you're that Liereyy could ultimately be coming forward with archers. It's scary.
And Viper is so out of position with the scout. He has no idea, right? He didn't even scout the gold. He has no idea that there's no mill. This is like archery range. This could catch him off guard completely.
Yeah, now granted, he is going for a full wall. He places it across the front of his base. Still has an opening on the left-hand side between those two wood lines.
Yeah, feels like it. Did he scout the archery range there? Really important for him. And gets the idea.
Okay, archers on the field.
Let's see if he's doing the stable. Yeah,
there's the stable.
But that's still tight.
Still open. It's a low health scout, so shouldn't be able to stop the walls. Can harass though and delay them perhaps.
I think this can be annoying. Viper will need to focus this. Spin around, take the fight a bit.
Gets the walls up.
Okay, okay.
Safe there for the time being. He also found the hole on the left-hand side, so he went ahead and plugged that.
Finds. Now goes on to gold. Viper solid food him out already.
Yeah, very, very
could add some scouts now. That's the Mr. Yo approach, right?
Definitely could. He's really trying to get to that 800 mark, but it's still low on gold as well, so wouldn't even be able to click at that point. And missing one of the buildings.
And he goes for an archery range.
It's a late archery range now.
Is that telling us janitors? But not against Burgundians, no. He maybe adds one janitor or one skirm here.
Right, he just needs something ranged to fire back over the walls, right? And force Liereyy to continue to reposition while he tries to break through. But through all of that, I'd say then Liereyy is actually pretty happy knowing that he's at least forcing some reactions out of the Viper or rather while building up that fishing count. Almost up to 9 is Liereyy.
Viper pulls away from gold, wants to go for that early castle, puts 9 villagers on stone. Oh, wow. He really wants to get that castle up the moment he reaches castle age.
I suppose. Yeah, stone mining upgrade? Oh, no, okay. He cancels it, goes for gold instead. That was about to be just a whole new meta.
Yeah. 14 seconds IDCC time for Liereyy. Viper, so far perfect when it comes to that. Liereyy won't be too far behind in the castle age, having one skirm enough to defend. A bit surprised that Viper didn't queue up more fishing ships yet.
Yeah. Castle age on the way, even going for horse collar now. So definitely thinking about going more farm-oriented than fish-oriented.
That's surprising. I thought like double dog would make so much sense.
Yeah,
you barely need food anyways at the start.
And even more surprising because it's the Viper. I feel like that guy will look for any excuse to go for a fish boom.
Or maybe it's just like, okay, I'm floating resources anyways now. I'm not really going for any army. Early Castle Age. Let's just get all the upgrades in so I don't forget them in the long run.
Castle Age click now comes in for Liereyy, so he's about a minute and 10 seconds behind. Not too much worse for Ware, since he's the one who's got the military numbers. And it's going to take a little while for Viper to build up a force that's at all threatening. Woof. Half health Archer. I think Guy has almost done more damage to Liereyy than Viper has.
0-0 KD, 14 minutes into the game. 10 fishing ships, and now we see gill nets coming in. Will we see another dock from Liereyy?
We have to.
Makes sense, right?
If you're going gill nets, you have to. You have to.
Why are we having villagers on berries then? I think it could make lots of sense to transition to the second dock.
Right, and those villagers could just be on wood, continuing to bank the wood and pump out the fishing ships.
Perfect stone amount. Look at that!
Wow. I mean, this is an incredible build order from the Viper through all of this. Again, we'll mention to you guys, 0 idle TC time, as perfect stone count to drop the castle in the front of his base. That's going to be a very good defensive structure for him. Going for gill nets himself.
Yeah, tries to go for it as early as possible. I think math-wise, it is too early. I think it makes way more sense to add 2 fishing ships and fish traps here compared to going for gill nets. He needs to continue building fishing ships here.
Okay, stable at home here for Liereyy as the Burgundian player. Is there a hole between that yurt? I know it's underneath the castle. I'm just making sure.
I think so.
Okay.
Yurt's only 2 times 2, right?
Yeah. So it is a hole, but it won't be abused or taken advantage of.
There are some palisade walls at the left-hand side, so this could be a bit annoying. Oh, look at that. Needs to get some houses there. At the very left, that's still open as well, and that's the second dock. Oh, is that the perfect spot? That doesn't really look like he wants to go for 3 docks.
Yeah, it's kind of looking like 2 and no more. Second TC at home here for Liereyy. So going to continue to make use of the extra resources he's collected here, up to almost 10k res collected, 1,500 above the Viper. First Camel Archer on the field, but about to run into those crossbows. No ballistics, though. Can get microed away.
Needs to rush some houses, needs to pull those villagers away from the wood line. Extra TC for Liereyy here. Viper, you really should not have any villagers around here. Keeps his villagers on stone. I'm a bit surprised.
I think maybe at the very least wanting to now reach for TCs once he has the wood count. So 100 stone in the bank, 150. Would have to buy more if he wants to get all the way up to 3 TCs eventually. Did manage to get those houses up to complete the house wall. Buys himself a little bit more time before Lierey's able to break through with Bodkin crossbows. Going for fletching himself. He's going for the bloodlines as well to make those camel archers a little bit stronger, but feeling the need to also drop a siege workshop in response to the pressure that he's feeling.
Yeah, he wanted to drop it a bit earlier, but didn't have the blacksmith to free it, right? Otherwise, he could have maybe been next to the wall here. He could have already had 1-2 scorpions out. Was not allowed. And University.
Here comes ballistics.
Is it really adding something, though? We're not really having any big fights.
It's, maybe it's aspirational. If you get in.
Oh, that's still walled.
Okay.
Oi! But nervous.
Lucky to get away with only 1 villager death there, but pulls the vills off the wood line back to safety. We have the Scorpion on the way, and I think that Scorpion investment alone is going to make that University feel a little worse.
Yeah, I think so as well. Let's take a look. Those Camarchers won't do too much. And Burgundians, like, do you really want to commit to too many crossbows here? I don't think that's really your plan anyways.
Now, Scorpion's out. Fires on the Knights. Liereyy will realize in a moment. Should back away from this house. We have a TC coming up on the gold here as well for Viper. That'll bring him up to 2 TCs to match Lierey's 2. There's the ballista. So even after seeing these walls, seeing the Scorpion, and knowing that there's a castle position in defense, still goes for the investment of ballistics. I mean, if anything, it's confidence in only needing to find one moment where you can utilize the ballistics and take a really advantageous fight, and maybe that's what you're relying on, but it is also somewhat narrowing your win condition to something like that as opposed to using those resources for further eco expansion or just a quicker uptime.
Yeah. 30C would have felt really natural here with like not a lot of interest shown by the Viper to go for a lot of aggression. Maybe just feels Camel Archers are so good, so mobile, and the only way to ever catch them would be with ballistics.
That might be the case. Now, I am looking at the stone count there from Liereyy as well. Very close to the castle number. The question is, where does your first castle go? Is it back at home to defend your walls? Is it in the center to control more stone? Or do you go out to one of those important gold positionings on the left or right-hand side of the map?
On the side would feel very risky, right? Or not really risky, but typically you try to set it up at home and then take the next step. I wouldn't mind in the center here.
Okay. Well, TC first. That's going to delay that castle just a little bit longer. And he goes for the second TC right out to the left-hand side. I mean, securing great resources in gold, stone, and even close to that wood line. Should manage to get it up before the Camel Archers can cause too much chaos. He also have Knights there in response as well.
Resource collected 2,500 ahead now. That's mainly those fishing ships, right? Villager count is relatively even. Eco upgrades are relatively even as well. But Liereyy early upgrades really helped him out.
Yeah, I bet you it's fishing ships and wood collected because of that double bit axe through all of the Dark Age, and then the slightly faster bow saw, of course, as well, being able to get it in Feudal Age. See the fishing numbers continuing to climb here for both players. We're up to 20 now in just a moment here for Liereyy, while just 9 on the side of the Viper. Camel Archer production continues, though. A very powerful unit, especially when you get to that critical mass. And so without having lost really any numbers yet, the Viper will at least feel good about that. But as Vodka has just pointed out, we're already at or nearing Imperial Age resources here for Liereyy. And I imagine he'll click as soon as he has a second building to enable him to do so, or drops that castle, because with just the University, wouldn't have the option to click up just yet.
So little that happened this game. KD's 3-3. If you interviewed both players right now, what do you think, what would they say, what their winning chances are in those games?
I would say that the Viper probably feels pretty good about his position. Just because I think Camel Archers in the late game are going to be an incredible. That said, I think Liereyy would also love his position knowing how many fishing ships he's gotten up to, and probably has a sense that he's wildly ahead in the resource count. And so having not taken any damage, he'd say, I'm just going to overwhelm my opponent with military numbers here soon enough. Elite Skirm in response to those Camel Archers. My Imperial Age is going to be faster, without a doubt. So I think while neither player will be unhappy with their position, I think Liereyy has more right to be happy with his position.
Feels like it, right? If both players are happy with the situation, one of them has to be wrong.
Somebody's wrong, but what did we say? Maybe some damage had to be found from the Viper, and as the Imperial Age upgrade is on the way, Viper gets into the walls, and now he's going to look to harass. Can he get back to those fish? I think we see some walls coming up from Liereyy in the back that might keep him out. He is, of course, going for a forward castle position of his own, but since the military's forward from the Viper, it isn't going to be stopped, and these were phenomenal stone gates with the walling upgrade coming in to make them even more tanky. Those Camel Archers aren't going to get through, but they will find some villager kills at the very least.
Oh, fortified wall even!
Yeah.
Pretty sick. And is this the night? Another night? Camel Archers are focusing this down?
I don't think it gets denied. That's 4 or 5 villagers still.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and we have the knights there.
It goes up.
But barely. In the end, I think because Liereyy was able to prevent those Camel Archers from getting to the fishing economy, he should ultimately feel happy about the game state.
I think so as well, but this was still really, really costly and could have prevented by one single extra
24 eco kills.
Yeah. It's good, right? But we are counting on Camel Archers dominating this game. So losing all those Camel Archers will really hurt as well.
Yeah, and he can't get back out. He was walled in, so he's going to dive underneath the TC. Only a couple of those Camel Archers remaining, trying to use the mobility, trying to buy himself time. Might get a couple more Vil snipes, but at this point being walled in, now the Elite Scrims come over, and this will be all the damage that the Viper finds with one extra Vil kill here at the end. Now, he did manage to get 26 eco kills. I'd say that's pretty good and ultimately extending himself an eco advantage, but you're now sitting on 1 military unit total as your opponent hits the next stage.
And the Viper is switching, right? He goes for the Camel switch now, and he goes for Caspar. Faster working castles. Is that really what we need right now?
I don't know.
Obviously, faster trap. Get conscription.
Second castle coming down defensively. He is going for masonry, so that implies to me he might try to keep this castle alive, right, with repairs. But like you said, the tech switch is coming in. Going for that first armor upgrade on the cavalry. He's now teching into light cav as well. Is the food economy really there for that? 34 on food?
Will be tricky. Goes for some scouts. I think he's kind of out of wood, out of stone here, the Viper. Only that tiny stone tile. The other stone at the front is abandoned.
Yeah,
I'm surprised that he's not going camels.
I am too, but again, maybe he just doesn't feel like he has the ability to invest gold into 2 different units, right? So if he wants the Camel Archers, he can't have the Camels as well. So he has to settle for light cav, but just like that, we've got 2 trebuchets already firing away while the Viper still isn't in the Imperial Age. 20 seconds more to go. You know, now that unique attack might come in very handy in terms of eventually matching trebuchet numbers, but that means you're keeping this castle alive for a very long time. You have 100 stone in the bank with almost no stone left in your base. And again, you've conceded all map control over to your opponent. I do see some action on the left-hand side around that gold. Scout finds the villagers that have moved out there, but there is army to defend here from Liereyy. But at the very least, Viper knows his opponent's already gone for that. Castle now being dropped to fortify the position. If Viper wants to find gold, he'll likely have to go out to the right-hand side.
Is he trying to jump on those for the army? I don't really think he can.
Can't
pass
do it with
around.
those.
He tries to wall off the traps at the front. But there's not a lot of army. Maybe just Lightcav can go for the kill.
Maybe, but it is just the second armor upgrade underneath Castle Fire, and now you have Cavaliers showing up in response. He's trying to focus in on the Treb, but he's doing almost no damage. The Reveal pops out, looks for the repair. This will not be a dead Treb, and in turn, it'll be quite a few dead Light Cav. So not looking good here for the Viper as one castle position already crumbles to the ground. Now heavy market usage just to get the gold count back up. Looking for that all-important third armor upgrade, and now swapping onto the camels that you were talking about.
Is it maybe a bit late, though? those skirms and crossbows actually are paying off a bit against camels, right? Without heavy camel, which could be afforded now. And Paladin tag, 32 minutes in.
Well, what did we say? That Liereyy is probably very happy with his position, having the eco upgrades over his opponent, having the resource collected advantage. And what does it net him? It nets him a wildly fast Paladin click. Now, it is a very long upgrade in terms of how long it takes to come in. He has none of the armor upgrades yet, so he needs to invest into all of those, especially playing into the heavy camel that's on the way here for the Viper.
Goes for the dive now, tries to go the traps first, maybe camels for the Cavaliers. It's only one single Cavalier on the field, now some more popping. Not the worst fight for the Viper.
No, not at all. 2 trebs down, might even feel like he can go for the third underneath the castle. Turns tail, figures I'll come back for that one another day.
Now we army here.
Yeah, now we have the second armor upgrade on the way here for Liereyy. We've got pikemen as well. So it's going to be Paladin pikemen up against the heavy camel production right now of the Viper. Still looking for heavy camel to come in. He did manage to get a few villagers out here to the right-hand side, but the houses from Liereyy will ultimately spot that. At some point, he's going to want to get a castle down to secure that position, but he's light years away from that. So defending that position might be difficult. And in fact, maybe Liereyy can ignore it and just kill Viper at home.
Uh-oh, they're just really exposed. I think they automatically went over to the side, and those will die. Oh, that's a big loss. Viper's economy is still not really good. Look at that, 95 villagers only.
Yeah, and floating 1,100 wood at that. I mean, he's just been taking the pressure all game long. And so he takes his military forward, tries to find some damage in return. Paladin about to complete. Granted, there aren't too many Cavalier on the field, but either way, they pack a serious punch. They play a great meat shield to those range units that Liereyy has. And Halberdier as well on the way. We're just going for every single upgrade in the game to make this a sure thing.
Let's see if he can make it the short thing. Traps exposed a bit. Camels are trying to get there for the
good gate
nice
wall.
gate. And now the light cap for the ranged units. Camels here for the Paladins. Obviously, they don't have bloodlines. Camels will find some kills.
Yeah, camels will find great kills. 2 of the trebuchets do end up dying, but 1 is saved as another one comes out onto the field. And like you say, it was great army split here from the Viper, sending the right units to counter their respective units. Brings his trebs forward, thinks now's my time to strike. My opponent doesn't have too many Paladin on the field just yet. He's playing into my counter unit of the camel. These trebs are left a little bit on their own here, so the light cav will go ahead and divert their attention, and just like that, Viper's made it back through the walls. Some raiding to take place.
We have the Halberdier tech, but not a lot of upgrades for them yet. Camel Archers could provide quite some attack against them. Trying to dive for the water again, but still walled, still fortified walled.
Yeah, honestly, the fortified wall paying dividends now for Liereyy, absorbing the pressure of the second raiding party here from the Viper. All that said, his forward castle position looks to be no more as it crumbles to the ground. Another engagement here between heavy camels and paladins, along with just a few skirmishers and crossbows behind. The numbers look decent, though, for Liereyy. And the Halberdier continue to get stronger as that second attack upgrade is coming in. Ooh, Viper trying to bring Vils forward. He needs to get on stone. He's going to find maybe some more good damage here in the back of Lierey's base.
Viper needs more camel archers to deal with those Halberdiers. Otherwise, it will just be him meat grinding those camels. He thinks he takes some good fights, but Halberdiers are so good against camels.
Yeah, and he's just so out of food. It's really hard for him to sustain this production. He needs to convert some of that wood into farms, but at the moment, he's just trying to wrestle back control of the front of his base and buy himself some space to drop those farms. Didn't find too much damage in the back of Lierey's base in the end, and so Liereyy will sport a 20-villager lead. He also has twice the military on the field. He's looking to expand towards the center of the map with another castle, secure all that stone for himself. Viper finally moving for a castle on the right-hand side, at least to lock down that gold for the time being, but very inefficient villagers back at home.
Will it actually go up?
Oh, no.
There's some camels for the
We got to get a wall. We got to get a house down. We don't get it down in time. The Viper, unfortunately... Oh, actually, maybe it's... Secret Agent Paladin there. Okay, stopping his other Paladin friend from helping him out, but I think these villagers will ultimately go down. The numbers are good here from Liereyy, but he does have to focus on the villagers. Just a few more remaining, trying to tap away on the castle. 77%, but it will be denied, and that's enough for Viper. He goes down 3-2 in this series. Liereyy back on top.
Tapping out there. Wow, Liereyy, that was impressive. Burgundian economy, we praised them before, and they delivered so hard. 20 fishing ships against 9 fishing ships. Just felt like, what was the reasoning for the Viper not to go for it? Because we were so walled, we had so many timings. We typically think, okay, the Viper, we would have expected 3 docks rather than 1.
Well, and especially with the gill nets. I think that is the part that, because it tells me he was thinking about it. Right, if he didn't even click gill nets, then maybe I would have thought, okay, it's not even on his radar to do that, and he is going to use those resources to be maybe a bit more aggressive and just go kill the fish boom of his opponent. But when you make that investment, it tells me you have that in your mind, and then you still have elected to not go for it. On the flip side, I will say, Liereyy, those walls were massive. Because twice raiding parties get in, and if you don't have stone gates specifically back there, then you might be losing 20 fish and all the fish trap investment, and that could have been the game going the other way.
Absolutely, absolutely. And he even did fortified wall.
Fortified wall?
That was so crazy to me. I've never seen that for Liereyy before. And it made so much sense, right? Because those walls weren't up. Yeah. Great moves.
Incredible play from Liereyy. Great game sense to know, what his win conditions were and what his opponent's win conditions were in that moment. Once again, showcasing to us that the Burgundians is a civ to consider more and more as we look towards our final series in this tournament. From here we go to the 6th map of the set. We have the opportunity to get a full 7 games, but only if the Viper gets it done here and now. Let's take a look at what we have left. We have Bypass as the remaining home map for the Viper. We have Tiergarten on the other side. For the Viper, Portuguese, Armenians, Teutons left to play with, and then for Liereyy, it's Turks, Byzantines, and Britons.
Has to be Portuguese for Bypass then, and Armenians for Tiergarten. Probably trying to use the mule cards, right? More efficient on the wood line there. You can move to the deer at the side, but in this zoo area where you have all the deer and the berry bushes, mule cards actually won't help you because you need a mill to collect berries.
Yeah, and honestly, in a lot of cases, you need a TC on that map, in that area, because you are just so exposed. Most of the time, we don't even see players moving out there. If they are moving out there before a TC, it's usually because something's gone wrong, and they realize, I have to take a risk in order to stay even in the game or keep pace with my opponent. And so that's, of course, if we go to Tiergarten. Tiergarten, a lot of times, just about getting through that initial wood line and then aggression towards your opponent's wood line. We typically see reticence from both players to drop a tower, trying to hold off as long as they can and then ultimately forced to drop a tower. And then it's a matter of the confidence to dive underneath it and find those Vil kills. Bypass, though, will be the map that we're going to. So sticking to the home map play here for the Viper, trying to bring us to a 7th and final game in the set. And so with that in our heads, we're thinking it's got to be the first pick of the Portuguese. It's one of his favorite civs of all time as well. Fall back on comfort, get yourself to the final game, take it from there. On the other side, most people are probably thinking Turks initially on Bypass, but of course we have thought as well about the possibility of Britons here.
Just longboats with the extra range, right? They die pretty quickly to Portuguese Ongans, but you just have to keep up the distance, right? And Liereyy is so active with his hands, like he can keep the distance rolling, right? And then it gets really tricky for Portuguese to take good engagements.
Also Britons, I mean, cheap TCs. There's always 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 TCs being dropped by each player on this map, especially in the way that we've seen a number of the games break down, where typically, one person aggression, other person just scattering out to the two sides to try and hang on and build up their economy. So Britons, of course, faster food income from the sheep, and then the cheaper TCs could be great for them upon reaching the Castle Age. Portuguese getting that wood bonus off of the berries as well, which can be great in terms of aiding their eco, but it will be the Turks, in fact, here for Liereyy up against that predicted Portuguese pick of the Viper.
And let's remember, Turks, they had to change 1 less range on those Janissaries. That's why Monk actually performed reasonably well against them nowadays. So I don't think okay, Monk Rush will automatically be stopped by Janissaries, more likely to be stopped by the castle being in that narrow area in the center. Then bombard cannons will be the key thing, not needing to research chemistry there will be major for our bombard cannon player.
Yeah, and it's that instant and free chemistry that also requires us to consider the possibility of a fast Imperial Age from the Turks. We have seen a number of times players go for a relatively well, as forward a castle as you can get. Because you can't build in that center bypass area, you build it right at the front of your base, but it's still providing enough safety for Trebs and some bombard cannons to come out, and just a solid pack of Janissary, perhaps rather, you can end the game with a 1 TC push. So always available as a strategy here for Liereyy, but not a sure thing, not a guaranteed thing.
Front house and front lumber camp here for the Viper. Already 2 houses. Maybe tries to zone out that area so the Janissaries can't get in too easily. Stone in the back. Gold in the back for Liereyy. Stone in the front for him. Gold very much in the front for the Viper.
Yeah, I do think he's lucky though to have that stone behind, because if he needs to defend, he can always fall back to that. There's plenty of extra gold positions outside your base that you could fall back to. I think the stone is actually the more important thing in terms of defending against any pressure. But both players already thinking about walling right across the front of their TCs with those house placements, just in case either player chooses to be aggressive. We've seen tower rushes. We've seen man-at-arms tower rushes on this map. There are a lot of possibilities. We've also seen handshake 3 TC booms. Who knows what we're in store for here today as both players continue to push in those ostrich, which of course start outside your base. So you got to utilize the sheep to keep the gate open.
With this gold, Viper has no chance to play 3 TC. It has to be either monks or we play the castle. Otherwise, it would just be suicidal. If Liereyy gets up with 3 Janissaries, the game's kind of over already.
Right. Okay, 500 food in the bank here for Liereyy. Still building another villager, though. I'm quite curious.
Really important to build the farms in the back here, right? Yep. If you face the pressure, some people build the farms in the front. Ugly for potential Mangano fights. Nice heads-up play here for the Viper.
Fast imp for Viper. 4 vills in the queue.
Fast imp? I think it might just be a slow castle.
The classic slow castle.
I like pop 25.
Right.
Pop 26, something like that. Just the, okay, I'm not pressuring it approach. Will be pop 23 plus 2 from Liereyy.
I think the question is just how many farms does Viper drop?
That's actually true. Goes for pop 25. Not crazy slow.
No, not crazy slow. Only 2 farms so far. Moving vills onto stone and gold at the same time.
Typical approach is sending 3 on stone and then adding 2 more. That could be one of the build orders, or just keep 2 and then we have to add like 4 after in feudal age. 3 on gold here, quite a bit for Liereyy, especially with the faster gold mining. Might end up buying 100 food.
Yeah, 30 seconds to the feudal age. Got the wood, or just about has the wood necessary to build his 2 feudal age buildings to click up. Still some food underneath the TC. Viper on the other side.
Viper decides to go on to the outside with the scout. Isn't scouting the middle. Interesting choice.
Okay. He now sees feudal age come in. There's the market blacksmith here for Liereyy. He looks like he'll have just enough food, I think, with some villagers underneath the maybe. Might have to idle for like 20 seconds or so.
Well, it's still 11 villagers on food, right? Berries. He will run out of berries pretty soon. Actually, pretty heavy investment. 6 on berries.
Okay, but he'll have it in order to click up.
Yeah, nice moves.
Well done. Tight build order for him. Clicks up before Viper makes it to the feudal age.
Liereyy. What is this build order? 5 on gold.
Yeah, 5 on gold. 11 on.
Just Mangano? Is he just playing Mangano to push?
Mangano what though? Mangano light cav?
Mangano 2 TC imp.
The imp. Okay.
Might be a thing.
Of course, we have the buildings coming down to allow Viper to click up here on the other side. A much slower feudal age timing makes this transition very easy for him in terms of the resources, but definitely slower. As Nilly mentioned, it was the scout that went around the outside has arrived to the walls of Lierey's base. Not going to find too much information in arriving there, because everything was built pretty far tucked into the base itself. Now moving out to stone for the Turk player, not much of a surprise. Always wanting to play towards a castle of some sort. Castle Age now on the way here for the Viper, goes for Horse Collar. Doesn't have double bid axe yet.
This is really weird as well. This is obviously lacking quite some food, but what is Liereyy doing with the stone collection? He's just putting a town center there? He's collecting a bit of...
And then he stops.
I'm really confused. 5 on gold, now 2 on gold? Now goes for the stragglers.
Okay.
Sends a villager in the middle. Maybe some outposts.
250 stone. Okay, walling. Oh,
why he
so
collected 40.
that's why he wants it.
Okay.
Alrighty. Starting to make a little bit more sense.
Now Viper will get the castle up there. Has something to shoot at. Won't mind that too much. Then the question, Liereyy, 2 TC? I think you can't do more. 3 TC feels like you could die before you reach him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, first TC goes down. Walls will be completed here on the front. But of course, would expect for Viper's Castle to come down right on top of that gold there. And start working away on the walls to break them open.
Like the remaining stone. Could sell 100 stone. Could also think about the 3 TC. Only 4 on food right now. Now adding some more farms. Will be tricky for him to keep everything rolling. And Viper, I wouldn't be surprised if he just deletes the palisades and builds the castle as much forwards as possible. And that's your confirmation. It will be a 1 TC play. And Liereyy goes 3.
Wow. Oh, baby. All right, everybody, buckle up. Buckle up. We got some action on the way. He doesn't delete the palisades. Will give himself that 1 tile gap between the castle and the stone walls. But pretty soon after, I'm sure those walls will come down. And Liereyy, I think, already senses it. He already senses it. Goes for a second layer of stone walls to buy himself some time while he expands that eco and builds the advantage that way.
That's an early monastery by the Viper as well. Like, he can't even get through there. Maybe adding 2 more farms could have been an option earlier for him here as well. And I think actually going for a single organ gun might be a mistake here. Right? What are you achieving? You're into stone walls. It's likely that your opponent will have Siege Workshop. I think he might just go for 1-2, knock at the door. But that should never have any efficiency.
Yeah, Q's 3 plus a monk. Obviously, the castle will break a hole into that initial wall here fairly quickly. Already about a third of the way through it. Or maybe you make at least just a couple organ guns to force the response out of Liereyy. If he never sees any organ guns, then he feels much more permission to sit on the 3 TCs. And at least this means, okay, Siege Workshop should come up.
Yeah. Yeah, well. Turk player will play the Siege Workshop anyways. Now the Monk there, getting the neutral relic.
Oh my goodness.
Third layer.
Well, I think Liereyy understands exactly what matters in this game, right? He knows what his opponent's plan is, and he now knows what his win condition is, which is survive, survive, survive for the next bit of time.
It's such a big investment. Look at the idle TC time. 3 TCs, only 13 on food. That's not how it works. Typical rule of thumb, you want to have 6 on food per town center.
Yeah, so getting punished a bit for the investment into the 3 TCs. Also loses 2 of his villagers.
Even builds.
Yeah, that's really tough. Even villagers, when you're the one who's invested into extra TCs, now goes for a monastery of his own. Still hasn't gone for that Siege Workshop, importantly, as well. Didn't have Loom, which is why 2 of those villagers did go down. Viper, though, sees how many layers of stone walls there are in the middle, picks up the relic, decides, I'm going to go elsewhere and look for damage.
Interesting. Goes around.
It's a long way around.
It's a really long way around. Give me your time. What's your lap time?
Lap time, minute and 30.
Okay.
Right? 17:45 on the clock is when they get there.
Okay.
Or at least the first one. Now, I think we assume, right, just scale towards Imperial Age.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
the Viper.
Yeah. He's playing 1 TC for a very long time. The question is, what is he going for? Feels like triple monastery is the go-to, but Turk's obviously a really good spot.
I didn't think about the light cap. That's unfair. That's interference. Okay, in track, you're not allowed to come into my lane. All right, it's a non-contact sport.
You were a crazy runner, right?
I was.
What was your 400 meter time?
My 400 was like 52 seconds.
What
51, 52.
What was your best?
My 800 meter.
800.
Yeah, a minute and 53 seconds.
Sick.
For half a mile.
Sick.
Yeah, the good old days. I look fondly on my track running days, like a lot of the Age of Empire players look fondly on their soccer or European football playing days. I know we have a number of stellar players within the Age of Empires scene there, but now I'm a caster because
not getting lazy at all. Resources looking really solid for the Viper. Will click up pretty soon. Scout still alive. Lightcav went down. Viper likely to end up with 3 relics. I don't think Liereyy will find too many. And Palisade Gates go down really quickly against 7 organs.
Yeah, Sanctity coming in here for Liereyy, so it's still going to be Monk defense. I haven't seen the Siege. Have we seen the Siege Workshop yet?
Is there any answer? Liereyy? He has to abandon the gold.
Okay, there's no Siege Workshop. He's abandoning. He's off of gold entirely.
Where is he building the castle there now? How does he not have a Siege Workshop? Viper's up to him.
Viper's up to Imp. Lierey's desperately trying to get the remaining stone he needs to drop a castle. He's pushed off of half of his farms. Just like that, he has literally no defense against these organ guns. The Siege Workshop just going down now. Maybe a bit of a panic. We have a ram on the way here for the Viper. So we're about to see pressure from both sides. Redemption is going to be the play here for Liereyy as his only effort to push this back.
Worker efficiency is horrible right now. He has so many Vigilant Strikers as well. Some farms are going down. And Liereyy will never get him. Look at the resources.
Oh, this is a really tough position to be in to try and fight your way out of this in just the Castle Age with very few military units on the field. He does have 3 monks. He has a mangonel on the way. Redemption's about to complete. So if he finds the right conversions here, that could be enough for him to buy the space back to get onto that gold. Monks are moving into position. Viper's control has to be there. Here come the conversion attempts. None have come through just yet. I believe Sanctity did come in earlier, did it not? Did he cancel it?
Oh, maybe he has Sanctity then, but that's still enough organs.
Yeah, he trades 2 monks for 1 organ, and now the mangonel comes forward. Viper does lose 1 of the organ guns to that mangonel. Unfortunately, low numbers of organ guns aren't that great against mangonels anymore after the change, and so he gets pushed back a bit. This will let Liereyy jump back onto that gold, but now he's taking pressure from the other side. We've got that ram starting to work on the walls. Soon to break through, 40 seconds away from the Imperial Age. Now we have Monk techs coming in for the Viper as well. Sanctity and Redemption of his own.
Viper even flirting with getting 4 relics there. 1 Monk at the bottom, and he keeps 1 villager on stone. I wouldn't be surprised if he adds a Vittoria behind this.
Huh? That was
some more village on stone.
Yeah, needs
Doesn't
to
need
get
that many villagers on food right now. What's the food upgrade that you want to do? I think you're fine with having 4 on food right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Block printing now coming in. These monks are going to be able to convert anything they want. There's just no space for Liereyy to work with for the moment.
Oh, that was a quick one.
That was a wildly fast conversion. And just like that, we get the delete so that the reconvert doesn't come back through the other direction. Did snipe 1 more organ gun there on the other side of the wood line.
Toman and block printing. This will be impossible for Liereyy to hold. Organs trying to fight the kill, won't get it, but that should be a reconversion. And that ram is just going ham. What's the play for Liereyy? He's trying to imp this?
There's no way.
Is he trying to get to Hussars?
Okay, defensive castle. So he's going to try and fall back behind that castle. And then I guess you're just playing for bombard cannons, right? You're looking for imp just so you can quickly produce bombard cannons and fight things back.
But he already has block printing Redemption.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it might be his only option at this point.
It's like Hussar might be an option. Scout perfectly positioned here if he actually saw that.
Yeah, well, he needs a stable before he can even get to the Hussar at this point. He's low on wood. He's dropping...
TC over here.
Another TC. What is that? He's dropping a military building up by his northern TC.
Archer? No, barracks.
Well, naturally, need that first. And that, again, just shows you how terrible a position Liereyy is in, that he has to go for that before he can even find the right units to respond to what's just pushed through his walls. First trebuchet already here. That's going to target TCs. 1 TC down, second one to be under fire soon enough, and then just behind that is the castle.
Siege Workshop being converted.
Siege Workshopping, that's going to have to be deleted. It has to be deleted. You don't want to give that to your opponent. Yes, you have the villager lead, but you have 2 military on the field. The conversion comes through on the Siege Workshop, and that means more rams possibly. That means bombard cannons for the Viper as well in the future. Imperial, oh my goodness, what an annoying organ gun there. It will go down to the mangonel eventually. A minute to go still in the Imperial Age. We finally have some light cav under production.
Oh, that's the MTC. Dash.
That is the MTC. Okay, 75%.
The ram is around. It's only like 5 villagers repairing.
Yep. It's just 1 trebuchet that's currently targeting this. Viper might recognize that the villagers, he's seen it. He's seen that the villagers are repairing. He's moving another treb into position. The ram hasn't come forward. No monks. I think he's got enough repair vills to make this happen.
500 HP.
I think with just 2 trebs, he's got enough vills to make it happen, but it's very, very close. 95% here on the Imperial Age. The health drops just a bit more, but the repairs are there.
600 HP.
And in the end, does he have the wood?
Wow.
He does. He hits the Imperial Age. Husbandry now on the way. The first armor upgrade here from Liereyy. He gets that automatic conversion into the Hussar for his light cav. So he's got 2 on the field, 2 in the queue. That's his only military unit in production with 1 monk and 1 mangonel to boot. Now, this is playing out exactly like Bypass usually does, where the player who's taking the pressure flees to the outer sides of the map, tries to establish more eco there. Castle's going to go down in just a moment here for Liereyy. As much as he tries to get these repairs through, it's not enough to keep it up. And Viper's numbers continue to climb. What a massive pop cap he's just hit. He needs to build so many houses.
How can you ever get to Hussar numbers? He's at 4. Like, you need so many houses, and he's building more at the front.
There's
This
so many
is
bills.
massive engagement.
So
the
many
Viper
bills.
tries to force game 7.
Oh my goodness, the monks are coming forward. Now he can convert the whole economy. These 4 Hussar are trying to keep Liereyy alive in this game and end it in a 4-2 fashion. They find great snipes onto the monks. 2 converted though. No more military units left on the field. The villagers on the gold are now under fire. The production buildings are going down. The Viper having a perfect concept of what he needs to target, and I think Liereyy knows it. We're going to a game 7.
Oh my god. The 1 TC play against triple TC. Liereyy was so greedy and Viper punished him. The loop around with the organ guns paid off so brilliantly.
All right, yeah, he laced up his track shoes today. He took a lap and he found the punish onto Liereyy. Liereyy with the greed, hoping he could find a way to extend it, but doesn't in this moment. Now maybe, yeah, thinking about it, thinking about what went wrong there.
I think decision making. Like 3 TC was just like, he could not afford it. Like so much idle TC just from the gameplay. Like, what are you facing? Are you facing a 3 TC player? No, you're never. Like, it's Portuguese. They built the castle and they will go for the aggression. It is obviously tricky to get the intel and to get any scouting on this map. But it just felt like 3 TC, it's just you're praying that the opponent's screwing up.
But if I'm going to be critical, I would say he had about as much information as he needed, right? He saw Viper come forward with the initial organ guns and the monk. He did, I think, initially respond correctly, dropping multiple layers of stone walls. But then let's not forget, his scout saw those organ guns start moving out. So he should not have been surprised.
Yeah. And he had 2 reactions that both worked okay-ish, right?
Yeah.
The monks and the mangonels. You could go for either. Like 2 mangonels there and the organs are not doing anything. Or if you have 4 monks prepared, they're not doing anything either. I prefer the mangonels because you want to go for the siege workshop anyways.
Right.
And it will be tricky for you to pick up any relics.
But instead it was like 1 mangonel, 2 monks, and the redemption even came in late, right? If you don't go for the mangonels, fine. You can have 4 monks and redemption, and then maybe you don't take the kind of damage that you did. Either way, it was near perfect play from the Viper too, right? We've got to also give him his due in seeing those walls. I think it'd be very easy to maybe commit to trying to get through and kind of, bash your head into it. And instead he says, I'll take the path of least resistance around the outside while it does delay some timing. And he plays it to perfection, gets through the walls with that ram, gets the trebs forward, has the block printing monks. A smooth victory here for the Viper, and we're all tied up at 3-3 with 1 map to go. It won't be a surprise where we end up. It will be Tiergarten, Lierey's home map with 2 civs available apiece, Byzantines and Britons here for Liereyy. And on the other side, it's Armenians and Teutons.
Viper obviously loves his Teutons, right? Already won a game this tournament with them, won a Red Bull with them as well. But is it good enough against Byzantines? If you can get to your good fights, yes, but you just love to see like camel skirms, early skirm, spearmen, just finding so much aggression. I think it has to be the Armenian play against them.
Really? Okay.
Are we thinking Teutons? Farms?
I don't know. Because I agree with you. Byzantines has every option available to them. One of the most versatile civs in the entire game. Of course, also sporting that cheaper Imperial Age timing, which I think can be a deciding factor here in Tiergarten. We've seen a number of games decided purely off of both players committing to the center with castle positions, and then it's just who gets to the Imperial Age first. Byzantines are, very happy to opt into that kind of a situation. And so, yeah, maybe that's where Armenians is a better play, getting to use those mule carts for a better economy early and then dealing some more damage before reaching an Imperial Age stalemate of sorts.
Also, crazy wood income, right?
Yeah.
You get 40% faster wood chopping compared to 20% with the wood upgrade. And therefore, you're through into the center so much quicker. Maybe you can control and can maybe wall him off. And we get the confirmation. We just had a map restart, and it is Byzantines, Armenians, kind of what we expected. a super early pick against one of the later picks. Liereyy, in vacuum, should have the advantage.
Yeah, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. But I think between these two players and between these two civs, there's no large enough advantage between them that it couldn't be outplayed. Well, we would, again, as you mentioned, in a vacuum, lean towards Liereyy. Viper is not out of it due simply to the Civ matchup, but it will require maybe a little extra something special out of him, that one extra ounce of effort or that one extra good decision or capitalization on a mistake to ultimately take it and buy himself a series against Hera tomorrow. Either way, these are the two players who have played Hera the closest up to this point, having 5-game series against him in their group stages while falling just so short, but I think with winning chances. And so, while again, we still have an incredible game ahead of us here, I think everyone should be excited for whichever matchup we end up with tomorrow. Feeling like Hera for the first time in a long time is really challenged in a certain way.
Yeah, we're truly blessed to witness that tomorrow. Also, something we didn't really mention, the best placed player here will qualify for an offline tournament in March as well, the Garrison. Viper and Hera are already qualified. So if Liereyy wins this, he's automatically making it to another offline tournament. If he doesn't, there has to be another decider. So like this is actually, in addition to his NAC dream, even another tournament on the line.
Wow. Have you? Yeah, playing for a tournament final and playing for another tournament at the same time just adds to the pressure of the moment here for Liereyy. We'll see if he can live up to it as we dive into our 7th and final map of the set here between Liereyy and the Viper. It's Tiergard and Liereyy in the blue playing as the Byzantines, the Viper in the red playing as the Armenians.
Byzantines, if we go for mass scouts, don't get bloodlines. And with this like map where it's tough to wall, where mobility will be really important, I think Viper maybe considering playing heavy feudal age could be a good option. We've seen it from Malians before.
Oh, and scouts always become a factor, right? Might go for the archers first, archer spear, skirm spear, something like that, but eventually you're going to have to get yourself onto Cav if you have an extended feudal age. And so perhaps that will be the strategy here for the Viper as we roll on through those early Dark Age moments and both players move their villagers out to those wood lines, start chopping away. We'll see, of course, if either of them are microing extra hard, shift queuing onto those different wood lines and have given themselves the shortest pathway to the center of the map. Sometimes even upon reaching the feudal... Wow. One tree left to go here for Liereyy already.
But are you building a second lumber camp directly inside there?
Usually they drop it on that second wood line right there, but also if you're going to get through that quick...
Are you doing it like as your second lumber camp in Dark Age, or are you like sending 8 here and then later expanding once your woodland becomes more inefficient?
Usually they go there pretty quick. I don't think it's required. We've seen some players stick on their first wood line, saturating with 8 villagers for a while. I also wonder, though, with how quick he's going to get through, if he ends up sending a couple of vills forward to either tower and or wall Viper out. The Viper chose an inefficient path. He has a whole nother tree to get through.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't care about it that much. That's an early barracks. Is there a chance that he goes for like an early spearman? Just trying to see what's up? Armenians can build them in Dark Age.
100%, I think. And you're going to want, you know...
He already has
you're going to want 5 to 10 spearmen anyway in feudal, so you may as well get to producing them now.
If we are seeing scouts, right? If it's spear skirm, maybe the number will be a bit lower, but just getting the spearman out, maybe you get another hit, maybe you can kill some deer already. Those are certainly options, and him already having the house, yep, it's at it.
1 villager advantage here for Viper, but of course comes with that a slower feudal age timing by just about 25 seconds. So Liereyy will get up first. Viper coming forward, though, here on the left-hand side with his scout to get some information. Liereyy still at home with his.
We have a barracks by Liereyy? Yeah, we do, okay. Just solid resources so far.
Am I blind? Where is Lierey's scout? Oh, there it is. He just found Vipers. Yeah. Okay. Well, Viper gets the downhill hits, while Liereyy was the one who reached the feudal age first, and in the end, it will be Liereyy who wins out on this trade, because Viper can't get away with his slower speed in the scout. So that's a pretty good find there for Liereyy, preventing Viper from getting any real information in terms of how he's building up his base. Here comes the archery range on the side of the Viper, and it's the stable on the other side here for Liereyy.
So Liereyy not playing to his advantage right now, right? There's nothing special about Byzantine scouts. We want to see camels, we want to see those skirmishes. So it might be scout skirm. Really solid against the Viper opening archers.
Did that spearman just snipe the scout on its way in?
No.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, there's another spearman coming from the left-hand side. Oh, that is a nice find.
Yeah, very good find.
So Liereyy has no idea what he's playing against.
True. As of yet, he's only seen that spearman, and that'll of course be no surprise to him. Now Viper's forward with his spear has confirmed his suspicion that it would be the stable play out of the Byzantine player. He's already got 2 archers in the queue. Lierey's trying to get forward and just about now sees it, and so knows the Viper is building towards those range units. Will probably loop all the way back around, but Archer comes out just in time to micro this this spear down. 3 spears on the field now for Viper.
Yeah, he won't mind.
4 even.
Kind of want to expand anyways, right? Will go for some aggression here. Maybe tries to lure into the wolf. No, just tries to take the better fight. Can't really go into the center yet. I think Liereyy needs to rush in archer range. Otherwise, we'll get really ugly against spear archer.
I think he agrees with you. And there you have it. Also trying to get the walls up is Liereyy, a lot quicker than the Viper is. Couple scouts now on the field here to the right-hand side. They'll move forward, but crucial aspect of this map is, of course, having that outpost that is pre-built for you, one on each side for each player, I should say, or on opposite sides for each player.
House kind of blocking a bit of farms there. Not the most important thing, but where's the spearman? There should be a spearman here for the defense. Villagers are running away. She's not getting around there. Unlike that, she can he save her?
No way. Is she going to get away with this? Oh, that's a great move by the scouts. The micro, I think, for Liereyy in the end should allow him to get the last doink. No, the spearman arrives, and the walls come up. What a save.
And there was so much HP lost now. Brilliant move for the Viper.
Yeah, and the spear goes down, too. So, in the end...
on the other side. He's in there. Vodka even got nervous. You saw the mouse moving there.
Where would it go? Oh, that's 2 stacked archers right there. Fletching, though, not yet in. I think Viper wants to wait for that, of course, while the skirmishers respond. But a great find and a great defense there for Viper at home to push those scouts away. These weak scouts are no threat to the Woodline villagers. Could fight that off just with the villagers alone. The stable not scouted either here from Liereyy. Although, again, I think you could expect it to have come up, or that it will come up soon, as it does seem like we're playing into more of an extended feudal age. Both players completely strapped for resources, trying desperately to get the farm counts up, and now even a blacksmith on the way here for Liereyy.
I think Viper will like this.
His own spearman is screwing up his blacksmith. Finally moves it out of the way. Now the blacksmith comes down.
Out just trying to find where the army's moving. Skirmishers nicely positioned. Viper should not find anything here. This could be all 3 archers down.
Yep. Oh, and definitely could be all 3 archers down with the delayed reaction off of the first hit. Great micro here from Liereyy. Would expect him to chase this 3rd and final one down. And a phenomenal defense over his woodline. Viper does have something in the back of Lierey's base, looping around those golds.
It has to be some other archers, right?
Yeah, shouldn't be in scouts yet. He only has 1 on the field. So yeah, it's the 2 spears, 2 archers here. But the best they're going to do is idle some farms and harass a little bit, force a response out of Liereyy.
On food right now for the Viper. Doesn't feel like he can afford too many scouts, but that will be a nice pickoff. And he actually saves 1 archer.
Save 1 archer, yeah. He's got like 4 health, but still, that's better than nothing. Now the 2 scouts will chase down these skirmishers. Liereyy, of course, retreated with the rest of them back to his wood line and has moved to that secondary wood line. I'm always looking at the stone counts just to see if either player feels pressured enough that they have to drop a tower on that second wood line.
What
Usually
are
the
those
position
What are those
for it.
skirms doing?
I don't know what that grouping was. That's even more threat. And now they're out of position for the archers. That's 1 villager down. These are fletching archers, and there's 3 of them. Oh, my goodness. Lierey's pulling the whole wood line to try and fight this back, but the micro's there for the Viper. 2 vills found already. Now the scouts swoop in. They do need to avoid getting hit by those skirms and those spears behind that video on the side of the screen. Okay, the scouts are pushed back. Now scouts arrive here for Liereyy. They're going to push the archers back in the end, but that's some great Vill kills found by the Viper. The first one to do any eco damage.
I want to see a second stable here. I want to see a feudal age all in. It just feels so open, right?
Yeah.
You can go for more archers. That can be a dead villager as well.
He's going to see it just like that. Now, of course, we do have skirms here to defend, but with 1 scout, should be able to push those skirmishers back, and the archers can ultimately target the Vill down. Vill on the run. will probably get away in the end just because the skirmishers will play enough of a defense against the archers, but still doesn't get the outpost down that he wanted for that early warning system, has to pull more scouts back in response, ends up cleaning up the archers, which is nice.
Viper rushes Castle Age. He's on stone, he built a tower, and is building the market. He'll actually do exactly the opposite of what I wanted to see.
Okay, and as is pretty typical, the other player also goes for a tower. Yeah. There's always this reticence to dropping the tower on this map, I feel like. And
what
then
is
once
this mining camp?
That is an awful mining camp.
What is... Is it Tuesday? What is that?
Yeah, a bit peculiar, but also maybe speaks to the moment, right? Speaks to the fact that we are in Game 7 and these players can feel the pressure of their tournament lives being on the line. Only one game stands between them and a best-of-9 final against Hera.
All right. Great grand final. That will be a pleasure to watch. What is this villager up to? Is it just him running around? Wanted to go to the center, and now he's...
You got a wallet.
Below the critical 20 HP that you want.
Takes the fight. Needs to drop the walls if he wants to save this.
Can't wall on the stone. Is he clicking him back? He's sending some army there. So weird.
Oh, 5 health. That's what, 2 hits?
3.
3 hits? Yeah, 3 hits. And the Vil goes down. Wow.
Viper now even with the stone upgrade.
It's kind of devastating, to be honest. You are already down 2-0 in the Eco KD, and now it's 3-0. Of course, Viper doesn't know that. But the economy looking very good here for the Armenians player. A minute to go to the Castle Age. Just about at Castle Age resources here for Liereyy. Clicks up in this moment. Archers camped just outside of vision here for the Viper. He's waiting for Castle. He's going to go for those archer upgrades, and then he's going to look for a devastating blow, probably to the wood line here with crossbow. Also investing into bloodlines, though, on top of it.
Where can he dive? Is he actually finding anything? Because skirms are defending there. There's a tower. The gold is kind of walled off. Massive walls now for Liereyy at the bottom. It feels like the sneaky move, but I don't think there's a real opening.
I'm wondering, I wouldn't have gone for bloodlines there because that's preventing me from getting bodkin and crossbow. Now I only get one of the two. I guess he's just about to have the food, so it makes me a liar in that, and that's why he's the pro and I'm not. It is going to be crossbow and bodkin. I wonder, with just that tech advantage, could you fight up against these skirms? Probably not. Underneath the tower.
You're outranging them so hard. So that's really nice.
Look at that.
Wilson in the center.
Wait! That is so next level!
He can't get in there yet.
He can't, but neither... Oh, actually, Liereyy broke through, so I take it all back. I thought it was the next level epic play.
Where is he diving? Could be next to the woodline. Denies the second stable on it. Yeah, the second stable. Can fight with those skirmishers. They don't have the armor yet.
Yep, don't have armor. And as we mentioned, Viper does have the range advantage. So if the micro's there, he can whittle those numbers down. Liereyy, at the very least, is buying space for the stable to go up in the end. Now we're 1 for 2 on the trade here. Skirms into the crossbows.
First Knight should be around here, no? Where is he?
Yeah, they're coming forward now. 1 through the center, 1 through the outside.
Look at the stone for the Viper. Where is he building it? I think he just wants to
He's coming forward. Through the middle, right? Or no, that's just the Mangonel coming forward through the middle. Scorpion, rather.
Trying to block. He should be so fast. He should really focus on getting the wood upgrade first. Let's take a look here. The crossbows want to focus down the Camel Knight against the Skirmisher, but numbers are just so much better for Liereyy.
Yeah, this is a great trade for Liereyy. He was able to close the gap there with the Skirmishers before Viper reacted, so the crossbows go down, and the Knight ultimately doesn't stand a chance against these Camels. Now, of course, Viper does have control of the middle with that Siege Workshop and the Monastery going down. It's Elite Skirm on the other side with Bowsaw as well to improve the eco here for Liereyy. I wonder how he responds, though, when he sees this in the middle. Fortified Church as well coming up just to add that somewhat defensive structure. Now moves for the castle. This could be a big battle between the players. There's no castle drop opportunity for Liereyy, but there is good army numbers here. The camels are out. The walls come down, but there are skirms as well behind. He doesn't get all the walls up around that castle. The villagers have to retreat for the time being. Viper trying his best to establish a forward position, but the military looks so good for Liereyy.
Elite. Yeah, it just makes so much sense. 1,000 stone in the bank. He could even go for a second castle pretty soon. That is good enough for him for now.
Yep. He's going to take control of part of the center part of the map. He's going to be able to get onto gold for the long term. He's got a monk out to deal with those camels. Can always garrison that back into the fortified church. The camels are coming forward, looking to go onto the mangonel. Great gates here from the Viper. He's feeling himself, y'all. Huge amounts of villagers in the center of the map, making sure that this castle goes up, drops the meal cart immediately onto gold, and back to wood with the rest of his villagers. In just a bit of time, he's going to have enough for another castle drop, probably creeping forward through the center of the map.
Then he needs another mangonel, right? Otherwise, you can't really gain too much ground. Otherwise, it will be just the space that he already wanted to build the first one. Wouldn't excite me that much.
Now, there's that TC on the extra food positions there for Liereyy. So, again, probably realizing that now is not the time to contest for the gold in the middle. There's tons of gold on this map around the edges. It is not that important that you fight for the center if your opponent has already taken control of it. So opting more to expand the economy and then maybe later come back to the middle with the proper siege and the Imperial Age to push the Viper back.
What a weird army there. A monk, a knight, a composite bowman, and a scorpion blocking in the wood line. Viper now expanding over here. Is that castle territory or just...
Well, he's got enough for a TC and a castle.
Oh, he's lacking wood right now. Maybe he wants to wait a bit.
Mango doesn't find the Vills. Good garrison by the Viper. Just so much safety at the middle of the... Oh, it's... Ooh.
Easy find.
Oh, this is a huge find here for Liereyy. It's just a mill at the... Oh, he's trying to avoid the outpost, and it's preventing him from seeing the mill.
How unlucky.
He got outplayed by an outpost.
Oh, that's so unlucky.
Oh, that could have been so devastating for the Viper. Remember, just on one TC, that would have equalized the Vill count and set Liereyy up to take the advantage. And instead, he swoops around. Still damage could be found. I see some gold villagers in the back. Perhaps he'll land on those. And that is a good number of camels. Decides to swoop in here towards the farms. Now the Viper, though, is aware of the raid happening in the back of his base. One Vill did fall. What's his response? Does he have military back here? He's just got a couple composite bowmen here. The walls come in around this stone just to save that one villager. But I think there's enough camel numbers here to push all of these bowmen back. Villager on the run as well. Honestly, that felt so lucky for the Viper to get away with very little damage there.
Viper can't get the resource on the map. That's not a pretty castle. Needs to take a good fight with the Mangon. Okay, one good shot here. That's nice for him. But that castle, is that achieving that much?
No, it's not what you want. I mean, it is securing a great Treb position for the late game. Again, if Liereyy ever wants to contest, now you're Treb. Oof.
Yeah, he gives it up.
He does give it up. I don't blame him. He doesn't have the military to fight that mangonel back, but it is just some wasted time. It's some wasted stone. Still enough in the bank to ultimately drop another castle. Still enough in the bank to drop more TCs, but the wood count isn't there.
But we'll play fast in with like 60 villagers. Brace obviously will be nice. Composite bowman ignoring all the armor. That second castle, it's still not really protecting the gold.
No, this is tough. You can feel it. I mean, he wants the second castle just to increase the production, right? You can build bowmen out of one, trebs out of another. When you're in the Imperial Age, try to win with just those tech advantages. But you're taking a lot of damage now on the other side of the map. You can't fight these skirmishers and the camels at the same time, so all the numbers that you just built up are about to fall. Going for that university now behind as he's close to those Imperial Age resources to click up. Liereyy, of course, nowhere near the Imperial Age, goes for a third TC back at home. He's going to keep building a villager advantage. What was a deficit before has now become a double-digit lead for him as we speak. More kills come through on the composite bowman. That castle still hasn't gone up. This is really, really tough for the Viper.
Doesn't really know where to build the castle. Struggling with it for such a long time now. Still no second wood upgrade. That really hurts for Armenians as well.
Extremely difficult situation. You just look at the top of your screens on the right-hand side, folks. You see such a diverse investment into military units, but therefore none of it really packing a significant
HP
punch.
on the castle. I think it's getting really close.
700 and dropping. We have 3 mangonels that are firing. Liereyy with the response there as Viper looks to trade it out. One villager coming forward just to try to get a couple taps onto that castle and keep it alive. Of course, mangonels shouldn't be diving underneath the castle of their own. One goes down here in the end for Liereyy, but the castle's about to die, and I don't think Viper's going to be able to keep it up. The delete comes through to save the remaining stone, but Imp is on the way.
But what are we gaining with Imp? Yeah, we can build a trap. Yeah, we can do
It's Bracer and a Treb.
Bracer, yeah.
Bracer and a Treb is what we get out of that. And now an even more slightly conservative castle position just next to the fortified church so that the Mangonels can... Oh my goodness, another phenomenal find here by Liereyy. He's just got the map swarming with his own units, catching every move that the Viper makes. 6 villagers looking to go down, and again, making Viper's life hell in trying to get this castle position established.
Incredible. The awareness of Liereyy. Like every single time we switch the screen, it feels like Liereyy is making another great move. If it's a raid, if it's Mangonel Micro, if it's some pressure anywhere.
Yeah, still on 1 TC and probably 1 TC for the next bit of time is TheViper. He's trying desperately to get this castle to complete. Imp is about to come in, 25 seconds away. The repair vills are forward, though, by Liereyy. They do end up getting sniped, and it's 1 Mangonel against 2. Camel swooping in, looking for the kill. Fantastic target fire there from TheViper, though, to at least get one of those mangoes and keep his own alive. The composite bow number is growing in the center of the map. Imp is in, but look at the resources. He only has enough to build 1 Treb when it comes to gold.
Is he building a second university next to his town center?
No way. He deleted it, whatever it was.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now sells a lot of wood, some food, really need to get to gold. Kind of crazy how he has the center control, but can't really get gold.
Exactly. Yeah, at the time being, it's looking pretty rough for him. I mean, most of his vills are committed. That should be on gold to finishing that castle. He does have the 1 Trebuchet in the queue. He was able to get the upgrades that we talked about in the Bracer and the Ballistic, but it's a single unit army composition supported by Trebs. It's all or nothing at this point for the Viper.
Yeah, and yeah, you're ignoring armor, but still, skirmishers aren't doing too bad, right? With the extra damage they're doing.
And Lierey's not that far behind you. In all honesty, I don't mind being 3 minutes behind the Imperial Age with a 40 villager lead. And honestly, I didn't invest very much in holding this position. It's just a siege workshop that you're going to push back, and then you've got quite some ground to cover before you start threatening my eco.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, there are golds on the side, and Byzantines can work with very little gold anyways, so it just feels like having 37 farms against 18 is the main storyline here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this comes down to the players' understanding of the Civ matchup. As we explained, the Byzantines should ultimately be slight favorites in this matchup and probably greater favorites the further you go into the game, being, again, so versatile and having great access to great trash units, as well as options across the board when it comes to Cav and the Cataphracts. And on the other side, it felt like Viper needed to do damage, so he took some risks in trying to get that early central positioning, the faster Imperial Age timing, but he was punished.
Almost a Bowman at the bottom, running into 3 Mangonels. That could be horrible for him.
Oh, that's tough. He does realize just before the shots come through and backs off, and at least he'll have information about where this castle is going down, but that means it's much tougher to get into Lierey's eco. Now he's going to try and loop those bowmen back around to group up with his main force, and he should be able to do so without taking a hit from the Mangonels. 50 seconds on the clock here for Liereyy in making it to the Imperial Age Ballistics and that second armor upgrade coming in for the Cav. He's got a pretty diverse composition of his own, light Cav, elite skirm, and some camels.
I think we need to see more villagers on gold. Viper's economy is just so low. Uh-oh. Dash.
Oh no, this is so brutal. It's just 3 light Cav, but 3 light Cav are going to find a couple of kills.
No, the TC could have finished.
He was literally there. And I think it was just a moment. You know, you're not checking that TC health when you see that raid. You just feel that you need to run, but a bunch of villagers go down. What was already a huge eco disadvantage gets all that much worse for the Viper. Liereyy sitting at 144 pop, double his opponent, and looking in great shape to take this game.
Now attacks into light Cav, but only 6 on food. Those composite bowmen are not really doing anything. Those traps, yeah, they're clearing up some houses, but that's not the most important thing right now. Composite bowmen now here for the defense, but Liereyy is controlling the whole map.
Yeah, the Viper's going to show us some fight because it's the 7th and final map, so it's this or nothing if he wants to keep himself alive for an opportunity to face Hera tomorrow. But right now, it's Liereyy who's in the driver's seat. It's Liereyy who has control of the game. It's Liereyy who, if things continue as they are, will make his way to that grand final tomorrow and have an opportunity to take a tournament victory here at the end of the year, finding beautiful snipes onto monks in the back of the Viper's base, chasing off bowmen with those elite skirmishers, raiding on the side in the food economy, looping more light Cav around. More than happy to concede the center part of the map, saying, I've got plenty of gold, I've got plenty of villagers, I'll come back for this later.
Yeah, and he will, right? Because he's doing so much damage at the side that Viper, he's just slowly dwindling down. 56 villagers still. He has 3 TCs running, but just losing so many villagers over and over again. Played 1 TC for such a long time. Just not really knowing where to build the second castle. The score is actually really close still.
It is really close. I think a lot of that comes from just the number of buildings that Viper has managed to kill, right? A lot of houses and things going down, but there's somewhat unimportant and unnecessary buildings there for Liereyy, sitting at 160 population, none of his main economy being threatened in any real way. And for the Viper, with his composition of primarily bowmen, you want them all together, and you want them with Trebs pushing in one singular area, and everywhere we go around the map, we see groups of 5 to 10, and we see Light Cav in response. It's, again, Liereyy who's dictating the pace of the game. He goes out to the wings, and now he's targeting that first TC here from Viper on the right-hand side. Viper trying to transition a bit into some Cav to support Light Cav of his own, but he just doesn't have the economy to support it.
Yeah, only 1 single armor upgrade there on the Light Cav. Yeah, he has Bloodlines, but that doesn't feel like enough against Bracer, Chemistry, Elite Skirmishers here moving forward. And that TC is under a lot of threat.
Yeah, there it goes down. Now the villagers are on the run. Light Cavs swoop in to try and find a few more kills. We've got the composite bowmen working their way over to this side to respond and hold the line. Again, decent here against the Light Cav and the Skirm because they ignore armor, but in the end, cost-efficient trade after cost-efficient trade here from Liereyy. And again, more Vills go down, barely being able to keep himself above that 60 mark is the Viper, and ever closer to the pop cap of 200 does Liereyy creep.
That's such an impressive game by Liereyy. There was so much pressure in the middle, right? But he knew, okay, you're investing so much, you're struggling with the castle, I'm delaying this, my economy should be had, I can go for Elite Skirmishers, I'm controlling the sides, I will raid more, I'm controlling the whole map. You can't be in a good spot.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? He conceded the middle without really conceding the middle for too long.
Still made it expensive.
Exactly, exactly. He knew that in the end, Viper was going to get control of that gold, but he just made it that much more difficult for him to do it. He delayed those castles, forced the Vill investment, found some snipes, made it costly, as you said, and all behind that, 3 TCs were pumping Vills, and he finds himself in incredible position, 52 army to his name, 125 Vills behind it. 176 is the population to 97 of the Viper. Viper not ready to call it quits just yet. He's gonna fight on and look for any and all opportunities to keep himself alive in this one, but more Vills go down here on the stone. Liereyy is really applying the pressure now.
Yet another great find here. Viper can't even control this one. Composite Bowman, still a great unit, but still the numbers aren't there. We're not elite. He doesn't really get control. And Liereyy is just happy. Okay, I will give this one up, and now I even get the balls to push through the center.
Exactly. Yeah, as you say, Composite Bowman, great unit. They just can't be everywhere at once. They're not the type of unit to do that. And so, okay, we clear one of these trebuchets out. The Mangonels are now coming forward. Great find there from the Viper, so we'll take any small victories we can if we're in his shoes. But I do feel like Liereyy is sitting pretty. You see more and more of these techs coming through. He's just making sure that he has all options available to him, even dropping towers here for safety around some of those gold positions on the outside of the map. And largely, I think that's what Viper's sticking in the game for. The fact that he does still have the gold in the center, and if he can manage to keep this game alive for the next, 30-plus minutes, then we're back in a conversation about how important that middle of the map is.
Golden Wood upgrades are better for Armenians, right? And he only needs Golden Wood for Composite Bowman. Needs to go for traps, though, and has a nice find here with the kills. Tower does not go up, but that's a trap where he needs to win.
Oh, he's out of
stone.
Doesn't have enough to buy. The first castle goes down. He does have a second one to fall back to, and that fortified church. But now the TC looks to go down as well. Back below 50 villagers is Viper. Every time we look up there, it feels like the number drops more and more. And Liereyy is at such a steady and healthy population of his own. Just about to lose a Treb here. Needs to be careful not to throw those away unnecessarily, and does evacuate the area just in time. In the back here, Viper finding some good damage on the wood line. But for all the damage that he finds, we could probably look back across the map to see some blinking lights in his eco as more Light Cav arrive to the scene to harass the farmers and the gold miners back there.
Traps trying to defend somehow, but Light Cav are now diving in against the Mangonel. TC completely idle. Those are about to be being cleared off as well.
Okay, now the Mango goes down. The Viper knows it. He did put up a good fight, but he has to acquiesce to the pressure of Liereyy as we take a look inside the room. Liereyy up 4-3.
Always comes down to the last game. They're saying, wow, Liereyy will advance into the grand finals and will play Hera tomorrow.
What an incredible showing from both of these players, though. We said it pre-match. You heard Doubt say it as well. It always seems to go to the final game between these two, and you could basically flip a coin every time with who comes out the victor. It is about execution on the day, and today, Liereyy was just an ounce better.
Yeah, it's just, I wanted to see a best of 11 between those two. And I'm pretty sure we would have gone to the 11th game there as well. It was so close, so diverse when it came to strategies. And we think that every time Viper played really aggressively, it paid off for him.
Yeah. Well, maybe this would be the one time he played semi-aggressively and it didn't. I don't even know if you could classify that as aggressive, right? The castle placement. It wasn't necessarily so aggressive in terms of trying to deal damage, but it was pretty all-in that if it didn't work, it would not have ultimately worked out in his favor. Nili, I think, is going to step away and get ready for an interview with our victor, Liereyy, who is making his triumphant walk over to our back force interview area. So until Liereyy takes his seat, you guys get me to celebrate what was an incredible semi-final day. Obviously, in so many ways, the dominance that we expect out of Hera in booking his trip to the grand finals there over Yo, and then a much tighter series here between Liereyy and the Viper, with Liereyy getting his opportunity to strike at Hera. See if he can take down the guy who has dominated the scene for the last couple of years. It's been touted here as the era of Hera. We'll see if we exit 2024 still saying the same thing. I will be curious to hear from Liereyy about his thoughts on this series alone, the matchup against the Viper, and the closeness that it always does seem to result in a seventh and final map. And by the same token, what kind of form does he feel he's in going up against Hera just tomorrow? Of course, I think the guys are just about ready. And so with that, I'm going to hand things off to Nili and your victor, Liereyy.
Damn, it feels like Dash was happy that he could witness that great set, but you have to feel even more happy. How much pressure did you feel going into that set today?
A lot, right? It's always pressure. Semifinals, quarterfinals, round of 6, group stage. No matter what tournament it is, there's always some sort of pressure, and especially in a LAN, where there's people all around. You know, you have your opponent 2 meters next to you. It just adds extra pressure. So even more relieved.
And yesterday evening, you actually spent some hours together with Hera and tried to prepare. What was your main focus?
Just practicing. I played Sunburn again. People might not realize it, but I practiced that map again. Did not work out. Maybe I shouldn't have practiced. But yeah, it's just to go all over the focus and go over the games again, focus on the draft, see the picks, see the bans, analyze some of his drafts, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and it felt like you wanted to prioritize Bedouins and Chinese, right?
Yeah, big mistake.
We can talk about that a bit later. There, you were really close getting that villager here. Would have been a great opening. But still, you used that villager, that scout, and saw the archer range. What was your immediate response then?
It was either make my own skirms or towers. And since I already had a stone and Saracens, I want to play the market anyway. Towers just made more sense.
Felt like it also, like, how do we move the skirms from island to island?
Yeah, it's also annoying.
He's hopping, that's really tough.
Yeah.
But then you had the center control quite a bit. What were your steps to make sure that you secure this game?
Don't get surrounded by fires. The left on there was a situation where he tried to trap me, but I kind of explored it, so I went back. And yeah, I think in late game, Saracens are just better. No matter Arabia or this map, they just scale better than Japanese, so yeah.
Yeah, Mascarens, I also loved your demos.
True, yeah, those were good as well.
Did you like
to secure a bit more?
Focus on that a bit more? I would have not like envisioned you as someone that heavily focuses on demos.
I even checked before the game if they had demos, so just to make sure.
Okay, but so you were aware of the threat at least, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, those are just crazy fights. So how those 10 cannon galleons? Like, what would you guess? Like, how many dogs did you kill?
16.
Yeah, like we guessed like 20, 25. It was just crazy, like full clockwise. Went around there. It's just
so
such a beautiful, and you protected them so incredibly well.
There's not much you can do. I mean, galleons against galleons, I just fire faster. Then he has to mix in some fire ships, but then I have demos, so and also I had a advantage, so it just played from there.
Yeah. And then we had Sunburn.
Yeah.
You how did your training go?
I thought he would go FC Scorps on my ass, but didn't work out apparently. Like he just went Scouts and Archers. I was thinking about Skirm Spear. That would counter his strat pretty well, but I was like, no way he goes for that. Like I'm sure he goes for like some FC, some insane strat. Because it was also his first pick after the 2 bans. So I thought he had like something prepared. And I'm like blind countering the FC, but did not work out that way.
You pushed the deer from very far away there.
Yeah, and I had to. I was like 50 foot off my castle edge. I had like idle, like 1 minute idle TC as well.
Yeah, it was really brutal.
Yeah.
Then that's actually really great micro by you, how you micro away those villagers. But yeah, you just took so much damage. As you can see, he's 12 villagers ahead
yeah,
here.
it's just over from this position on.
It's just pure mind games, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Skirm opening and you're performing like so much better. It's just like
it's an even game.
But it's a bit of like blind rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, it is, because Scorpions, I believe, counter the Spear Skirm, or at least Khmer, I imagine.
I think so as well, yeah.
So, yeah.
But like, why did you decide to go for that? Because you're more of the guy that I would think wants to scout and then wants to make educated decisions.
Well, I thought he would go Scorpions, and then I have to go FC as well. And since he's Khmer, he will be up faster. He doesn't need buildings. So I wanted to push as many deers as possible to like squeeze that little extra time in my castle legend.
Okay.
That's why.
So there's no option like adding 2 farms, pushing a deer less.
Maybe, but then I might just lose against Scorpions as well. So it just delays my castle time by 30 seconds, 1 minute. So
Yeah.
It
I
was
can
all in or nothing. In this case, nothing.
Yeah. It just felt really unfortunate for you. We had some highlight seats, and here this one was interesting. Your first pick when it came to Civ and map.
Yeah. My stall was horrendous. Like my TC was awful. His TC was up like I think 1.5 vills earlier.
Yeah.
I realized from the score I was already demoralized after I made my TC.
Romans build faster.
I know, but like it barely makes a difference. I tested it, and then my shorefish villagers, those were at least protected. I didn't explore him. I thought he was going to go FC. Then he went blind scouts. It's like disaster game left and right.
Yeah, the 3 scouts found so much there.
Yeah.
It just felt like CA was a unit that didn't really pay off, right? He was already walled, was going for siege, short distance.
Yeah. It's hard because monks, pikes, scorpions, CA can find some value, but they didn't in my case.
Yeah, and
great CA.
It is just tricky to find any engagements here. Actually got to some good onager shots.
Yeah, I got a clean up here as well, but his eco is just better as well with Romans, so if the game is ever even, I prefer Romans. And in this case, it was pretty even.
Yeah, you got some nice raids in, but just the mass siege. It is just Chinese struggle so much with onagers, right? And then Scorpions in addition to that.
Yeah, the Scorpions are like free as well, so they're like trash units. So it doesn't feel good to ever engage against them, even with onagers. I have to kill like 5 Scorpions to make it worth. And eventually I'm just gonna lose.
Yeah. How easy was it for you to shake this one off?
I mean, I knew there was the possibility of him picking Romans there, and Romans theoretically in late game have a good matchup. I thought I could still win it with like some timings and like some scouts into archers or whatever. But yeah, it was a tough one. I had to go back to my roots of Arabia.
Speaking about timings, did you expect that this army is getting cleared up by scouts only?
Yeah. As soon as I saw 4, 5, 6 scouts before I moved out, I knew his army was going to get cleaned up. I didn't even bother doing fletching. I knew he was going to go commit full scouts. What did surprise me was his castle edge timing. I'm surprised he got up as fast as me. Did he sell?
I don't think so. No,
Crazy.
Just like he had like 9 farms when you had 1.
I guess,
you stayed on sheep very long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I also had to quick wall. Yeah, makes sense.
But here, like those, you had 2 open goals. He had 2 open goals. Did you identify that at any point in the game?
I realized in feudal edge, but it didn't really make a huge difference on what I was planning to do.
Okay, you just wanted to play CA.
Yeah, especially it didn't have a range, so it was easy for me to just mass CA, even from 1 range. And then the crossbow still got value, still harassing left and right. And it was way harder for him to play than it was for me.
What's the Mal? Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Like, what's the approach there for Malians?
You have to open range maybe, or make a range eventually. I'm not sure, but Tatar scale better in late game, right? So.
And then we got this beautiful game. How do you think you got the advantage there?
I think I was really ahead when we both reached castle edge. Just like I made Bolsa right away, I made Jillnets on the way up. Like there was no way I'm not ahead, and neither of us really took any damage. And then in castle edge, it was harder to play. I thought I would catch his camel archers eventually. He just ran around. He was playing cat and mouse with me. And then eventually I didn't get him. And then he got in through a palisade.
Yeah.
And then it was all mess all over.
And then this game. This was tricky when it came to decision making.
I didn't know what was coming. I didn't know if he was booming behind the castle drop. I didn't know if he was going fast aim. I checked his score. He didn't go fast aim. Then he went imp after all. Then I guess Vitoria's. It's like, it was a good strat by him. And I also played relatively poorly.
Vitoria was basically at the end. I don't think, it might not even finished.
Yeah.
So it was like mainly his 1TC economy there with 50 villagers. Obviously got to 4 relics relatively quickly in addition to that. Only drops the Vitoria now that you can see. 3TC, it just felt
too
like
much.
it is tough to scout on this map, right?
Yeah, it's impossible, yeah. And I even stonewalled, which I normally wouldn't do. 4 layers and didn't make a difference.
You even did fortified wall the game before.
Yeah, I know.
Really try hard it.
Yeah.
And here, Byzantines against Armenians. What do you think about the matchup?
Just make skirms and win, pretty much. But it was still annoying because he sent like 3 or 4 groups of archers around, then scouts as well, so it was really hard for me to play. And I think I messed up a little bit in Feudal Age. He got some damage and he played that really well. But going into Castle Age, that villager till I was like, I lost. That villager should have died like 4 times. Like I should have gotten him and his family. Like it's crazy. But then I lost 2 scouts basically there, and I was like, no way.
That was a nice find by you. If the second knight actually arrives there, it's getting tricky. And now we're getting into the phase with the castle dance.
Yeah.
How do you prioritize what you're doing there?
I didn't expect the castle, but in hindsight it makes sense, right? What other units does he go for? They ignore armor, so they actually do relatively good against skirms. But I knew I just had to expand, don't really care about gold too much, because I'm Byzantines, I have cheaper skirms, and skirms are really good against Armenians. So as long as I raid him and he doesn't get to champs, I'm good.
Yeah, so you felt really comfortable, basically.
Yeah, after I got those raids in around his base, I felt really confident. And I looked at the score, it was like, okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
Also, I delayed his castle like 4 times.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, that gave me a lot of advantage as well.
I think he felt like the fortified church might protect him a bit more than it actually did.
I thought so as well. That thing didn't do anything.
I think it only has 5 range or something.
Yeah, and doesn't shoot many arrows. Like.
Yeah, well, you need things inside, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then here the final trap war. Like he was struggling quite a bit with population, as you can see. Pop 80 here, you rated him so incredibly well. Was there ever a moment where you felt like, okay, you could still lose this game?
Early castle age. When I dropped the castle, I was a bit scared. I didn't know what was coming. Then I delayed it a little bit, then I delayed it a second time, and then I knew, okay, if I don't mess up too much, I just expand, play skirms, and win.
Yeah, and we saw how much it meant to you. Like, you were like breathing heavily quite after you won the game and walking over here.
It also means I'm invited to the garrison now, so there was like extra stakes in the line.
Yeah, that's actually pretty nice.
I thought about it before the last game.
Oh, really, really?
Yeah.
Did that add pressure?
Of course, but I thought about it, yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, you don't have to go through a qualifier there as well. So making another offline tournament and, well, obviously providing more sets. But let's talk about tomorrow, the big best of 9. Last time...
Oh, it's best of 9 now?
I'm not sure if, like, best of X, check Wikipedia.
We'll
best of 9 is, I'm allowed to confirm best of 9. I think starting time will move a bit earlier compared to what initially was planned. You guys know the source where to find all that information. Last time best of 9, you against Hera. NAC4.
I remember the Burgundian game.
The last game.
Flemish Revolution. Thank God that tech got nerfed.
Or maybe you could have known that Cataphracts countered them and Henkenius countered them. And
but you also had other units, I remember.
But you lost 5 games against him. But still.
I also won 4.
An incredible set. We can agree on that. What can we expect tomorrow?
Probably similar. He's the best player by far right now. And, you know, I have to play picture perfect to win any games. And we obviously practice quite a bit as well.
Yeah.
So we know each other in and out. Let's see who can surprise each other.
But what can you do? What can you do now? You have like 18 more hours till you play. How do you get a strategy to surprise him?
It's hard to get a strategy now. It's all over the place because there's like random bans who can still screw you or like screw him as well. Then we obviously know our play styles. We know what we prefer to play. We know our approaches to every single map as well. So it's like, it will be a lot of mind games as well.
How many sets did you practice with him before the event?
Before the event, not many. I think I went in like one maybe, because I had the WWC going on, but during this week I practiced quite a lot with Hard and him a few sets as well, so.
Okay, give me your prediction.
5-4.
5-4.
But for me this way, I have the revenge.
Nice, nice. Would be I would love to see 9 games again. Thank you so much, Liereyy. I'm excited to see your games tomorrow, and that was truly a golden series there. And well,
thank you.
To end it off, we will give you the Lionberger golden moment of the day. See you tomorrow.